1. Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2. Get some good, some food in you. Step 3. Think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4. Everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2. Get some good, some food in you. Step 3. Think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4. Everybody just do your thing.
See, I don't know about y'all, but like for real, I don't mind being talked about. My problem come in when they start making stuff up. So you can talk about me all you want. It is what it is. You know, it's either I did it or I didn't. I said it or I didn't. Whatever the case is, I don't care. I let whoever think whatever, feel whatever. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But it's the making up part. It's the lying part. It's the adding on to part that always get me. I don't mind being talked about. It's when y'all start lying that bothers me.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, good morning, YouTube. Happy Tuesday. It's nice to see everybody bright and early in the morning. Not as bright and early as we usually come on, but at the end of the day, we've got to try to manage some things, right? Because we're watching trials and stuff, and the trials take a lot of time out of our day. I mean, hours upon hours. Like if you go back in the history, we've got, over 10 plus hours on any given day. Like, we got a reprieve yesterday, right? Because of the witnesses. The witnesses, they're moving along faster in the Letecia Stauch trial than they had anticipated. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, they're not really arguing that she didn't kill Gannon. She pretty much admitted to it. She's just, talking. She's just stating that it's because she was insane at the time. So I think all of the back and forth that we would get under cross-examination to dispute some of the evidence, to dispute some of the witnesses, they're not going to really do, because they're basically admitting that Letecia Stauch did kill Gannon. So it's not going to, right now they're introducing the evidence. They're not getting, they did, talk to people like, what do you think? How do you think this person is? Did they seem to act normal, to what all this other stuff related to her behavior and stuff after it. So they're not going to really be able to really present their case or their justification on this insanity until it gets over to the defense, until the state closes their side, their portion of the case and introducing all the evidence into it. Now, I'm pretty sure that there is going to be a psychologist that goes up on the stand at some point. But right now, we're just hearing about all the evidence. And in our mind, we're saying she's guilty of sin. But she's already herself admitted that she is guilty of the crime. She is admitting that she killed Gannon. So the idea of guilt or innocent, she's definitely guilty of killing him. The question is, was she insane at the time? And that's what this whole court case is about. So anyways, good morning, Kathy. First to say good morning to Bullhorn Betty in chat, followed by ZA. And then, of course, Bullhorn Betty herself made a debut at 6:37 this morning in chat. So good morning, Sharon, Van Lady, Lisa. It's nice to see you here. Stacy, Mike Stevens is up early this morning, probably having DTs from not eating enough Big Macs yesterday, but we're trying, we're going to do an intervention for Mike Stevens here very soon. And we're going to take the Big Mac out of his mouth. We're going to take it and we're going to fill it up with a chicken bacon salad ranch, or bacon ranch salad. That's what we're going to do. Mike needs salad. The cows are saying, eat more greens. Eat more greens. Patricia, it's nice to see you. Miss Stacy, Cranky Pants in the house. Sheila, Kim, and I also saw Boucher. I haven't gotten to you yet. Boucher Street, it's nice to see you. Midnight Nurse Carla, good morning. Misty, Sonia, beautiful Sonia is in the house. Who else? Skittle Riddles is here. Nice to see you. Jennifer L. Good morning, love. Good morning. Jennifer L. is telling me good night. I'm waking up this morning hearing good night, so I wrote her back this morning. I'm like, well, good morning, LOL. Thanks for the good night. I was tired yesterday. I don't know. I've been, if you guys haven't noticed, I've been in like all this stuff. I've been kind of in a funk, and I've been in a funk for several months, to be honest with you. And so like the beginning of the year, I set up all my goals and, had, things planned. And it's like, I always try to follow the goals, but it's hard because, there's a lot of goals that are related to collaboration and things of that nature that, that were on the goals that I'm realizing aren't going to work, and so it's kind of like I'm just really kind of been struggling with creativity, like we come on here and I do an enormous amount of research. If people even knew how much research I did in any given day, it'd make you sick. But, as far as getting out and trying to help, those things that we love to do, that I'm accustomed to doing, have kind of, with I got some other issues going on behind the scenes that's kind of preventing me from doing a whole lot. So it kind of feels defeating. I guess is the best word to use, is defeating. So I'm just trying to figure everything out and, just figure out what's going on, where am I going to go for the next year? And, our numbers have kind of scaled out because usually we build our channel by me being out, not inside. I'm not an inside type of person. And I've been inside quite a lot over the last year. So, trying to find those things, we're definitely, and that brings me to another thing. I just want to thank to all of the people in here that are contributing to the Idaho trip for June. I do appreciate that. We did raise, just yesterday alone, raised $150. I retallied everything up, and it looks like it's going to be about little under $1,400. So I figured if the channel raise has half of it, I'll pay for half of it as well. So right now our new goal is $550 that we need to raise. But this is the deal. We need to raise it in the next 2 weeks because I got to make accommodations. Otherwise, every day the airfare is getting more and more expensive. It just goes up like $10, $20 almost every day. So the longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. So just FYI, if you guys would like live coverage of the preliminary hearing, obviously it's a hot topic. Is Bethany Funk going to show up? What's going to take place at that hearing? I want to be there, and we've got the cost down very, very, very reasonable. I don't know how I was able to, but those every day that we wait, those numbers go up in like the place that I'm going to be staying at. It's affordable right now. In another week or two, will it be? Because as more people are coming, they're going to be looking for places, not necessarily in Moscow, but in the surrounding areas. And that's where I'm at. So those places are going to start getting slimmer and slimmer. It's going to be slim pickings. And I, quite frankly, don't feel like being in a Roach Motel. But I will sleep in the car if need be, right? So no big deal. It won't be the first time I had to do that. Did I tell you that when Dolly and I went up to Idaho, we were doing the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, and we had this whole thing planned where we were going to be putting up flyers. We were going to be putting up a banner. We were going to meet with Brandy. And I remember we get there because, see, I'm a planner. I'm not one of these fly by the seat of your pants type of persons. Okay. I like to plan. I like to budget. Well, working with new creators, you kind of, try things different, right? Because you never know. Somebody might have a better way of doing things than you. I'm just personally, I like to know that I have this, and this, that it's all, organized, that we did all the work up front. Well, I have to be honest with you. Dolly is not the planner. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but Dolly is not necessarily the planner. So it was like, instead of working with him, he was always working on the show or doing stuff. So the planning aspect of it, we knew what we wanted to accomplish, but all the little intricate details weren't there. And it was very weird for me because I have never worked like that before. When I work and collaborate with we plan it all out before we leave. Well, he's just like, just get out there. We'll figure it out when you get out there. Just take, how long are we going to, I don't know. So I can't get a round trip ticket. No, just get out there. And when we're ready to go, we'll just leave. I'm, okay. Okay. I get out there the first night. I think maybe I got there first. I don't remember, but I pick him up, and the place where we're at, which is Fruitland, Idaho. There's like no rooms in Fruitland, Idaho. Like the place that you can stay is like in Ontario or something like that. Well, we get there, and literally there are no rooms. The rooms are completely booked. So Dolly and I had to sleep in the car. I took the back seat, of course. I got to stretch out. I don't even know if he slept. I just remember him beating, like tapping my head and like, quit snoring. So good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's nice to see you guys here. But that was, and listen to this. That's not the funniest part. Well, it's actually, I can laugh at it now, but the day that we actually had to sleep in the car was my birthday. It was my birthday. And I remember I was kind of hesitant because I really didn't even want to go out on my birthday. I didn't really want to work on my birthday. And here I am, not only working, but sleeping in a freaking car. And I can't even sleep well because apparently I snore. And especially in a car where you're kind of, So he's hitting me. It's like, don't be messing with my sleep. Like, come on. It's funny. It's funny. So now that I'm kind of done with saying good morning, so everybody else that I missed, I see Robert's girl in the house, Princess Mega Elsa, Okie Crime News, beautiful, beautiful lady, beautiful lady. So will you always remember that birthday? Yes, I will always remember that birthday. And unfortunately, Dolly's going to be ingrained in my mind until the day I die. Okay. Don't say we don't love our Turtle King. Oh my God, ZA. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, ZA. You missed me. Hey, Courtney. It's nice to see you. So let me just get on with the stuff here. The fun that we have, you know what I always say, I remember some other stuff, like when we were traveling to Orlando to cover like Miranda, Paola Miranda Rosa. I remember, you know, Olivia's all about these experiences and you know, likes close quarters and likes you know, it's just so she ended up renting us it was like a shed. It was a shed. And I remember we had Jonathan, like there was like this bed. And I remember we're like, it was a kind of a unique place. And I'm like, well, this is kind of unique. It gives us the feel and everything like this. And well, we get there and Jonathan wants to be up on the top bed. You know, there's this little cubby down. I can't even fit in the cubby. Okay. I can't even fit in the cubby. So this upstairs thing is like this big, like he's got to crawl in and he's like, no. And thank God there was a couch there. Now we had to move the couch around, but it actually had a pull out bed in it. But this thing was like, this place that she rented is like, you know, what is it? What's that word? Where you can't do spaces, like tight spaces. Yeah, it was like a souped up bougie shed. It was like, but it had beds in it, and it was like I don't know. It's like a camping kind of excursion, except claustrophobia. Like this space that Jonathan was supposed to crawl in was like barely fit his body, and his feet hung out. So I think he stayed like one night, and then all of a sudden something came up, and he's like, well, you know, I got this thing going on. I think I need to go back to, you know, my. It's like funny. But it's always about the adventure. And you know what? Those are memories that you're never going to be able to get rid of, you know, like just chomping through the swamps and, you know, searching for people and the memories that you create and make. Those are just things that you'll never get rid of. So April 25th. April 25th is be as clear as possible. Actually, I think I was going to read the journal. I think I'm going to read the journal. Nah, I think I'll read. I can't remember which one I was going to read first. So we'll just read the normal one and then we'll go to the journal. And it says, be clear as possible. Marcia doesn't like to hurt people's feelings. So when she doesn't want to date or see someone anymore, she doesn't tell them that. She lies, but she calls it being nice. She either sets up a dramatic scene that justifies her getting mad and breaking up, or she gives them an excuse that leaves them hanging. Let go of the drama. Tie up loose ends. If you know where you're at with someone, you can be diplomatic, but be as clear as you can be. Be clear with yourself too. Watch the behavior of other people. Are they making excuses to you why they can't be with you? Are you making excuses about why they don't call? Some of us wait a long time for someone who's not even thinking about us. Stop telling others what they want to hear when that's not the truth. Stop telling yourself what you want to hear. What you're telling yourself isn't the truth. Don't leave other people hanging. Don't put yourself on hold. Be as clear as you can be with other people and with yourself. It's the compassionate thing to do. God, help me know when I don't have to create dramas to get what I want. Help me live my life from a place-centered, diplomatic honesty, even when that means I need to tell people something they'd rather not hear. So I thought it was a good, we're talking about a lot of communication and, being open to ourselves, being open to others, communicating well, talking about the elephant in the room, so to speak. Don't be shy. I mean, at the end of the day, you make your own happiness. Other people don't. They make their own happiness. And their own happiness might be running you over, right? Running you over, using you up, using you as a stepping stool to the next area and running you right over. That could happen. Happens all the time. June 25th, withholding. This is from the journal. Sometimes to protect ourselves, we close ourselves off from persons we're in a relationship with. Our body may be present, but we're not. We're not even available to participate in the relationship. We shut down. Sometimes it's appropriate and healthy to shut down in a relationship. We might legitimately need some time out. Sometimes it's self-defeating to close ourselves off from relationships. So stop being vulnerable, honest, and present for another person can put an end to the relationship. Other persons can do nothing in a relationship when we're gone. Closing ourselves makes us unavailable to that relationship. It is common to go through temporary periods of closing down in a relationship, but is it unhealthy to make that an ongoing practice? It may be a relationship sabotaging device. Before we close down, we need to ask ourselves, what are we hoping to accomplish by shutting down? Do we need some time to deal, to heal, to grow, to sort things out? Do we need time from this relationship, or are we reverting to our old ways, hiding, running, terminating relationships because we are afraid we cannot take ourselves in any other way? Do we need to shut down because that person truly isn't safe? Is manipulating, lying, acting out addictively or abusively? Are we shutting down because other people or other persons have shut down and we no longer want to be available? Shutting down, shutting off, closing ourselves, and removing our emotional presence from a relationship is a powerful tool. We need to use it carefully and responsibly. To achieve intimacy and closeness in a relationship, we need to be present emotionally. We need to be available. God, help me be emotionally present in the relationships I choose to be in. So again, this is not just about boyfriend and girlfriend relationships. This is about all of our relationships. This is about our friendships, our relationships with our bosses, one another, the worker at the store. Maybe she spit in the wrong direction, right? So it's any kind of relationship that you have. Are you trying to self-sabotage yourself, or are you trying to get away, from some type of, resentment toward them? I don't know. But I thought it was good messaging. It was one that doesn't really bode with the, our channel too much, with relationships like that. But it's in our daily devotional. And so that's the word of the day. And both of them kind of sync together today. Sometimes we read the journal and we read the language of letting go, and they have opposite messages. I mean, they don't contradict one another, but they have opposite messaging. And today, the 25th, April 25th, both the journal and the language of letting go kind of align together. So it was actually pretty interesting. We usually don't have that. So I'm just going to go ahead and kick it off and get into kind of what we're going to be discussing. I got a few little updates to give you guys. We have one missing child out there. that I wanted to kind of bring attention to. Her name is Alexander Webb. I believe it's a she. Might be a boy. I can't. How young is it? Oh, it looks like a boy. It looks like a little boy. But it's kind of hard to tell when they're so young, you know, boy, girl, unless they're dressed. But this looks like he's dressed in a dark blue. I see basketballs around his shirt, so it's a boy. 18 months old. It sounds like there's like a custodial interference type of situation with this, but either way, we know that parents can do despicable things to kids. So even though it's a custodial issue, it can be a very threatening custodial issue. This is right on the heels of Taylor Mosley and other children that we cover on this channel. So I wanted to go ahead and pull that up to you guys so you guys can kind of see what's going on with this. Let me get this banner down so you guys can look at it a little bit better. If you guys haven't already, don't forget to like the Bullhorn Betty channel in this segment as you're coming in. If you haven't already done so, please consider doing it. It's not just a thank you to me. It's a thank you to the mods that make sure that this chat is a good chat, that you guys can kind of be yourself and, you know, speak your perspective without being attacked. And that's what they do. They just manage and moderate the chat for you. So don't forget to say thank you to them as well. It's hard to tell these days. Yeah. So here's the baby right here. Endangered child alert. I'm just going to show this child's face because I've already read this article, and it's basically stating that this child, they believe is in the custody or in the care of the non-custodial parent. And so they are actually looking for that vehicle right there, which they believe is the non-custodial parent's vehicle. So I don't know if it's the mom, if it's the dad. It just basically says that the law enforcement believes the missing child is with his non-custodial parents. So I don't know. And it says parents, plural. So it might be one that maybe a family member got custody of this child and the parents want their child back and have just taken him. I don't know. But it says parents, plural. And I did miss that when I first read this. I thought it was parent, singular. So this sounds like it was a custody issue, maybe with another family member or the foster care system. And Webb's non-custodial parents may be driving a 2001 Ford Explorer with Tennessee tag number 607-BHRB. The truck also has distinctive stickers. The TBI said on social media. We have found out that it is Oakley that has been found in Indiana. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, she's up on she's on the list today too. Yeah, I've got her. So I've got a few things that I've got on my tabs. This is one of them, but she's like right here. Yeah, there she is. She's right there. And we're going to be discussing her here in just a little bit once I get there. But yeah, it's sad. That was awful. That was awful. And to think it was her mother. I just don't understand. You know, the baby is doing healthy, is being good and healthy. And 3-month milestone, ZA. We love Betty and thank you for everything. Well, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. My goodness, his face is so precious. I know this baby boy is just adorable. And, you know, when we hear these things, there's been so many times, you know, prior to this, that prior to me being in true crime and looking into these cases, I have to be honest with you. When I read these cases and it's like, you know, we heard about the non-custodial parent, I never really paid attention. It's like, you know, okay, well, the parent, they must be having a dispute over this child. Never really paid attention. And now that I'm here, it's like, you know, with the parent having the child, it's terrifying for me because we don't know what kind of parent this person is, if they've got drug problems, alcohol problems, abusive problems, temperament problems. And so now that I've been in true crime long enough, it's like, you know, I look at parents now in a different light. It's like, you know, I watch their body language. Or am I seeing any signs here? You know, and it's becoming a illness. Like even when I'm out at the stores, you know, I'm looking at the children and their relationship with their parent. You know, is this parent being nasty to this child? Like, I just don't trust parents anymore. Like, right? And I trust you guys. I shouldn't say that, but you get the sentiments I'm trying to state. It's so hard. Now when I hear this and I hear these children are in the care of their parents, it's like, it concerns me now. Where before I really wasn't really that concerned when I found out a child was with their parent. It's like, okay, so they're having a divorce issue. That's how I justified it before. Now it's like, we need to stop the process. This child is in danger. Law enforcement saying this child is in danger. This child is with their non-custodial parents, and law enforcement is very concerned. And we have to take that into consideration, that law enforcement is very concerned. And until they have this child, and until this child is known to be safe and unharmed, they're not going to quit worrying about this child. Now, even if the parents, the parents should have done this the right way. If they feel that they're not, they should have their son back. They should go through, it's not easy jumping through hoops that somebody that doesn't know you is making you jump through. Some government official is making you jump through to get your child back. But however, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. You can fight what they did to you in court in a civil suit if it so justifies. But do what they say. Don't try to game the system. You will come out the loser in the end. You will be in jail. It doesn't help your cause. You get temporary satisfaction by having your child in your care. And then the rest of the time, the next 2, 3, 5 years, you're in jail for that little bit of time you had with your child. Whereas you could have just worked your ass off, excuse my language, for 6 months and got your child back all by yourself, and then deal with filing complaints and grievances with the department and things like that. I always state, go the lawful way. Never take the law into your own hands. It's the worst thing you can do. It doesn't justify your cause. And at the end of the day, you're going to be more hurt in the end than you had anticipated. So do it the right way. If you do it the right way, it will be good. I'm going to give this just a few minutes up here on the air. I'm going to give me just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I am going. All right. Sorry about that. Every now and again, I got to take a break. That's just how it is. All right. So let me get this off here. Let's go back here. Let me see what's coming up next. I know we're going to be talking about Alex Murdaugh. Before we get to Alex Murdaugh, I forgot. This is what's on the next topic of discussion right here. And this is when many of you know, we were here doing, I think it was the trial, and we were starting to get some information. And hey, PB&J, nice to see you. We were getting some information into in on Twitter or whatever, emails coming in. I can't remember exactly how we came across it, but we learned about this Lady Bird Lake. And the fact that all these bodies, about 8 bodies, have showed up in that lake in the last year, which is uncommon for that area. They're not every year, they're not pulling bodies out of that lake. Maybe they have in the past, but not 8 in 1 year. Not 8 in 1 year. And this is just the beginning of this year. I mean, we're only in April, and we've already had 2 or 3 bodies pulled out of that lake since February of this year. Maybe even more if I'm not mistaken, but I know it's been a number just in 2023. And so there's a lot of speculation going around right now that there's a serial killer on the loose in Texas, in Austin, Texas. When we were discussing this, we decided to see what Rainy Street looked like. So we pulled it up on the Google Maps. We looked at photos and videos of Rainy Street, and Rainy Street is like this, party type of town. It reminded me a lot of Moscow, Idaho, the strip where Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez with Jack S. was walking to the grub truck. It kind of reminds me of that type of vibe in this area. Maybe more well known, maybe more patrons are in that area in Austin, Texas, as opposed to Moscow, Idaho. But just for the purposes of visualization, we see that. Well, I have looked into some of these. Some of these had one person it looked like had blunt force trauma, and I'm thinking blunt force trauma. That's not a suicide. That's not a somebody just stumbling into the water from, drinking all night. And not only that, but it's not like this area, this rainy street, just magically appeared one night. And now we have a party central here on the street and everybody's getting drunk and falling into the water. So they're trying to say that some of these people may have done suicide. Oh, you're welcome, Pink Cloud. Some people may have committed suicide out there, unalived themselves, possibly. And so it's a little concerning to me that we've got law enforcement saying, hey, there's no evidence of a serial killer. Okay, well, just because there's no evidence of it, can you please explain to me how 8 bodies all of a sudden just wind up in your water in the last year? But if we applied the same standard, look, people have been going on that street and getting drunk for years past. Why have we not had consistently 8 bodies being pulled out of that lake every single year? Right? I mean, we have to look at the past to dictate the future. And if things didn't happen in the past and then boom, now they're starting to happen, yes, it's making people a little uncomfortable. And law enforcement out there saying, hey, there's no evidence of a serial killer. These are rampant rumors. Well, then you explain to the public. Don't sit here and shake your finger at the public for being concerned for their own safety and the safety. Like, I'm in Florida. I'm not worried about a serial killer in Austin, Texas. The serial killer's got a long way to travel before he gets to Andra, right? So I'm not really worried but I worry about the citizens that are in that community that are listening to this and not taking the necessary precautions. At the end of the day, you don't tell people, oh, well, we there's no evidence of it. What you do is you say, well, look, we don't know what's going on. We know that we haven't had consistently 8 bodies show up. We know that there's been 8 bodies show up in this body of water in the last year. Yes, for law enforcement, it is concerning for us. However, we have not, bridged the gap where we think that there's a serial killer involved here in Austin, Texas. However, you all should be taking extra precautions because we don't know if there's a possibility of a serial killer. What they're trying to do is calm everybody down. Everybody is a nervous wreck when they start hearing bodies are pulled out of a very specific area and multiple people. This rampant rumor and wagging your finger for the people that are concerned about their well-being and their health in Austin, Texas is wrong for me. And it's wrong for law enforcement to do that to their constituents. I think they need to have some type of explanation. If you believe these are suicides, come out and tell us, this is a suicide because of this. This is a suicide because of this. This was an unintentional drowning or an accident drowning because of this. You have not done that. All we know right now is bodies are coming out left and right from Lady Bird Lake, and nobody can explain that to the community. And at the end of the day, I find it awfully odd that they're all around the same age and all men. It's a little too, I have worked around law enforcement agents enough to know that it is a cardinal rule that there are no such things as coincidences in criminal investigations. There's a reason for everything. And I'm sorry, there's more going on here, and I don't care what this chief says until he can come up with an explanation to justify his comments. Right now, he's stating stuff to his constituents in that area with not one scintilla of fact information that he put out there to them to tell them to calm down, that this truly is not a serial killer. We have 8 bodies being pulled out of a lake in a year. There's something going on. And you can't tell me that there's just a whole bunch of depressed 30-something-year-old men. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. I see some congratulations going on in the chat. TLC, let's keep going up and see what's going on. I must have missed something. I apologize. Austin, Chicago, Boston, they've seen conspiracy about smiling faces to say it's an online group of people. See, I don't know what I missed. I missed something. I can totally see a group of killers working together on the dark web. Nothing surprises me anymore. Oh, I absolutely believe with the birth of internet, it has changed the game, not just for us. I mean, think about us. We can, for like a job like mine, I do a lot of research. It's given me an opportunity to almost not, it's a longer version. Like, we don't have programs that we can just type people's names in and pull up all their past history. But the internet has allowed people like me to compete with, news organizations, as well as information from police departments and public records, and on getting things online. If that's opened up doors for people like me, think about what the internet has done for criminals. If we're able to, build platforms to help us do good in this world, trust me, there's an equal and opposite reaction to everything that we have. So if we're able to do good with the computer and the World Wide Web, there's a lot of corruption and bad acting that can happen on the platforms as well, and on the internet as well. So I absolutely believe that there are very, very smart, creative, clever criminals out there that are very, very smart and utilize these platforms and dark web use to their advantage. I mean, we're finding out that there's literally huge drug deals handled all over the world by the use of the dark web. Major drug deals, major cash exchanges being done virtually. We know that. We've known that for a very, very long time. We know that when that whatever row was shut down. This is a person that you could literally get anything from this dark website. And it was from prostitutions to any kind of drug, illicit drug you could ever freaking imagine, purchasing of humans. I mean, it was a very sick and disgusting site on the dark web. And I believe that man that was running that is in prison for forever. And I don't even know why somebody like that would be in prison forever. When you, I'll hold my tongue. I'll hold my tongue. Oh, 3 flying doves. I just noticed I was gifted a membership yesterday. Thank whoever gifted it to me. Well, we're so happy to have you part of the coffee club. It's nice to see you. All right, so let me get back over here to this. So we're just going to read a little bit about this and what comments the police chief has said. He says, nothing has come to light that would indicate that there's a serial killer in Austin. I mean, first of all, I totally and fundamentally disagree with this statement, because yes, something has come to light, and it's called 8 bodies being pulled from one very specific location, whether it's 2 miles down the road or right there at the neck of Rainey Street. It doesn't matter to me. At what time in the past have you pulled 8 bodies out of Lady Bird Lake before? So this idea that there is nothing that comes to light to indicate this, I would beg to differ on that very specific statement. And this article goes through some of the people that were, that have died in that lake. Right there, that is Jason John, gone. Jonathan Honey, gone. Clifton Axtell, gone. John Clark, gone. So there's a lot of, and that was just a few of the 8 people that were pulled out of the water. So let me see if I can get this on a different screen. Hold on just a second. Let's listen to what they have to say. Gotta pay for it, right? Gotta pay for everything. Are they not going to show us?
At Thursday's Austin City Council meeting.
And we need cameras in the Rainy Street District.
Family of those who had loved ones disappear or found dead in the lake near Rainy Street after a night out once again begged council to increase safety in that area. This time, cameras.
The installation of halo cameras and permanent lighting is no longer an option. It's a necessity to provide answers for what is truly going on in the area.
Council listened and approved yet another resolution to increase safety in the Rainy Street District.
It's almost like living Groundhog's Day.
This is the second resolution Councilmember Zoe Caudry has presented to make Rainy Street safer after Jason John's body was found in Lady Bird Lake 9 days after he disappeared on a night out. Since then, another victim, Jonathan Honey, was recently found in the lake, the second body in less than 2 months.
I was hoping that it wouldn't happen again. So hearing about Mr. Honey, and it was just a punch in the gut.
The city has already added temporary fencing and lighting to the trail near Rainy Street with the goal of having something more permanent by the summer. Now, the city manager is tasked with looking into a safety plan for the entertainment district that includes installing halo cameras to the area and working with bars to prevent over-serving alcohol.
There is something happening, and I think that's why it's important to add these safety measures, making sure we're doing everything that we can to stop this from happening again.
It's action family of victims have been begging for, hoping it will finally put an end to what seems like a pattern.
Just remember to hold your children tight when you get home, because multiple families like mine don't have that opportunity anymore. And we don't because of the lack of safety measures that should have been implemented years ago.
So there you have it, folks. There you have it. You know, the families are upset, as you can imagine. You know, you finding out that your loved one, and at the end of the day, we can all agree that there is something, even if it's not a serial killer out there, which I'm sorry, this is a little more concerning than most. It's not like there's just one person there. I mean, there's been 8 people pulled out of that lake in the last year. This is not small potatoes. This is almost one body a month. All of a sudden. And it's not like people haven't gone there and have expired before, because obviously this has been a conversation that has been had with the Board of County Commissioners there multiple times in the past for years. The concern of this entertainment district and the lack of safety has been paramount in this community for years. And now it's taking 8 bodies winding up in a lake before somebody does something about it. And I'm in shock almost. Mizzy says, oh my God, my anxiety never gets a rest. I'm in Michigan and my dad lives in Texas, works midnight in Austin at the Hyatt right down there. Ah, wow. You know, and look how small, like this is a, check my chat. Okay. Oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you. Is that the one I was supposed to look at? Thank you, thank you. And then what's this? Aw, thank you, Julie. God bless you. I can't see them on this side, but my mods are definitely keeping me abreast of everything. So God bless you. Thank you. Multiple. Let me just go on this back side and we'll just go over some of the activity here so everybody can get. Oh, wow. Julie, wow. So Julie has gifted 5 memberships. Julie has a 2-month member. Thanks, Betty, for everything you do. Thank you. Oh, she gifted a 6th membership early this morning. Thank you. Robin, 15 months. It's hard to believe that we are older than 15 months. And she gave a whole bunch of hearts. Okie Crime News. And ZA with the fireworks. That's cute. That's cute. So thank you guys. Oh, I feel the love this morning. Thank you guys. That really brightens my day. It really brightens my day. So anyways, getting on kind of back to that, I'm a little upset about the whole Texas thing, because I think, and I just want to put this out there for my audience. You know, if you're in Texas or you have a loved one in Texas, you know, be cautious. Be aware of your surroundings, and maybe just for the time being, maybe kind of disengage from the nightlife a little bit, especially on Rainy Street, because it sounds like that these things are happening at night. And so if you do want to go out, maybe go out and have yourself home early, like around 9:30. I don't know when these people, you know, expired, or when they were introduced into the water or anything like that. But it sounds like that they were, you know, probably intoxicated to some degree, you know, whether they were violated, whether they fell in, whether they just hated life and went out and had the last night of partying on Rainy Street and decided to take a dive in the ocean. I don't know. I don't know. It seems suspect to me that there's nothing going on here other than just alcohol, an alcohol problem. And they're talking about over-serving alcohol. Why don't you quit looking at that and look at a different avenue? Because especially if, you know, somebody has like a crack on the back of the head, that's probably indicative that they didn't put that there, you know, and if they did, I'd like to see what evidence law enforcement has that they did that to themselves. Either way, I think we need to monitor this case, and I think everybody just needs to use a lot of caution while they're in Texas, especially in the Rainy Street area. Just use caution. You know, don't be alone. Don't go anywhere alone. And this is not women. This is men. This is all men. Apparently, women must not have a walking problem when they're drunk and on Rainy Street. I don't get it. You know, there's just too many oddities here to make me think that there's not something more here. Like you would assume that, you know, using the law of large number, out of 8 bodies that wound up in the lake that did that to themselves, you would expect at least one of those bodies to be a woman. I would assume. And then call me crazy, but I'm interested in, and you know, maybe I'm wondering if I should open up. Would you guys like me to open up the phones to talk about Lady Bird Lake, or do you guys want me to move on to Alex Murdaugh? Because we still have, and I'm kind of down to the last hour, and I got a lot of stuff that I need to still go over with you guys about the Kohberger stuff. For once, it's not a woman. I know. Mike Stevens says his OJ can get off, Kohberger can get off. Yeah, Kohberger, and we're going to be talking about this a little bit more. Okay, so I'm not really seeing anybody opening up. In my area, the restaurants serve a certain amount of alcohol drinks. Well, mine does too. Whenever whenever you start causing problems in one of our bars, you're cut off. That's how they monitor your intake here in Florida. If you become a problem, they cut you off. Bird Lake, gay rejection. Maybe Caroline brings up a good perspective. Gay rejection. It's possible. It's possible. Have you guys ever? This hasn't happened to me, but this has happened to one of my friends, and it was going into an area that they weren't familiar with. Like they were in St. Petersburg, and you know, bar hopping. And I guess there is a bar in St. Petersburg that is kind of predominantly, you know, geared toward the gay population, the gay and trans population. And so unless you're familiar with that area, you don't know. That is a gay bar. And so there's been many women and men that have walked into that particular bar and not realized that it was, you know, it had a certain clientele. So it took them, you know, they sit down, have a drink, and everybody's awfully friendly with them, you know, so they're carrying on conversations, and then try to get picked up, and they're like, whoa, Whoa. It's my belief that this group is doing that this is a group doing this. Oh, wow. Yeah. Something's going on. Something's going on. I just find it odd that, but I digress. I've beaten a dead horse with my speculation on that. I just think it's odd. There's just too many coincidences for me to be comfortable with the chief's explanation of it. I'm sorry, and God bless you, chief, but it's just I don't think. Anyways, so we found out new details about Alec Murdaugh. Am I ready for that yet? The update on Maddie Kingsbury. We've been monitoring the before I get on to Alex Murdaugh, monitoring the Maddie Kingsbury. This was the researcher for Mayo Clinic where was that? In Minnesota, the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. She was a 26-year-old mom of two. Her and her ex were in the process of splitting up. She was getting ready to move out of the home. And this particular day, her and her husband dropped the kids off at daycare around 8:15, or back at the house at 8:15. The boyfriend half says that he left in the minivan, in his girlfriend Maddie's minivan, to run errands, and he was gone from about 10 a.m. to about 1:30. Oh, thank you, Nurse Sandy. God bless you. God bless you. And he just went on these errands. Well, when he came home, she was gone. She was gone. And he says that he didn't know where she went. So throughout their investigation, something is really kind of dinging on them. The family knew that she was leaving. He knew that she was leaving. He's not going to the press conferences. He's not in any of the search parties to try to help find her. And, everything that we're hearing from law enforcement as far as areas that they are concerned with and want more information and camera footage from are areas that minivan that he was driving was traveling. So that's a good indicator that law enforcement are setting their eyes on Maddie's boyfriend that she lived with, the father of her two children. They have not found her yet. They seem to be confident in finding her. I think those are, I think that it's proving to be more difficult than they anticipated. I don't hear that they have made an arrest in this case. They have not been, as of last week, they were not prepared to name a suspect or a person of interest in this case. But again, looking at their behaviors, looking at the information that they're wanting help from the public with, appears to be everything related to Adam Fravel and the blue minivan that he was traveling that belonged to Maddie. Every place that they seem to be looking or keying in on, they're looking for a blue minivan. They're not looking for a Nissan, a Dodge, a Ford, a Chevy. They're looking for a Chrysler Town & Country navy blue van, year of 2014. And every single area that they have told the public that they're especially interested in are areas that blue minivan has traveled. So we can kind of, even though they're not ready to name a suspect or a person of interest in this case, I can tell you based on their behavior, it appears that Adam is their primary suspect in this case. And that's just on their behaviors, not what's coming out of their mouth. That is my opinion of what we're going to be finding out. There's no factual information, obviously, to back that up because we have not been provided that much needed factual information. But the factual information that we do have that has been provided to us by law enforcement looks pretty indicative of them looking at Adam Fravel in this matter with Maddie Kingsbury. So this is very sad because, at this point, it's been well over a month. Nobody's seen or heard from her. She's gone. She's most likely deceased. I'm like 95% confident that Maddie is deceased and that Adam's the reason why. Nothing has been added to the Idaho 4 case, Brian Koberger's case. We went over, some of the Lady Bird Lake stuff. Again, I'm a little concerned that, law enforcement might be deceiving their constituents in Austin, Texas area because they don't want the chaos or the frantic or people being so worried because it makes their job 10 times harder. At the end of the day, I don't care if it makes law enforcement, the people that we pay taxpayer money for to do their job, even harder. Because you know what, at the end of the day, There's only a few times in the world that their actions matter to the people that those actions matter to. Every day, their actions matter to somebody in their community. But right now, their actions and the way they're speaking matters an awful lot to their community at this point, when we're finding out that there are this many bodies coming out of one particular lake. And they need to explain that. They can't just come out and say, well, there's no evidence of, because people use their own brain and critically think about this, just like we just did here. Okay, so we're going to take it as all these people wound up in there because they were drunk. Can you explain to me why only drunk males are the ones that wind up in the water? And can you explain to me why only drunk 30-something-year-old males wind up in the water? These are things that they do not have an answer for. These are things I don't have an answer for either. I'm just saying that there's no evidence of anything happening there that should warrant any concern from the residents, I beg to disagree. So getting on to the new information, Alec Murdaugh, if you guys read the description in this segment, I talk about Alec Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh has now been officially indicted and faces new charges of tax evasion. This is increasing. Now, he has already been charged. Now, this is on the heels of him being tried and convicted for the brutal murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, where they were essentially ambushed by him and shot to death. And he did this in order to hide his financial crimes. But what it ended up doing is putting his financial crimes front and center for everybody, because by killing them, law enforcement now had to dig into every aspect of Alec Murdaugh, which, he knew he was going to be caught. He was starting to be too brazen. He had been doing this con for so long, and he kept pushing the envelope and doing, getting it a little bit, a little bit more money, a little more frequently. He wasn't being smart. He was starting to feel entitled to that, and it just kind of overtook him, I believe, until it was time for him to be caught. And then next thing he knows, he needs to have, he needs to kill his wife and son. And if it, I think he kind of blamed Paul, because if it wasn't for his son's actions and the death of Mallory Beach, much of this information may have been hidden from the public as well as the victims. But now it's been exposed, and more charges are coming. Right now, he has 19 indictments, over 99 financial crimes he has been charged with. So this is just one more to add to that stack of crimes and charges that Alec Murdaugh is going to face. He's already serving 2 life sentences for the death of his wife and his son. But I have a funny feeling that these financial charges, even if he were to ever be able to appeal his conviction of his murder charges, he's still going to be doing life in prison on the financial crimes alone, in my opinion. I know yesterday, while we were on our live for the trial of Letecia Stauch, we were talking about Bryan Kohberger, about this whole Bethany Funk. We got into a conversation about Bethany Funk and her material witness subpoena, and we were all scratching our heads. And I'm like, this is a standard thing, because she is across state lines if they need her. But people were bringing up the timing of it, and I wasn't thinking about timing so much, and I didn't understand what the material witness subpoena was for. I had no idea at the time when we first started talking about it that it was for the preliminary hearing. And it wasn't until yesterday when Brian Enton started dropping some documents that he had acquired on his Twitter account, which I printed off, by the way. I got copies of all of them, and I printed them off, and I had an opportunity to really read this. And so yesterday, while we were live with our trial, I explained to the audience that, this was not, we were kind of getting our panties in a wad, bunched up, right? Because we're like, why wouldn't Bethany want to come here and speak, to help her friends, But then we get all the information, and we realized early yesterday that this is because the defense is going to call her as a witness. Bryan Kohberger is wanting to make Bethany Funk a witness for him. They're saying that she has exculpatory evidence that could help exonerate him or clear his name. that she heard and saw things in that house in the early morning hours of March 13th that might be beneficial. So her attorney is basically saying, wait a minute, this is a foreign subpoena. You're asking her to come as a material witness. However, what you're wanting her to be a material witness is she can't be, because this is a preliminary hearing. This is not a mini trial. And, in a way, I always call the preliminary hearing kind of a mini trial. And it's because they're showing their probable cause. They're having to show what all they have against Brian Kohberger for the arrest to ask the courts, this should go to trial. I'm not sure why they're doing the preliminary route as opposed to just the indictment. They can get an indictment from a grand jury, which seems like it would have been a lot less stressful, a lot less headaches for the witnesses and other. But for whatever reason, they're pushing forward with the preliminary hearing, which we are trying to get out to. Again, we've raised $150 toward our $700 goal, which the $700 really is just going to be is going to be mostly the plane ticket. So we're still trying to raise money to get out there for the June hearing, the preliminary hearing, because I'm curious as to what's going on here. But it is not a mini trial. In the grand scheme of things, it is an evidentiary type of hearing where the state is required to show the judge that they had probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger, and that this really does need to go to trial to resolve these issues that are in the complaint, 4 first-degree murder charges and 1 burglary charge. I think they're going to be able to meet that threshold. I'm not sure. It might be trial strategy. It might be, calling the bluff of the state. It might be trying to position witnesses against witnesses. But we have to know that Ann Taylor is a very crafty and a very educated lady in this crime, in this capital case. So she knows what she's doing. And so there's reasons for everything that she's doing. There's reasons that she believes Bethany Hunt may have some information that would be beneficial to Brian Kohberger. But again, these are things that should be argued at trial, not at a preliminary hearing. So everything that I was reading in their motion to quash was actually, I agree with a lot of it. However, what they're basically, oh, thank you, Van Lady, God bless you. But what they're actually stating here is, that not only is this not the right venue, the right avenue to be requesting Bethany's appearance and testimony, they're also stating that, wait a minute, you're not even following the rules to, elicit this material witness subpoena, because in order for you to elicit this material witness subpoena, you've got to ask for a hearing in Nevada and request that one of our judges hear and hear our grievances. Right now, you're forcing us to be there, and we have some serious grievances with why Bethany Funk needs to be at this particular hearing and why she would ever need to be a witness for the defense. I think she's taken back by the fact that Brian Kohberger, somebody that brutalized her, that's caused her all this grief, not only the stuff on YouTube. You're talking about, a lot of recovery, mental recovery that these 2 girls are going to have to undergo. Whether I agree with what took Dylan Mortensen so long to call 911 or not, I'm not ignorant to the fact that she's going to have a lot of problems that arise from this particular event that happened in her life, because it was so brutal. And, she is square right in the center of it. So this has got to be causing some, mental anguish on both Bethany as well as Dylan. So it's not that I'm ignorant to those facts, or I'm ignorant to the fact that, they're going to have problems, and they are living through problems because of what they've experienced. Sweetie Pie says, couldn't Bethany just answer the question in the affidavit or by video conference instead of being there in person? But they do have, they do have ways of doing a deposition by in writing. They can do depositions, Dukas Tecum. There's a lot of stuff where if the defense really wants to get their testimony, typically how that happens is you send a court reporter and a coverage counsel to that person to depose them to find out what information is needed, or have them do something in writing under oath. But yes, sweetie pie, there are other remedies that could provide, this avenue for her, as opposed to her being physically present. Now, if she has exculpatory evidence that could help exonerate Bryan Kohberger, again, is the preliminary hearing the correct place for that defense? No, it's not. This is a probable cause hearing. This is only to determine whether law enforcement had probable cause to put those silver cuffs on Bryan Kohberger. This is not whether he's innocent or guilty. This is not that kind of hearing. This is not a trial. This is simply a hearing to determine whether law enforcement had enough probable cause to arrest Bryan Kohberger. That's it. It doesn't really matter what exculpatory evidence Bethany Funk has, unless it's directly related to the probable cause that arrested Bryan Kohberger. And so I've got the Brett Payne affidavit right here. I got the Brett Payne affidavit right here. And so when I go through here, now this is the affidavit of probable cause. This right here is the affidavit of probable cause. This outlines everything that they are most likely going to be presenting to the judge when they go before her to express why they had probable cause to arrest Bryan Kohberger. And wouldn't you know that the only spot in here that has any reference to Bethany Funk is literally on the second page. So right here, the second and third page. That's it. That is to all of her testimony. And you know what she's in this probable cause of the Brett Payne affidavit, the one that was attached to the probable cause affidavit. Do you know what it was in here that she was able to attest to in this affidavit? She was only able to attest to this in this affidavit that Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi fraternity party from, I think, 9 p.m. to 1:45 in the morning. That's all. That's the only portion that she has that I've been able to ascertain in this probable cause affidavit of Brett Payne's that indicate that Bethany Funk has any information. She didn't have the information that Dylan Mortensen had related to, I heard this voice, I heard this. We don't know what she heard or saw, because in the probable cause affidavit, it only states that she confirmed that Xana and Ethan were at a Sigma Chi fraternity party from 9 to 1:45 in the morning. So even if they were wanting to get her in there, has nothing. That's all that she had related to the probable cause. So I don't think her testimony is going to affect the probable cause of this case at all. Now, if it was Dylan Mortensen, and they found out Dylan Mortensen's entire story was a lie, and she has the exculpatory evidence to say, hey, she was in here saying bushy eyebrows and black clad, and a male's voice. That's all Dylan Mortensen. That's not Bethany Funk. So if the defense wanted to question her or cross-examine her, whether her stuff in the probable cause, her portion in the probable cause is true and correct, I can see that. But what are they going to cross-examine Bethany on? Are you sure that Ethan Chapin and Maddie Mogan, or Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were at the party from 9 to 1:45? And the only other thing that she can attest to is the time she came home. She definitely wasn't on the second or third floor. She definitely didn't see the man clad in black with a mask over his nose and mouth, black mask over his nose and mouth with bushy eyebrows. That didn't come from Bethany. That came from Dylan. So I'm going to ask my audience, what do they think? I mean, I could read this whole, I think if I read it, it probably would make a little more sense to you guys. Let me just read some portions that I think might be okay. Here's a good explanation of this. It says, moreover, there is no authority in an Idaho criminal defendant to summons a Nevada witness to Idaho for a preliminary hearing. There is absolutely no authority in Idaho criminal defendants to summon a Idaho witness to a Idaho matter without a hearing. There is no authority to summons a Nevada witness to Idaho matter without a Nevada judge making a final finding of materiality, necessity, and lack of undue hardship. And they put a reference in here, does contemplate that a Nevada's criminal defense ability to subpoena a witness to appear before court in Nevada. However, there is no requirement for a hearing. There is no requirement for a hearing requirement there. So if the person's in Nevada, this is different. This is foreign. This is a person in Idaho wanting to force a person in Nevada to come to Idaho to court. And thus, even if that law applies by analysis, no hearing occurred and that important procedural requirement was not met. So they're saying that there is a procedural requirement here that, Bethany wants a hearing on this matter. She wants to be able to present her side to a Nevada judge to determine whether she should have to go or whether the Idaho can force her to go. Because remember, when you're subpoenaed and you don't show up, that's contempt of court. You can go to jail for that. You can go to jail for that. A lot of people don't realize you can go to jail for not, if you're subpoenaed and don't go to court, you definitely, without a doubt, can go to jail. If a judge of a court of record in any state, which by its laws has made previous or provisions for commanding persons within the state to attend and testify in this state, certifies under seal of such court that there is a criminal prosecution pending in such court, or that grand jury investigation has commenced or is about to commence, that a person being within the state is a material witness in such prosecution or grand jury investigation, and that person's presence would be required for a specific number of days upon the presentation of such certificate to any judge of record in the county which such person is such judge shall affix time and place for hearing, and shall make an order directing the witness to appear at the time and place for the hearing. Emphasis added. Importantly here, there is no certification by any judge of any court of record in any case, Nevada or Idaho, that clearly states Bethany Grace Funk is a material witness in such prosecution or grand jury investigation. A close reading of the certificate purported to be from the judge is merely states that Miss Funk may be a material witness. This is insufficient under the laws for this foreign subpoena. She either is a material witness or she is not a material witness. And they have not confirmed that she's even a material witness at all, yet they're requiring her as a material witness to be in Idaho. And it's coming from the defense counsel, not the judge of record. Not the judge of record. Lastly, this court is well aware a preliminary hearing is limited to the finding of probable cause, rather than reasonable doubt, which is an evidentiary burden at trial. This is the same standard in both Idaho and Nevada. In a particular case that was listed, it says specifically holds a preliminary is not a substitute for trial, and for the purposes of preliminary hearing is determined whether the public offense has been committed and whether there is sufficient cause to believe that the accused committed it. That is the limited purposes of this preliminary hearing. So the defense appears to be going outside their authority in enforcing Bethany Funk to attend this preliminary hearing on behalf of a man that murdered her friends. Arguably, then, even if Funk possesses exculpatory evidence. So now they're addressing the exculpatory evidence. And they say, even if Bethany Funk possesses this exculpatory evidence, which remains unknown, there is no place or reason to present that evidence at a preliminary hearing. So it seems like this is some trial strategy on the defense. They're trying to push the envelope. They're trying to argue the case before it gets to trial, and they're trying to use the preliminary hearing to do so. And that is not the purposes of the preliminary hearing. So we, but I'm gonna open up the phone lines just real quick here to see what you guys think about all of this, especially with what the defense. What the defense is doing. Where the heck is my turn on button? Am I missing it? There we go. Okay. So they're even addressing, so if she even has exculpatory evidence, how is that going to benefit the preliminary hearing? It's not the right place for this type of evidence to be introduced. This is not a hearing. This is not a mini trial. This is not argument of facts of the case. This is just a preliminary hearing. Does the state have enough information, enough evidence to arrest Bryan Kohberger on this charge, these charges, because there's 5? Do they have enough? And so I want to be there for that. And again, I'm hoping I get the channel support for that. We are working very hard to meet our budget so I can get out to Idaho for the preliminary hearing. I know that there's going to be other creators out there that are going to be also covering this case, but it's not going to be my coverage. And so I want to be out there. I don't want to be taking their work. I don't need their work. We can do it ourselves right from here. And there is nobody more knowledgeable about this case than I, because I've been out there. This will be my 3rd or 4th trip out to Idaho for this particular matter. And we've done extensive research on this particular case, including but not limited to even having an interview with Kaylee Gonzalez's family, her sister Olivia, her mom Christy, and her father Stephen. And that was a great experience. And I can't imagine what that family they are. I tell you, I look up to the Gonzalez family. I definitely have utmost respect for what that family has been through, but just how strong and courageous that family was, and how they fought, and they fought hard for their loved one. And that is always going to be commended and respected. So I will be keeping you guys posted on that. I know because of the type of hearing this is, I'm going to be putting the insurance on everything just in case they decide to go the indictment route and cancel this preliminary hearing for whatever reason, and just start moving toward trial and pretrial motions. We'll see how that all works out. But I'll know more. Hey, Connie, nice to see you. I'll know more when I get there. We'll be continuing to do research on this. So I'm going to go ahead and open the phone lines up to those that would like to call in and kind of express. Hold on. No, don't do it yet. Shh. Give me a second. I got to go through this whole thing because whatever. Okay, we're back. Phone lines are officially open. And I can't wait until I get a Windows computer where I can have audio on this. I will never have to do this whole thing bouncing back and forth anymore once I get my Windows computer. And it's going to take a while. I ordered one and I didn't like it. I sent it back, and now I don't. I bought other things with that money. So other things that were needed. So the phone lines are open. Oh my God, Zia, did you send another one? Good Lord. I love you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. This means a lot. This really does. And this is going to help us get to the trips that we need to go to. So I do appreciate it. God bless you guys. We're going to still, house still stands. Yeah, it still stands right now. I have a funny feeling for whatever reason. I mean, I can't imagine what the smell of that house is, because at the end of the day, blood breaks down too. And it does have a smell after a while. That has got to be unpleasant. And not only that, but you're talking about putting a bunch of chemicals on walls. I mean, this stuff is not good for you. That blue star that they use for the presence of blood and other biological fluids, it really is. It's chemicals. It's This is Bullhorn.
Hey, it's Southern Grammy. How are you?
Hi, Southern Grammy. How are you, love?
I am good. Thank you so much for asking. I just had to pop in for a minute because I'm actually working from home and I don't get to chat very much, but I wanted to tell you it sure makes my day go faster with the chat and you. So thank you for everything that you do.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. I appreciate it. Let me ask you while you're on the phone. When we first started hearing about Bethany Funk not wanting to come to the preliminary hearing, we were all scratching our heads saying, why wouldn't she want to help the state? But now we're finding out it's the defense that's wanting her there. And now it's all kind of making sense as to why she's kicking up such a fuss. What do you think about that?
So I'm just very confused why the state hasn't been working with these girls to begin with. But it makes me wonder what exactly she does know. And I kind of feel like maybe it's something to do with Dylan that she doesn't want to put out there, but I feel like it's more to do with she's either afraid because she does know something. But I mean, the defense has to know something for them to be forcing her to come in.
Do you think maybe it could be more of trial strategy, like making everybody scratch their heads saying, what would Bethany have? Because she was like one person that kind of faded away in the background because she didn't, like in all the affidavits, she was barely mentioned. Everything was focused on Dylan Mortensen. Do you think this could be kind of one of those things like, just to make the state say, what in the world could Bethany know that we don't know?
It could be. I always thought it was weird that there was so much focus on Dylan, but nothing, like we have heard zero about Bethany.
Yeah.
So that alone from jump was very odd because I do get that in the affidavit it said that Dylan heard this and opened her door, but you have to go, okay, but if Dylan heard these things, where was Bethany?
Yeah.
Because I can't even imagine. And I grew up living in apartments, so there's no way you're going to tell me they didn't hear stuff.
Yeah.
Because I could hear everything going on around me in my apartment complex. So,
and we have passed tenants in there that said the house creaked. Like downstairs, you can hear the people trampling upstairs.
Right. So, it's always been so odd. Like, where's Bethany? Why is everything only about Dylan? If Dylan heard this, what did Bethany know? So I never could understand why everything was just Dylan. Bethany disappeared like a ghost. So I'm like dying to see what comes out of it. I kind of though think, what if it's kind of like some of these media people where they're putting stuff out there and then you find out they got it from TikTok or, but for them to drag her in, I just feel like they've got something. They've got to have something.
Yeah, but can you imagine if it was Bethany Funk that quashed this entire trial? Like she's in a bad place if she's being called as a defense witness.
Well, and it's really weird because, yeah, I would just be floored if she ended up being something and ended up, being his out. But
they thought, just think about it. If we watch these girls go through. I mean, even with the 911 call, I kind of, beat up Dylan a little bit, but I mean, I always said that, I feel bad for her position, but nobody changed these facts. These are the facts. We can't just ignore them because, we feel bad for the person that did the acts, and she waited 8 hours. So I can kind of see, and there were so many people that jumped on all the kids, like Jack D and Jack S and Jake, that I'm pretty sure she's terrified if something happens or she does something wrong, the world's going to blame her. I mean, that's got to be very intense for this poor girl.
Well, but too, the other thing is, what if she somehow is connected to something? And the thing that gets me is she may just be terrified, period. I can't even imagine waking up to that.
I can't either.
Or quote unquote waking up to that. And she may literally have just been hiding out, terrified, like, it's a horrible position to be in, but you do have to acknowledge that. I mean, these girls really didn't do what the average person would do, and I'm not in their shoes, but I can't even imagine. And, even with my son at that age, well, he was National Guard, so a little different, but I just don't see him sitting around for 8 hours, like it's absolutely impossible to not say, hey, this shouldn't have happened like this. Why? What was that made them sit back and handle things the way they handled it? Because I know for a young age, you get taught 911, 911, 911. And you've got little kids that'll call 911 when something's going on. Yeah. So I just needed to hurry up and get here because
I know we're all sitting here waiting. It's funny, but it's not funny. Like, this is a serious case, but we're all still just waiting to find out what truly happened. We all want to know.
I mean, as a parent, my heart is so broken. And now you've got this piece coming out. I can't even imagine what the families are going through, going, what now? And if something was to happen and he walked, I can't even imagine how those families are going to feel, and I think that's more so where I go, is I'm like, hey, let's hurry up and get to this, because I can't even imagine how hard, with us feeling how we feel.
Yeah.
If one of those kids' mom, I might need medication because
I know.
I'm devastated knowing that there's something out there that potentially somebody has, and yet I still have, I think I've got a little bit of closure. Now the door is thrown wide.
Yeah. I think the one thing on this affidavit in support of this motion for out-of-state service, it's the item 9 on the investigator's affidavit, where he said Bethany Funk was interviewed by police on several occasions, and she disclosed things that she heard and things she saw.
I just wonder why it was so descriptive, though, about what Dylan, but that's all you get about Bethany.
Yeah. And I think we even brought that up on the channel. Is like, why is nobody talking about Bethany or what she knows? And she just,
right.
We had so much going with the 911 call, and people like still scratching their heads. Like, how did we get an unconscious person? How did all these people get there? And we know it had to have been a bloodbath. I mean, you're talking about stabbings. And how could they call in a unconscious person or try to wake somebody up that's, would apparently be covered in blood?
Yeah, that always confused me, because there's no way depending where you originally saw, your eyes could see, but I mean, very quickly you would have realized, OMG, this is definitely somebody dead.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I needed to get here. I almost wish my nephew was still in Idaho so I could take a little trip, but work. So unfortunately, I would love to jump and go like you do, but I'm kind of tied to work. But this is definitely one that would be worth a vacation for sure.
Yeah, I definitely want to be there. I want to get more information. The schools are now popping, students are back at schools. It's almost like a faint memory of what just happened in, the end of last year for these students. It's business as usual.
And then now, I mean, it's getting close to summer, so things will quiet down, and you definitely don't want anything kind of fading away. But, I want to know what hand the school had in trying to kind of play this,
No.
Because it's a big business now, and I just think they could have done things differently myself. But
And they never remember that the chief was going to release the 911 call, and he never released the 911 call. So we're still very confused how this case even, who found who, there's so many details that really don't affect the integrity of the investigation that they're still blocking from the public.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the school. That's the school doing it. They don't want that information out.
Mhm.
And that's really sad. And I can't even imagine as a parent what it's like to make that decision. Hey, do I want my kid here? Because what if something does come out, and I 100% think he's guilty. But I mean, what if something came out and then you're like, okay, we're no closer to an answer. I think the 911 calls being released would definitely help with so many people trying to, pull up things.
Yeah, because I think if we heard the people freaking out, we would know. I just don't get it. Like, was it a calm, cool call? Like, hey, we've got a dude here in the middle of the floor bleeding. We don't know where he's bleeding from, but he's not waking up. I mean, do we have that situation? Did they cross over him and look into the rooms? Did they go upstairs? Like, what happened? Like, I feel like, we need to know what happened, because was something contaminated? We can assume there had to be some kind of cross contamination with the amount of kids that were over there that morning when law enforcement got there.
Which is a shame that that's the direction it went, because I don't think, if they did truly just call the friends and not really look enough to realize, I just don't think that they thought enough to say, okay, we need to get out of here. There's nothing we can do, and we don't want to, contaminate this crime scene.
Right.
But I'm sure that in a panic, you find, what would I do? And while I am fairly sure I would have exited the house and been on 911 as soon as I saw blood, the other thing is, why do you call 911, but you don't call it, but you call up to, your friends? I mean, I guess to yell at them and tell them to shut up, but there's too many things that don't make sense.
Yeah.
That we need clarification on.
Yeah, and then not only that, but outside of the probable cause affidavit, and I discussed, me being out there at the time that we learned, I was literally in front of the King Road house when they identified Brian Koberger as the suspect in this case. I know exactly where I was. I know exactly what I was looking at. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I think one of the first things that came to my mind is, where the heck did this guy come from?
I still want to know what the connection is. He obviously did not just randomly pick that house.
Mm-mm.
So give us something. He's got to have some sort of connection. I mean, I still kind of feel like maybe he was stalking one of the girls. But I mean, I think the big thing is they're not giving information that they could. I understand there's certain things you can't disclose, but it would save a lot of all these different directions if they were being more transparent, especially being so many kids were involved, and, the school community. We want to make sure these kids are safe, and why not put out what you can to ensure that, people are safe and there isn't all these suspicions just floating out there. And I think that would have helped the girls too, because, all we can do is speculate,
right?
Off what we know. And unfortunately, these girls are just kind of, well, Dylan specifically has taken a lot of the brunt of what people have had to say and the, negativity towards her actions. So if that was unnecessary, who do you go back and say, well, why would you let this happen? Why not just be more transparent?
Yeah. And we thought they were being transparent at first, and then we find out law enforcement duped us in several important cases and incidences. They tell us to get all of our facts from them, and when we trust them to get all of our facts from them, we realize we were duped by them, and it makes us not want to just get our facts from law enforcement. It makes us want to do our own independent investigation on the information coming out, because who can we really trust? They have an agenda, and so do we.
And here's the thing, a little closer to my home, there is so much pressure being put on Metro Nashville PD, because they still will not release the, what do you call it, journal, for sake of lack of the word that's disappeared from the manifesto for this school shooter.
Yeah.
And people have continued to pressure them. Hey, we need to know more.
Yeah.
And there's, and they said that they would release it, and here we are still waiting, for more information. So I would like to think that they have better reasons for the decisions that they make, but it's hard to when you see so many things happen. We had the mess with in California with Kylie. We have, so many things, especially Georgia, the one where they just didn't go pick her up. I'll still never understand or comprehend that. I mean, and I'm a big, back the blue person, but sometimes it just makes you shake your head and go, I mean, who are you really serving?
I support law enforcement that supports the people. And when I start going like with Chatham County, when I start seeing how they treat the normal citizen as opposed to criminals, I have a problem with that. I'm sorry. I will always have a problem with that.
I was so blown away with that whole mess. So it does make you want to investigate a little more and make you a little less trusting of just what comes out, and want to know for yourself, like, okay, this doesn't make sense. So let me dig here and see, I mean, what is it you're trying to protect?
Yeah.
Us or someone else?
Yeah.
And I feel strongly that the school has their hands in just knowing how, things function with, I was in a sorority because I went to college late in life and I wanted the whole college experience. And then I ended up deciding that was definitely not my cup of tea and went inactive. But knowing how, the schools and sororities protect themselves and fraternities, and how that kind of, there's always this, they don't want anything to make them look bad. It just really makes you wonder.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, I still agree with, because they did get the guy behind bars in the Idaho 4 case fairly quickly. So I do commend them on this. But, we have the Brady and Giglio disclosure. And I just keep wondering how much stuff is effed up in this case that they're trying to keep out of the limelight of the public.
I'm glad he's behind bars for sure, but it's hard. You want so badly to find somebody, and in this situation where things were less than ideal, the call 911, people being in the house, I'm sure that the deck was stacked, not so much in their favor in some way, but it does make you wonder. And it seems like, from what I've heard about this defense attorney, she's kind of a pit bull too. So
yeah. And we do want a pit bull for an attorney for him, because that's one less appeal he's going to have later down the road. So I want the strongest defense attorney for the defendant as possible, just so that's one less appeal we have to worry about.
Yeah, get it all out now while we, one hit wonder.
Yeah.
But it does. Man, I hope, my thing is, I hope that they're going to allow media access when all this trial comes down.
Well, if they don't, I'll be there. This is going to be one of the trials that, no matter what, I'm going to most likely be in Idaho for. I'm not, even if we have to stream it from the hotel room, I'm still going to be in Idaho covering this trial.
Well, we definitely appreciate you for that, because some are going to be on pins and needles waiting to see it.
Yep. And we're going to be there because this is a case that's been very important to me. This is a bunch of young people that were killed brutally for literally no reason. No matter what the reason is, whether they were female, whether they rejected this guy, it's over nothing. It's over nothing. 4 people are dead over nothing. And they were beautiful and aspiring people that were going to do great things in this world, and they were snuffed away.
It's just such a huge loss. So, I mean, I just keep praying, and I just have to trust that justice is going to come out of this. And I still just pray for the families all the time, because I can't even imagine sending your kid to school. And
Exactly. Well, Southern Granny, we appreciate your time and love you, and you have yourself an amazing day, and enjoy the little reprieve you get working from home today.
Thank you.
Love you, and God bless.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I love having conversations with people about particular particular situations, primarily this one. Join webinar. Let's see if we're ready to join the webinar yet. Cancel. Hopefully it's still on. Hopefully it's on, because I've got to leave here soon. It's already 9 o'clock, and I'm supposed to be at, I'm hoping that it's on now, because I'm going to try to sit here. We do have it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close this segment of the live down. I've got to get to my county meeting. Oh. Sorry, you're probably going to hate me for it. I'm so sorry. Let me turn this off. I didn't just realize it's after 9. I'm supposed to be at Manatee County at 9, but I know they're doing the Port Authority at 9, so I got a few minutes to get there. So I'm going to go ahead and pop on the trial that we have, and I'm going to put it down so we can have all webinar. Thanks for waiting. We'll start soon. Okay, so I'm going to keep it on this page right here. There's nothing a whole lot I can do about it. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let's share this instead. There we go. So this is going to be where it's going to start. I'm going to try to be here at lunchtime to let me put this back on so you guys can see my face. I'll be back at lunchtime. I'm only going to be at the county. I'm not going to stay there all day. I'm only going to be there for just a little bit, and then I'll be back here. I might go back after lunch. I don't know. I'm just, the county's starting to tick me off a little bit. So we'll see how it all works out today. Ticked off Betty coming to Manatee County. No, but I do need to get out of here. So we're going to put this up. I know we've got 440 people. If you have not liked this segment, please consider doing so. We're just going to roll in on this segment, roll right into the Letecia Stauch trial. And the Letecia Stauch trial is not going to be started for another 2 hours. So I've got to run. And I'll be back here in just a few hours and start monitoring and moderating the visual aspect of it. I will monitor it from my phone. So you might see me pop in to say hi, and I'll be from my county meeting. So just stay tuned. We're going to watch the Letecia Stauch trial. We're starting to get to more of the evidence. I mean, well, I shouldn't say more of the evidence. This whole trial has been about evidence. Most of it has been so far about all of her lies and deception to multiple people over and over and over again. And so now we're getting into the evidence, where was Gannon's blood? Was it really his blood? All the forensics of this case is starting to come out. We had a closed shop early yesterday because one of the witnesses weren't there, and it's one of the expert witnesses. And I can tell you it's hard when you're dealing with a trial like this to manage your witnesses, especially with so many states being involved. You got witnesses from South Carolina, witnesses from Florida, witnesses from Colorado. You've got all these people that you got to try to fly in, manage, and everything else. And you've got to put them in a certain order so it makes sense to the jury. You can't jump over stuff. It has to be a nice little, path to their to the guilty verdict, right, or the not guilty verdict. So they had to shut down yesterday early because one of their witnesses weren't going to be there. Today they should be starting on time. However, Wednesday it looks like we're not going to be starting our trial until about 10:30. I was thinking about taking a trip, but in light of the preliminary hearing and all the fighting going back and forth for Bethany Funk's testimony, it does appear like that hearing is going to go forward. They're not going to go the grand jury route. They're going to do the preliminary route to indict Bryan Kohberger. And anyways, we'll get back to that. We'll get back on that topic. But because of that, I decided to put the travels that I was going to do this week on hold, so we have the funds to go to the hearing for Bryan Kohberger in June. So that's kind of where I'm at. Anyways, guys, stay tuned, please, for all those people that are here. You guys are going to hear commentary today. It's not like I'm going away and I'm not going to be back, and this is just going to be one of those things that we run all day, and it's just going to be, I just got to go to the county for a little bit. Actually, you know what? I might just stay here. Let me take a break real quick. I may just stay here and go in the afternoon, because the afternoon really is the veterans stuff. So I may just stay here. I've already signed up to speak, but I'm kind of I don't know how to say, right? I don't know what to say. So I'm gonna put the music on. I know you guys are gonna. This song is so long that you guys never get to hear the end of it. But I just need to take a bathroom break, and we'll talk about something else. So just give me just a couple shakes, and I'll turn the phones back on, and we'll just chat. Maybe I'll just go to the county meeting this afternoon. I've already gotten dressed and ready to go to the county meeting, but all right, guys, let me put some music on.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay, just let me be.
Yeah, I'm thinking I need to go in there just a little bit, but it's already 10 after 9. I'm trying to think what to do. I don't know. I didn't realize I should have left like 15 minutes ago. All right, guys, I'm going to put this on and then I'll be back. I'll just go there for an hour or so and then I'll be back. So I'll see you guys soon.
told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away, as you fade away.
Like nothing I felt, my mind overwhelms. I think that I'm broken, but I hope you can't help. I know I'm not perfect, but some days I feel far more worthless. Baby, you make me feel nervous. If I still have you, I have purpose. It's all worth it.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. I guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away, as you fade away. What's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray.
Didn't realize yet I've decided to stay. I looked at the time. There's no way I'm going to make it for my future agenda comments, which I already put my request in, so they know what I'm going up there for. And it's really just a complaint because they won't turn my damn phones back on, and it's starting to really frustrate me because that was the way that many of us in this community were able to communicate with our government when we can't make it there in person. And the phones were turned on during the whole pandemic because they wanted to keep people out of the meetings, and they had to have a way for people to, still govern because at the end of the day, they work for us, not the other way around. So anyways, we're on this whole Bethany Funk, the, why is the defense, calling her for a witness? Could she really exonerate Bryan Kohberger? And I don't think she's going to have any information that's legitimately going to, get Bryan Kohberger off, unless she's, seen somebody running out the house. There is a lot of information related to this that will cause problems. That will cause problems, and it's going to be primarily the 8-hour window. I can already see that this 8-hour window is going to be able for the defense to introduce, possible other involvement. They're going to try to point out the neighbors. They're going to try to point out ex-boyfriends and boyfriends and things like that. Like, well, they may even admit that he burglarized the house. I don't know. They may say he burglarized it, but that doesn't mean he killed the people. It had to have been a second person that came in after him that offed these students. Lots of stuff. So I figured, we need to probably go back to the Brett Payne affidavit and maybe review this and go through the Brett Payne affidavit and what it says and try to make heads or tails of it, because there was a lot of stuff in here at the time didn't make sense to us, but we're much further along in this case. We have, a lot more information that has been given to us since. Now, some of it we don't know if it's true or not. For example, the ID cards. They did not say, if you notice, they didn't say driver's license. Okay, everybody, all the people at that house had cars that got killed. Xana had a car, Maddie had a car, Ethan had a car, Kaylee Gonzalez had a car. So we're not looking for ID cards. We'd be looking for driver's licenses. So I started thinking, I was reading an article, and we're talking about all these things. First of all, Bryan Kohberger, we know. Let's talk about this. So let me get comfortable. Let's talk about this. So Bryan Kohberger he left Washington. We all know that. He left Wazoo, what was it, around December 15th, December 13th, 14th, something like that. Left the Wazoo campus. His dad flew in. They got in the car and they were making the travels from Washington State back to Pennsylvania. They were stopped twice in Indiana on their way back. It was noted that they didn't take a normal path back. So that was a little odd. I noticed that was notated in I can't remember if it was this affidavit or something else that I read, but it was related to his path of travel, which was a little peculiar. The way he chose to go home. Apparently he didn't, we plug in information on our GPS. We wanted the fastest way to get to the house. It was under my understanding that he wasn't on a normal path. But I digress. So he goes back to Pennsylvania. We hear from law enforcement that he's seen, dropping garbage and stuff off in other garbage cans. Okay. You're talking about Bryan Kohberger. Do you honestly think that he's going to leave in his car, driver's license that belonged to the victims, when he's sitting there with gloves on his hands, trying to dispose of evidence in and around his community in Pennsylvania, that he doesn't want any of his evidence being associated with his household at that house? So he's getting up early hour mornings. And we know that he's cleaned and tried to sanitize any kind of involvement with the four. So now he's back in Pennsylvania, and we hear from reliable sources like law enforcement that he's seen dumping his trash in other receptacles in and around his community, but not his trash can for his home. What makes us think that he's going to leave a box of ID cards, victims' ID cards, in his car? You know what I think it is? Let me see if I can find this. I don't have it here. But you know what I think it is? I think it's the IDs that you have for school. You know how you have IDs for school. He's went through He's gone to high school. He's gone to DeSales University. He's probably gone to a community college. Now he's got Washington State University. He was a security guard. He might have some security IDs in there. We don't know what kind of IDs they are referring to in his glove compartment. But who's to say they're not all of his IDs? And we're thinking of IDs like driver's license, but what if they're IDs like you would use to scan into work or to scan into an area, or just to show that you're an employee or a student at a particular school or business? They're seeing this ID, these IDs. It didn't say driver's license on them. It said IDs. It specifically said IDs. Now, I would think with the specificity law enforcement is required to use, that if it was driver's licenses, it would have been indicated that it is driver's licenses, not IDs. And again, coming back to the victims in the story that we're hearing, that they have an ID that connects him with it, unless it's a student ID, I don't see how he would have an ID of the victims. It would be a driver's license, not an identification card. It would be a DL, not an ID. So I'm thinking the whole story related to this ID, these IDs, are his. I think we're going to find out that it's going to be maybe the security badge, maybe a student ID card, maybe an employee identification card of some sort. Especially with him being a security guard, don't they usually have the IDs that you clip on your lapel to let people know that you're an employee or a security guard for that particular business or wherever you're out being a security guard for, whether it's outdoors or indoors. So I'm thinking that there's something a little odd with the whole ID card thing, and I don't see how law enforcement would mistake an ID card for a driver's license or a driver's license for an ID card. And so I think that story is vague. The stories that are being put out linking him to one of the students, I don't know. I really don't know. And I don't know how any news organization would find that out without speaking to law enforcement, which clearly has a gag order against him. And I don't see any law enforcement violating a gag order, violating the law, violating their oath of office. They're required to follow orders. I just don't see them violating the law. I don't see law enforcement violating the law for a news organization, any news organization. I just don't see it happening. But who knows? We've seen stupider things happen. There's so much misinformation. Yeah, there is. And it doesn't help when you got mainstream media. Like, you kind of expect them to talk about what we talk about. Like if we say something, they may say, well, people online might be saying this, and we wanted to explore this a little bit more. But when you have mainstream media coming out and saying, look, we have sources that are telling us that these IDs are related to, the victims of this crime, it's like, who would have told you that? And everybody just assumes that they're big media organizations and they have the ends. People, the more I'm in this, the more I realize that there's no secret sauce that they have. They have people, they have points of contact just like I have points of contact. You send them information, you pray to God that the public information officer answers a question or two, right? We're lucky if they give us that. But I can guarantee there is not a person out there that's going to be giving like news, like Chris Como or Ashley Banfield, groundbreaking information that could lose their job. Like Como and Banfield, they can't pay for that stuff. You don't get paid. That's what people don't understand. People are like, oh, well, maybe they're giving them, they're sending them money. They can't. Because if they do send them money, people are going to say they paid them for their statement. You can't do that. It devalues that statement from whoever so that they won't do it. I can tell you, even the documentaries, I've been reached out several times for documentaries, especially back in Gabby Petito days. I think every single day I was reached out to by a news organization of sorts. Yeah, we're going to read it. news of sorts. And, you know, when we were talking about doing documentaries, they do not pay you. They will pay you if they use your content. Like, so the footage that we videotaped out there, we can sell that to them. But as far as being in a documentary, they do not pay you. They will pay you your expenses. They will, if you need to go and promote that thing, it's part of your contract that you have to fly halfway across the country to promote that. You're required to promote that. Now, granted, they have to pay you expenses, but you don't get one single dollar over that. And I don't want to be told. And one of the reasons why I haven't, I've allowed documentaries to use my content, especially in Gabby Petito, but I never made a public appearance in there because I didn't want to be on the hook if they needed to promote the sorry guys, my allergies suck. If they needed to promote it, and I'm by my contract am required to stop what I'm doing and fly wherever they tell me to fly, even though they're not compensating me one dime for my time. So I'll sell them my content, but I'm not selling myself. Right? And I feel like I'm not even selling myself. I'm just giving myself to them. It's like, hey, just tell me where to go and I'll be there. Happy to help. You know? So anyways. So so we're going to go ahead and just start reading this affidavit of Brett Payne. I got it in my hand, and of course I got some stuff highlighted. I actually went through it, and I was actually making notes on the actual copy of this, which I've lost because I thought I put it on my external hard drive, and it didn't copyright. So I lost a lot of stuff that I worked on previously, but not the content, not the original content. I still have that on my phone. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is duly appointed and qualified acting peace officer within the county of Letecia, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in his official capacity or position of corporal, and has a trained and qualified peace officer approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the FBI. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately, it says 4 p.m. I'm not sure. Anyways, on November 13th at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, after the King Road residence to assist a scene security and process a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. Moscow Police Department Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. So that is the bottom floor door on the north side of the building is the front of the house. Let me see if I can get this up. It's the front of the house. And I know you guys know what door I'm talking about, but might as well use some, let me go through my videos here, and we'll use some real footage to oh, good Lord. I thought I lost my... I'm okay. I actually thought I lost all of my content with one of my... Okay. 2022. So this is our first trip there. Let me see if I can find the Moscow house so we can see it. I feel like a lot of my content is missing off my phone. Okay, no, it's not. I'm trying to find a good front door photo, and I can't for some reason. Oh, here we go. This was the day that we found that they named Brian Koberger. That is the day that they named Brian Koberger the suspect, and he was arrested. There's the cleaning crew right there. There's the cleaning crew. December 30th, 8:45 a.m. But so let me see if I can get a better picture of the house here. Let me pause. And this is them leaving. So you see that door right there? That's the north side door. That's the front door. That inserts right next to Bethany Funk's room. Then the cleaning crew left. Yeah, I got actually this tape right here is them leaving. This is them leaving. They're pulling out. We were sitting there like, what in the world is going on here? They just pulled up. They had gotten there like a 8:15, and within a few minutes, they're leaving.
It looks like they dropped off the stuff that they need to drop off. I'm going to get back across the way. I think I like this. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't know what happened. We just know that they were there. I mean, this is them pulling out. And I thought that they dropped off stuff and was leaving, and I had no earthly idea that wasn't the case. So anyways, he says he walks into the bottom door on the north side of the building, which is that very front door that kind of enters. There's 2 apartments on the very bottom floor. You can only enter in on that first floor from the front side of the house. The back side of the house is blocked off because the way the angle goes, the back side of the house actually comes in on the second floor. So the front side of the house comes in on the first floor. The back side of the house comes in on the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hall to the west bedroom on the second floor, where I learned through Xana's driver's license. So we definitely know Xana's driver's license was at this location. And you notice how he called it a driver's license and not an ID card in this affidavit. And other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's here and after Kernodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hall. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. I think you were there a few weeks after it happened, Betty. Yeah, no, we were there on scene. We actually went on scene on our first trip was November. It happened November 13th, and I believe by the 23rd, within 10 days, we were on scene. Let me go back and see that. Hold on, let me go up to the November area. Yeah, because I have all the Quentin Simon stuff. No, it was. It looks like we didn't get there until we left. What day was this? November 28th. So literally 15 days. So from the time this case started breaking, we didn't learn about it immediately on the 13th. I believe we didn't start hearing about this case until the 17th. Is when it started making its way across social media. It was a few days after. That it was really starting to become, get some bite to the case. And by the 28th, we were on a plane flying out there. So we were out there from the time we heard about the case it was a 2-week turnaround time. Because again, when these cases kind of pop up, we've got to do a lot of due diligence. It's not all about just getting right out there. You got to know what you're talking about. You got to know who the players are. You got to know what happened. You got to do all this preliminary work before you even consider, never mind having to shop and budget a trip like this when you don't know where it's going to go or what's going to happen. So anyways, they found her body on her floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by a edged weapon. So that's the first time we're hearing about this edged weapon in this affidavit. But I did want to make it notable that they identified Xana's driver's license as a driver's license, not an ID card. And law enforcement knows that there's such things as ID cards, identification cards, work ID cards, and driver's license. I don't think they're going to put into their report an ID card when it was a driver's license. They know that there's a big difference in that. So I have a problem with this whole ID card on there. I don't think it's what mainstream media is trying to tell us it is. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereinafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. Autopsy report by Spokane County Medical Examiner dated December 15, 2022 to be caused by a sharp force injuries is what was indicated on that autopsy. Sharp force in so that's the second time we hear of a fixed blade or a knife type of weapon being used. Then I followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereinafter Gonzalez room. We know now that, yes, it used to be Kaylee Gonzalez's room, but she had been moved out of this apartment. She moved back home with her parents. She had graduated school and was looking forward to a new job and had just bought that Range Rover on the 11th. The bedroom on the west floor was Kaylee Gonzalez. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in that room. So he didn't know that personally from being in that house, but there was another officer on there that was in that in the property before Corporal Payne was, and he had body cam footage. So he later determined through that body cam footage of Officer Nunez that there was Murphy. Murphy was in Kaylee's room. Murphy was shut in Kaylee's room. I don't know if she normally did that when she slept in the room with Maddie or not, but many could believe that when Brian was up there, he saw the dog and shut the room. It is possible. We don't know that detail either. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack DeCour. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13th that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Maddie Mogan, hereinafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor on the back side. When we were back there, we were able to get pictures of Maddie's pink cowboy boots that were in her windowsill. So we know which room was Maddie Mogan's. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females on a single bed. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. So this is the third time where now it went from edged weapon to sharp force injuries, now being identified when we're getting to Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez as visible stab wounds. I also later noticed that what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. Now, this is going to be confusing because it was on Maddie's right side, not his right side, not my right side, her right side. Why is that important? Well, we don't know her positioning on the bed. Was she laying headboard to footboard? Was she laying footboard to headboard? Was she laying from side to side? Were they on top of each other? We don't know where that would be positioned. Now, we would assume if she was headboard to footboard, face up towards ceiling, her right side would be here. But again, we don't know where on the bed this leather sheath was. He did describe it the best he could, but he's talking about Mogan's right side, and we will not know the positioning of that until we know where specifically Mogan's body was positioned on that bed to determine where that sheath was laying. And it doesn't identify. It just says next to her right side. Was it visible? Was it under her a little bit? You know, those are things that I do have. The sheath was later processed. The sheath was later processed and had K-bar and U.S. Marine Corps, which was the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab. Now, here is where some of the information is getting skewed, because now we're learning that it may not have been the Idaho State Lab that located the single source of DNA evidence. We learn from mainstream media, not law enforcement. So, you know, this is, again, we have to fact find everything. I'm not taking anybody's word for anything when it comes to this case. And now that I've seen that mainstream media is not opposed to bringing in unconfirmed sources, it really does provide another level that we need to fact find as well. But we're hearing that it wasn't the Idaho State Lab that processed this. It was a genealogy company, a newer startup company that could have potentially found the single source of DNA, and it wasn't the state lab, the Idaho State Lab. Many people believe that this statement here could have been what triggered the Brady Giglio disclosure. I'm not sure if that's the case. You know, when it comes to Brady and Giglio, most of that stuff is really intentional and willful, where this seems like it could, if they did mistype and say the Idaho State Lab instead of the actual genealogy type of DNA site, that would have been a mistake. That would have been an error. It would have been a Scrivener's error, more or less than an intentional, willful, deceitful, you know, like what the classification that we are accustomed to hearing with Brady and Giglio. So I don't know if that's what's triggering this, or if that's just rumor that we're hearing. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on it one way or another, because I don't even know who processed. I don't know who processed the DNA. I haven't been provided a clear information on that can be factual or be found factual. I don't know. We will learn that sooner or later. Okay. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. Both Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Bethany Funk's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. We know that. We know she was on the first floor. Based on numerous interviews conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detective, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. So this is now getting into the statement of what Corporal Brett Payne knows for himself, what he learned. This is what he learned. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany Funk at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus, and they gave the address of the fraternity at approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 on November 13th. Bethany Funk also estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Bethany Funk also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonzalez and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, that has the address there. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th to 1:30 on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video at a food truck called the Grub Truck, and they give the address to that. The Grub Truck live streams videos from their food truck on a streaming platform, Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement, A private blank reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow, from in front of the club to the King Road residence. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk both made statements during interviews that indicate the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and either sleeping or in their room by approximately 4 p.m. or 4 a.m., with the exception of Kernodle, which received a DoorDash order at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver, which we have now since confirmed is a female. Dylan Mortensen stated she originally went to sleep in her room on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan Mortensen states she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. Now, this 4 a.m. mark, a lot of stuff is happening in and around here at 4 a.m., right? So you got people coming in home around 2 a.m. We can say that most of these people have drank alcohol. We definitely know Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez were under the influence of alcohol because we can clearly see their demeanor on that Twitch video. And you can see Maddie Mogan is visibly intoxicated, okay? And while Kaylee Gonzalez is not near as intoxicated as Maddie, you can tell she's had some drinks. We're not getting those videos for Xana or Ethan. So we don't know to the level of their intoxicity prior to coming home. But we do know, according to other people in the house that did survive this attack, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, that it seemed like everybody was home around 2 a.m. And they probably said, hey, do the thing. How was your night? It was great. What did you guys do? We went here. Anything crazy going on? Oh, you won't believe what so-and-so did, and probably laughing and everything. And then at a point in time, everybody's like, okay, you know what? I'm ready to go to bed. It's time to chill. Xana's probably like, man, I haven't eaten today. I need to get something in my belly. Otherwise I'm going to be sick in the morning. So she decides to order food. And Dylan's waking up. Now, with Dylan being awoken at approximately 4 a.m., is it possible that the original awakening was, when the DoorDash delivery person came? Because Xana, that would have been, the second floor, and Xana would have been moving around and waiting for her order and stuff like that. Could Brian Koberger have already been in the third floor and heard the door open and heard the delivery of her order? Did she go downstairs by Bethany Funk? Is that what Bethany knows? Is that she heard Xana come into the house or go down there and open the door and grab her food? We don't know. These are a lot of fine details that really do matter that we just don't know. So I just found it funny that we know that Xana was receiving her DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. and Dylan Mortensen is waking up for the first time at 4 a.m. And what happens next is she states that it sounded like Gonzalez was playing with her dog in the upstairs bedroom, which were located on the third floor. So Dylan Mortensen awakens around 4 a.m., which just so happens to be about the time that the DoorDash delivery is being delivered. She's hearing some noises in the house. She believes it's Gonzalez, but is it? Is this something maybe they all thought she was up there playing with that dog, not realizing the dog was already locked in the bedroom? We don't know. We don't know. A short time later, Dylan Mortensen states she thought she heard Gonzalez say something like, there's somebody here. There's someone here. There's someone here is what is written in here. A review of the record obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone shows this could have been Kernodle, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. And she's, I can imagine it. She's got her Jack in the Box food. She's probably eating it. Ethan's probably, laying next to her. We don't know if she got 2 meals or one. Did she buy for both her and Ethan? Were they both sitting there eating? And while she's eating, she's probably like most of us when we're eating. We got our phone and we're just going to be working on our phone as we're eating our burger, right? Or whatever we got. So it sounds like she was on the phone. So they're saying that it may not even have been Gonzalez that made that statement. It may have actually been Xana. And if Dylan could hear it, maybe he could hear it upstairs. And when he heard somebody say there's somebody here, he knew he had to go downstairs and take care of that. But you would still think that all of them would have heard the girls upstairs screaming and fighting because it sounds like Kaylee Gonzalez put up a fight. So if it's not televised, Kim, we'll have our crew out there and be recording all of this. DM states she looked out her bedroom and did not see anything when she heard the comment from somebody being in the house. DM stated she opened the door a second time when she heard crying coming from Kernodle's room. Dylan Mortensen then said she heard a male's voice say something to the effect, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And I'm just, that gave me shivers up my spine. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 112. So literally 5 minutes later from the time somebody is heard saying that they believe somebody is in the house to the cameras in Kernodle's room picking up the dog barking and the loud thud. That happened at 4:17, 5 minutes after that comment was made. So it is possible. I do believe that maybe it was Kernodle that said that, and Brian Koberger upstairs heard her say that and came downstairs to neutralize that threat. And it still goes back to it being one of the two girls upstairs as being the primary target for this attack. We all believed it was Kaylee Gonzalez at first, but I don't know. It could very well be Madison Mogan that was the target of this crime. Remember, she was the one that actually lived in that house and lived in that area of the house. Kaylee Gonzalez no longer lived there. She just happened to be staying the night. No different than Ethan Chapin. The security, which is 50 feet. So Dylan Mortensen stated she opened her door a third time after she heard crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking toward her. Dylan Mortensen described this figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. These are very distinct traits that she saw. I don't see law enforcement lying or manipulating. Not only that, but Dylan Mortensen pretty much had an attorney from the beginning of this. An attorney. She was an attorney was representing her when she was being interrogated by law enforcement. And yes, she was interrogated by law enforcement. That's what they are required to do. When you, whether you're a witness or a suspect, if you're in a house or in an area where somebody is murdered, believe me, you are going to be interrogated. Interrogation is asking you a whole bunch of questions. It can be a mild interrogation. It can be a very intense interrogation. It really depends on whether you're holding back from law enforcement or they feel like you're holding back from law enforcement. Believe it or not, law enforcement meets. This is all they do. That's why I say whenever you go before a judge, like, these judges, I can guarantee you in law enforcement, every single person before a judge says they're not guilty, right? Everybody before a judge says they're. So going up there and telling a judge that you're not guilty ain't helping that judge, because every single 100 or 500 people before you told the judge the same thing, and 95% of them committed whatever they're being charged with. So it's not about just saying I didn't do it. It's about showing them you didn't do it, right? And so here is where, Dylan Mortensen is bringing an attorney in and saying, I didn't do this. And she's giving her very, very descriptive account of what took place. So I believe that everything related to Dylan Mortensen's stuff in this affidavit is going to be as true and correct, more so than maybe some of the other statements, because not only was it reviewed by law enforcement, it was reviewed by her attorney, it was reviewed by her. So there was a number of things that went along with her statements, because as we know, many of these people were interviewed multiple times. This was not a one and done type of interview. This is a multiple stage interview. They call people back, and especially if they find additional evidence, they may call somebody back and say, hey, what's this about? But they can't do it over the phone. They need you there because they need you under oath, or they need you, recorded on their video equipment. There's processes that they have to go through. We don't understand the processes, but those processes have been proven to help law enforcement gain these this type of stuff. So let's keep going. And she says she was frozen, shocked face. But, and many people said, oh, she was terrified. No, this does not sound like this girl was terrified. She closed the door. She locked the door. She made calls after that to the roommates, and she turned around and went to bed. Unfortunately, that's what happened. People try to speculate that she was frozen. She already says that she was in a frozen-like state. So you see something shocking. What do? Frozen-like stage. You're like, okay, shut the door, lock the door. You're out of that. You're out of that. It's only a split second. You're in that, shock phase. This is not a PSD. Now, if this guy was coming after her with the knife in his hand and she's like, and freezes, that is shock. That is shock when you can't move and you're literally allowing this knife to be plunged into you because you can't move. That is shock. Opening a door. Whenever she closed that door, that shock subsided. She was no longer frozen. By way of her closing that door, her shock frozen phase was gone when she shut the door. That's why I adamantly denied anybody that brought up that she was scared half to death and she was staying in her room shaking all night. That's not what happened. That is what somebody else is speculating happened. That's not what is being stated in this affidavit. That's not what's being stated in this affidavit at all. That's not even being remotely alleged in this affidavit that she is frozen in shock indefinitely. Nowhere in this affidavit does it say that. As a matter of fact, as soon as she shut that door, her frozen-like shock stage ceased to exist, because if she could not close that door, that means she was still in shock. By her action, she's no longer in shock. Now, concerned, yes, but shock, feared shock, PTSD type of shock, no. As soon as that door shut, that was gone. The combination of Dylan Mortenson's statements to law enforcement, review of forensic downloads of records from Dylan Mortenson. So here's another part that Dylan Mortenson's in. Review of forensic downloads of records. So, the defense is going to be privy to those downloaded records. So could that be what they're trying to get after, that may exonerate Brian Koberger? We don't know. But Bethany was in the house. So there's even no information is information, period. Even if she said, I didn't hear anything or do anything, that's still information that can help the case. So Dylan does have some records that have been downloaded. We know that the phone was seized. We know that they probably got all the downloaded records from that. DM's phone's video of the suspect, DM's phone, the video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. in the morning. During the process of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. Latent means not really seen by the visible eye. This was located during the second processing of the scene by the Idaho State Police forensic team by first using presumptive blood test and then amido black. So presumptive blood test typically is, we hear it. They're using Blue Star now. That seems like to be the standard, the industry standard at the moment. Blue Star. We definitely know that it's the stuff that blows up into blue whenever you remove the light source and put the black light on it. It's supposed to, lighten up in the blue color to show you that there is a presumption of blood. And then they follow by amido black, which is just another type of testing that can be done. And they said that the shoe had a diamond-shaped pattern on it, kind of similar to Vans. Where, like, if you grew up in my era, you know what Vans are. Everybody knows what Vans are. A little earlier, you know, you've got the All-Star, you know, those, oh, heck, I can't even remember. I grew up with them both, you know, all these different things. But Vans with the diamond-shaped pattern on there, they're saying that that's what they found as that latent shoe print just outside of Dylan Mortenson's door. So this is the path that Brian Kohberger took on his way out. And they're saying that this is outside of Dylan Mortenson's door, which corroborates her way of exiting. So again, if everything kind of happened on the second and third floor, I don't know what kind of information Bethany Funk really can have. I think she's just being used by the defense because she probably doesn't have a whole lot of information and can be easily swayed or manipulated because she doesn't have any information because she was so far out, you know, she wasn't on the second or third floor. She probably was just waking up to a bunch of chaos going on and didn't know where it all came from. We don't know. So as part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Rose residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspects' vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Rose residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous videos that were able, we've learned some information before we had all these gag orders and stuff in the case, that he had that he was caught on camera being in that area, making these 3-point turns and stuff like that. I do believe that they do have his driver's license or a portion of his driver's license on one of these videos. I can't be 100% certain for that, but that is my belief. And so DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Dylan Mortenson's statements to law enforcement, so let me just read this again. We need to start paying close attention to the language that's being written in these paragraphs. So it says it was the combination of DM's statements, Dylan Mortenson's statements to law enforcement, review of forensic download records from Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortenson's phone, and video of suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicide happened between 4 a.m. and 4:25 in the morning. So we're not hearing a whole lot about the statements Bethany Funk made. We are hearing that there is some digital evidence of some sort on her phone that they may have used, definitely used to determine the time of death. And they were able to close that window into a 25-minute window of a potential time of death. During processing the crime scene, and we talked about that the shoe print, the van-style shoe print, was on the outside of Dylan Mortenson's door, which is indicative and corroborating her statement that he walked past her door and out the sliding glass window. A review of the footage indicated that a white sedan, hereinafter referred to as suspect vehicle 1. Everybody's like, why is it being referred to as suspect vehicle 1? Well, we don't know how many suspects they were looking at before they started honing in on one suspect. There could be 5 different suspect vehicles car, but this is a probable cause affidavit for Brian Kohberger, not John Doe. You know what I'm saying? So it's not some other person. So they're not going to put any information that's irrelevant to Brian Kohberger except Brian Kohberger's information. And then this is where we learn about where he went, where he drove, how many times he was around the home, you know, how they mistaken the 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. I don't think that was a mistake. Many people, especially forensics, they know the body styles of these vehicles. They knew that could have stretched. They were doing that to throw him off, or before they knew who he was. But it's crazy because they had him identified as a potential person of interest ever since November 30th. And if you guys remember, when did I walk into town? November 28th. So 2 days after I was there, they had already started identifying Bryan Kohberger as a potential suspect in this case, unbeknownst to us, because they weren't letting us know that at the time. So there's the affidavit of probable cause from Brett Payne. Now, granted, we didn't go over all the places that they went. I wanted to show you guys that, but it's just you know, all the turns on the like Google Earth, so you guys could we could follow where he went and what all he did. But I'm finding that it's going to take, it's too time consuming. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. You would think, but at this point, I'd start taking my allergy pill again. And every now and again, I'll remember to take it, but for the most part, I forget to take it. But we know that, and I knew that was going to take, and then listen to this. I have access, I don't want to tell you guys what I have access to just yet, but I have access to videos. Now, granted, they're not from that night. But I have access to videos. So I figured it'd be kind of cool to be able to look at this stuff on Google Maps and then look at the videos. And it's just too time consuming. I don't have time to do that. So I'm going to see if is this really, like, I feel like this should have something on it. And it says webinar starting soon. So let me go back through here because I want to get this up and running. Oh, this allergies are just driving me nuts. But we don't really have anything up. So join the webinar. Yeah, and it just says it'll start soon. You're muted and you can't unmute yourself. That's fine. They can mute me. I don't want to unmute myself because I like talking too much. But we have about 45 minutes. I know we lost quite a bit from this morning because I was going to go to the meeting and I decided not to go to the meeting. They're probably going to see my cards and be calling me and wondering where I'm at today. And it's just like, you know. But I will be going and making my grievances heard tonight. I might have to end the live a little early or let it run at the end because I've got a meeting tonight that I have to go to. My county commissioner is actually speaking at an event, and I got some questions for her. Not too happy questions either. Usually my county, I didn't like Misty Servia, but I definitely love this particular county commissioner. So I'm hoping that she can explain to me what the heck's going on because I'm getting really upset with my county. That's all I can say. So for the next few minutes, guys, we've already been rolling almost 3 hours. We've got about another 50 minutes before we are going to be rolling into the trial. I'm going to put up a thing. I just need to take a little break. I need to get me something to eat. I'm starving. And then we'll just start rolling. Once I eat, we'll start rolling with the trial and getting all that up to date. But I really don't have a whole lot on Bryan Kohberger except the whole Bethany Funk information. But, and the driver's license. Like they said ID cards on the evidence list. They didn't say driver's license. So I'm curious what IDs, and again, it could be a school ID of one of the girls. If he did have something connecting them, but they're not being very clear. And they're not being very clear because they don't really have a source. They're fabricating their source because if they had the source, this would be cleared up and that would have been explained. They would have said, no, this is not driver's license. It's an ID. This is a school ID card. They would have been more specific than ID. They're going through all this stuff just like we are, and they're just trying to make a story work for them. And I understand it. That's what news is about. That's what news is about. I'm not dogging them on that. I'm just dogging them on the fact that they are not being forthcoming, and they should be explaining all aspects related to this ID and the fact that they don't know that this is connected to any of the girls or any victim in the King Road resident home. And anyways, I need to blow my nose. I need to take an allergy pill. I need to freshen up my coffee. And so we'll be back here in about 20 minutes. If you guys want to stick around and watch the trial, please do. We always enjoy trial day because we get to hang out with each other and chat. And a lot of people enjoy being in the chat room on trial days. It's a very long day for us, but it's good. We learn a lot about these cases, and this is valuable information that we're able to use from case to case to understand the disposition of the cases and understand what processes happen in each of these types of cases. But until then, guys, I'm going to take a break, a 15-20-minute break, and then we'll be back. I'm not turning on any music because it's too hard for me to manage all that while I'm taking my own personal breaks. So you guys just got to sit tight, and I'm sorry, you guys are going to be bored for about 20 minutes. So I love you. Go find something to do for 20 minutes and come right back out here. All right, talk to you soon. All right, we're almost done with the coffee. We're almost done with the coffee. And I'm eating now, and then we'll get started soon. And we have an update on the Tampa case. Remember the girl that was DoorDash delivery, and once she went to the hotel, she was kidnapped and taken and made to drive the assailant to an apartment complex where she was assaulted sexually and just assaulted. Well, she had her ear pods in, so her friend was hearing everything going on, so she was alerting law enforcement and police. Well, the guy has been charged with the crime. The guy has been charged with the crime. They did find him, and it's a 38-year-old. His name is, let's see, after a days-long manhunt, 30 who kidnapped a DoorDash driver at gunpoint, sexually battered her and shot at someone trying to save her. I heard he shot at the police. On April 18th at approximately 11 p.m., a woman tried to make a DoorDash delivery to a residence inn on a West Boy Scout Boulevard when a man armed with a gun forced her back into her car. Police identified the victim as a Hispanic woman in her early 20s. The victim, who remained unnamed, reportedly had her AirPods in her ears and was on the phone with her girlfriend When the man approached her, the victim's family called police and officers went to the resident inn to investigate. Police said the suspect made the victim drive to Valera Lake Apartments. When he got there, he allegedly sexually battered her. The victim's family arrived at the apartment complex to rescue her from the car. The suspect allegedly shot at her family and hit one of the girlfriend's relatives, a woman in her 20s. Both women went to the nearby hospital without life-threatening injuries. On April 22nd, here it is. Oh my God, listen to this guy's last name. Joseph Killens, Killins. Joseph Killens was announced officers arrested him on the connection of the attack and the robbery of April 19th, according to Tampa Police Department. April 19th, Killens allegedly threw a Hispanic woman in her 40s to the ground and punched her and stole her backpack at the Valera Lake Apartments complex. Witnesses reportedly saw him running toward Haven Edgewater's apartments. Police arrested Killens at Tampa Inn. Tampa police said they recovered evidence related to the alleged kidnapping, and he disclosed details that were specific to the crime that occurred on April 18th. Excuse me with the hiccups. So he's been taken into custody for armed kidnapping, robbery with a firearm, armed sexual battery, aggravated battery with a weapon in connection with the DoorDash driver incident. I don't think this guy's going to get away for a very, very, very long time. All right, I can turn the cameras back on. I got my coffee in hand. And actually, let me use the little girls' room real quick, and then we'll be back live. I'll use the little girls' room. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What? Hey guys, I'm back. I hope you guys had a great breakfast, break. We're getting geared up we got about 29 more minutes before this case is going to go on. Now, tomorrow's live is going to be much later than today's because again, I have my segments and I have all this stuff kind of scheduled out, and I know how long it's going to take me to talk, but it's hard to talk for a solid 4 or 5 hours about certain stuff. I mean, it really is. I guess I could. I mean, I've done it before, but it just gets harder and harder to come up with enough stuff to discuss. But tomorrow, the case is probably there's a front moving into Colorado. It sounds like there's going to be some really horrible weather in the area. They're concerned about roads being closed. They want to make sure that the jury can make it to the hearing. So it's kind of like right now they're already, they have to plan for this. They have to plan that there may be some traffic delays and stuff like that. So it sounds like it is the propensity of this judge to want to delay the start of the trial on Wednesday to 10:30 as opposed to 9, which means that would be 10:30. So it'd be 12:30 Eastern Standard Time before that hearing starts on Wednesday. So we're anticipating some delays tomorrow. So we're going to be starting our live probably around 8:30, maybe 9:30. And then that'll be enough time to get us up to 12:30 for the trial to start. And I can find enough stuff to discuss because we got so many cases going on. We can find enough to discuss and to fill a 3-hour segment on the Bullhorn Betty channel. That's not going to be a problem. It's just today I started it, and I knew better. I knew when I started this, I should have pushed it, but I was going to be going to my meeting. So I wanted to start this early so I could get off to my meeting. And then by the time I got done with my first morning segment, I realized it was already after 9, and I was kind of debating whether I wanted to go to this county meeting. I may actually go this afternoon because that's really where I wanted to speak. I mean, I do want to speak for our future agenda because I'm being blocked on my phones. So I'm just going to have to, just annoy the crap out of the county commission. You would think that they would want to have me on the phone as opposed to being there in person. But apparently they like me there in person. They like my bright, shining attitude. So now I've got to work on making them so frustrated with me that they want me to have the phones instead of being at the podium. So that's what I'm going to work on. I'm going to be the pimple on the butt of my own politicians. That's what I'm going to work for. I have an agenda here. I need to get the phones turned back on. So what am I going to do? I'm going to throw a hissy fit every time I go into the county meeting until they say, okay, we're going to turn the phones back on. So I don't have to keep going to the county meetings. Like everybody, like this, people have work. They got jobs. They got livelihoods. We don't have time just to stop. And that's what it is. I used to be full-time with politics. So it's like, they always expected me there in person. I never really cared about the phones because even when they, by the way, I just shot, if you guys could see this, like the garbage can's like clear over by the TV. And I just took my snotty rag and I tossed it. It went into the freaking garbage can. All those years of basketball, they do pay off when you're an adult. They do pay off when you're an adult. What else? I don't know. But I'm not sure what we're going to do with the whole Koberger thing. But you know what? We're going to start working on that. I'm going to start getting out stuff together. If anybody knows anybody that lives out in Moscow, Idaho, that would be willing to talk to me. If you guys have connections, I know a lot of the people here, they do their own, stuff of reaching out to people that are involved in cases and kind of getting, the back door open and getting some insight. If any of you are working on anything like that and you guys need snap bombs, and you guys need, you guys can help me find somebody. I'd like to, because I'm going to be in Moscow, Idaho, all by myself, and I would prefer having at least somebody that I know out there. So if you guys have any contacts with anybody in Moscow, Idaho, that would be really, really beneficial for me. I'd really greatly appreciate it. But I am going to be going in June. I'm going to start working on, I know we had some money come in. Thank you all that are contributing to the trip for June. I really do appreciate it. You don't know how much. I think everybody on this channel is going to appreciate this. But we're going to go out there and do it. But I still want to, I'll go solo. It's not a big deal. I'll go solo. I just, you got to remember, I'm not going to be in my car. I'm not going to be in my home. I'm going to be thousands of miles away. So again, if anybody knows anybody in and around Moscow, even if it's not in Moscow directly, but in and around, let me know if somebody can hang out. That would be great. That would really be great. It would really help me out a lot. So what do we got here? Good morning, Mom. Mama Llama. I can't even speak today. I'm so sorry. I'm so tongue-tied right now. Slid right back in. It's so funny because we were like, I was ready to walk out the door at 10 after 9. And here I am, 20 to 11. And I'm still sitting here right in the same spot. We need to find another case. I've got to get out of this house. I got to go do something productive. I just don't feel like it's like when I work from home, I don't feel productive. I don't feel like I'm doing any good. I don't feel like I'm helping. I don't understand how these people enjoy sitting at home and covering these cases. I just don't understand how they enjoy that. Like, I want to be out there. I want to help. I don't want to be here. There's too many people that need help. Once we help everybody and we want to have a discussion, we can, but I don't know. I don't know if I said good morning to you or not. So Sonia is saying hi. I'm also saying hi. So everybody that's joining us, hello. I don't know if you guys have been here from the beginning. We had about 400 people in the chat, and then I decided we were going to just let this thing roll for 2 hours for the trial, and I was going to go on about my day and head off to the county. But quite frankly, I feel like I got lead in my butt. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to be here for the trial. I need to start getting out of the house. So I think I'm going to start doing some workouts in the evening. I've got the gym membership and stuff like that. And I also want to start going out to the beach at least 3 times a week. So I'm going to start doing some things that's going to start improving my life. So I feel like some days I'm just clogged in this house. I do so much research, but a lot of the research I do, I'm doing sitting down on my phone, all this other stuff. I could be out getting some fresh air in an environment that makes me more at peace than sitting here in this house all by myself, all alone, every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I'm just going to start enlightening my horizons and brightening up my life. And I hope everybody does the same. And I'll probably record it because we lead by example, right? We lead by example. But right now, Bullhorn Betty needs to lose some weight. So the gym is calling my name. The gym is calling my name. I'm probably about 15 pounds heavier than I was this time last year. That's bad. 15 pounds. Maybe not that much, but pretty close. Depends on what day. It depends on whether I eat a donut or not. Those days I eat a donut, I'm like an extra pounder. How does a small little 2-ounce donut add 3 pounds to the waistline? Like, the sucker doesn't even weigh that much. How in the world is it adding that much poundage to our waistline? Somebody explain that to me, because I have weighed a donut, and you would think your body, you put amount in, there should be an amount that is expelled. So explain to me. Thank you. I am Team Summer. So explain to me how a donut that weighs 2 ounces can add 3 pounds to your waistline. I'm waiting. Heck, even the pound of ice cream, that's 16 ounces. So you would presume that if you ate the entire bucket of ice cream, you would be 1 pound heavier. Explain to me how you got 10 pounds on you for 1 pound of consumption. I think the government has lied to us. No. Conspiracy Betty. Conspiracy Betty. It's called getting older, Betty. Oh, no! I don't like hearing that. Come on. I know. I looked at myself and I'm like, I still feel young. I still feel like I feel when I'm like 18 or 19, but I know I've had to age. Even though I don't see the age in me, I don't know if anybody else is like that. I know I'm 43. I know I've got to look somewhere near 43 years old, right? And I keep remembering what my mom looked like at 43. That was when she had my sister, my little sister. And I remember my mommy looking young too. And I'm starting to get some wrinkles. I'm starting to get some saggage, like, come on. I don't like this old crap. I want to be a young 20-something-year-old. Can I just split myself in half? Can I just be like a identical twin? Can I have two 20-year-old me's? Actually, I'd be 21-year-old me's, 21-and-a-half-year-old me's. I need 2 of those, please. I've walked 8,700 steps. Oh, GCA. That just reminded me. I need to go get my Fitbit on. I used to do 1,000 steps. I used to do 1,000 steps before I even started my day. Uh-oh. Does anybody know why the face of my watch keeps changing? I keep changing it back, but it's like, I gotta keep, like, now it's on this weird watch face. See, it's got the big numbers. I don't like that. I like the one that has the weather and all the good stuff on it. But it's like almost daily I change this. I change this back, and it keeps dropping my device. What the heck? What the heck? I only put it on the charger long enough to get a shower this morning. Shouldn't have reset it. It looks like it reset my phone. And it takes my sleep off. So that means my phone's not reset. So irritating. So I guess it's just, it stayed set up for a really long time, but now this is like the third time I've set this thing up on my phone. It keeps dropping my maybe I don't have a Versa 4. What kind of watch do I have? Does it say on the front, the back, or anything? I can't even read. My eyesight's getting so bad. I can't even read this stuff anymore. I don't know what I bought. I don't know if it's a 4 or a 5. Maybe I'm setting the wrong app. Maybe I'm setting the wrong one up. Maybe it's a 3, not a 4. I don't even know where I purchased it from. I don't know if I got it off of Amazon or if I got it off of eBay. Like, I'm just like an idiot right now. I don't know what the heck I got. Well, it doesn't look like, I must have got it off of eBay. Does anybody have that problem with Fitbit? Who has a Fitbit in here? Who has a Fitbit in here? Let's see. Come on. Come on. There it is. There's the problem. It's a Versa 5. I've been setting it up as a Versa 4. And it's a Versa 5. So maybe that'll fix my problem. Maybe if I set up the right one. No, I guess it is the 4. It said, I thought it said 5. Okay. All right, guys, I'm done playing with my phone. Sorry, you guys are talking about 10,000 or 8,700 steps, and I'm thinking, and I went to go look at my thing, and it doesn't even tell me my steps. It's all messed up. It just won't stay synced. Every time I come in here, it drops my my watch from the app, from the Fitbit app. And then I got to go and set the whole thing up again. And now I can't keep track. So it's like every time I put it on the charger, somehow it resets itself. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. And the Versa Charge, this looks like a 3. This doesn't look as nice as that. Let me try a different one. Let me try a Versa 3. I don't know which one I have. I really don't. Maybe a 2? Does that look like it? Let's go to the 3. No, I think it looks like a 2 more than a 3. That looks more like it. There it is. I found it. I had the wrong one set up. That's what it was. I had the wrong one set up. Why not Olivia? What does it say? Does she go with you? I don't know what's going on. I haven't really talked to Olivia since we came back from our last trip, to be honest with you. She went on some kind of trip somewhere to do something or other. And, we just kind of lost track of each other. I used to, what's wrong with it? Oh, nothing. It's not staying synced to my app is the problem. That's the only problem. It's just not staying synced to my app. It keeps dropping. So like every few days, I got to reset the product that I have with the app so it can, because the app is what puts all the information in understandable, order. So you have your steps, you have your exercise, you have your sleep pattern, you have all that. But every time I go in there, like every time I pick up this and I find the face is not the face that I set on it, then I realize that it's reset itself somewhere. And then I go to the app and I find out the watch itself is fully removed from my app. It's like as if it didn't exist. And then I set it up again and it'll work for 2 days until I stick it on the charger. And as soon as I stick it on the charger, it drops off the app again. So hopefully this will be the last time I have to set it up. We'll see. I don't know, but it's driving me nuts because I hate having to constantly set it up every, because it takes a half an hour to set this stuff up on your phone. So we are down to, we've got about 13 more minutes before, let me turn this off and turn my thing off because I'm about to blow my nose. issues I have this morning. It's Tuesday, and to me, it feels like a Monday. Monday felt like Monday felt like a Friday. I don't know. Yesterday didn't seem so bad. I think it's because we got to leave the trial early. Like the judge is like, well, we're having problems with witnesses. The timing, we're moving along a lot quicker. But the defense isn't really doing anything. They're not really cross-examining these witnesses. They ask one or two questions. I mean, this lady's in Letecia Stauch is being tried, for a murder of an 11-year-old child, and the defense is barely even kicking up a fuss. And so I kept thinking that was odd, but then when I was looking at the case, I'm like, wait a minute. She's already admitted to killing the kid. So they're not going to be fighting over the manner of death. I mean, it's clear. It's clear that he was bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot. It was clear. But it was overkill. And I think that the defense is going to capitalize of the overkill aspect of it, because it might play into her defense of her being insane at the time. Now, the judge yesterday talked to the defense about putting in their I can't remember the name of it. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but it's one of those things that I just can't seem to spit out of my mouth. But it is their what they're going to put forward as basically their defense of the case. Their can't remember the word they use. I don't know why it's like right there on the tip of my tongue, but I can't spit it out. It's where that the defense needs to tell the judge, what their defenses are, basically. I mean, what are they going to be alleging here? God, it's not motive. What am I can't think of it. It's, oh, jeez. This is going to drive me nuts. Somebody help me out here. It's where they have to tell that's what Alex Murdaugh had to do. They filed this paper that tells the the court and the state what their theory of the case is, what they're saying happened. And I can't remember. It's not motive. It's just not coming to me, and it's driving me absolutely nuts. It's not the jury instructions. No, it's when the defense has to proffer documents to the court saying what their strategy basically is going to be when the defense takes over, because they got to find, they're basically saying the defendant is not guilty. For whatever reason, to make it easy, we're just going to say not guilty. They have to put a statement together. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to go back to yesterday, and I'm going to go to the end and listen to it, because it's going to drive me nuts, because it's on the tip of my tongue, and I literally, for the life of me, can't spit it out. And I don't know why. And it's driving me absolutely insane. And it's going to continue to drive me absolutely insane. No, it's my live yesterday, and it's at the end. So I'm going to go straight to the end of the live yesterday. All right, here we go. We're going to get to it. Okay, so here the jury's leaving now. Let me just watch this real quick, and I'll be able to tell you. Jeez, I can't believe I cannot think of it. Sorry, guys. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I'm listening to my. I'm still watching it. Just give me a second. Give me a second. It hasn't gotten there yet. I'm still listening. I was really at the very end of this. Oh, I must have missed it. Hold on. Must have been at the very beginning.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the
We're
jury's
here.
not present
We're
in the
not going to be able to
courtroom.
listen to it.
Um,
I'll have to find it, but I can't remember. It's the
Defense said
intent.
he had an
Like
opportunity
their
to look at the issues
defense.
regarding exhibits 229 and 238.
I have. I think they were. My recollection, they were
Admitted, so there's no objection to them.
Your Honor,
Oh, go ahead.
Your Honor, I was able to clarify.
Okay.
Exhibit 229 was not admitted because Detective Brian Rogers admitted Exhibit 716.
Okay.
It was a cellular telephone extraction.
Okay.
That should be on the record.
That one I think is the
Your Honor, it's
716.
usually a duplicate, but really it should be Exhibit 716.
Oh, and I have that. I knew the data extraction had come in, and it was admitted as 716 because that was not a pre-numbered exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. And then to be clear, Exhibit 238.
Is the ticket from the airport?
Yes.
And I recall that being in, and there's not an objection to 238. Okay, 238 is admitted. 230 or 229 is not, because it's actually 716.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And other than that, it looks like we're all in agreement. So that's pretty good after 49 pages of exhibits. So
Every once in a while we get lucky.
every once in a while, got to take it when you can get it. Okay. Is there anything that we need to address prior to bringing the jury in prosecution?
I don't believe so, Judge.
There is one thing, Your
Oh.
Honor, I apologize.
Mr. Young?
We're going to start calling some mental health experts as early as this morning after this first witness.
Okay.
I just think it might be appropriate for the court to instruct the jury that their evidence is being presented solely for the purposes of the insanity issue. Because I don't plan on getting into physical evidence of the guilt versus not guilty aspect of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm not sure that I would give a specific instruction on it, though.
I just throw it out there for the defense.
I would request the instruction, I think, because the evidence, especially the statements of Ms. Stauch, are used only for the sanity. It's almost like a 404B instructions, based upon the case on so forth as unitary trial. Her statement made to mental health professional only go towards her sanity, not towards some case. That's what my position, so I do take the instructions.
And in addition, Your Honor, I did get a chance to talk to Mr. Tolini this morning. Some of the witnesses are going to be talking about the competency evaluations, which clearly would go to the issue of insanity. And I think that would further elaborate the need to instruct the jury for the limited purposes of
I am not familiar with a stock instruction on that. We've had unity trials for a number of years now. Anybody have one?
I just would think that if the court said, you know, I'll paraphrase, that the evidence you're about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone, or words to that effect. Is it?
That would be my request.
So something simple like that would be fine.
All right, so the evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone.
Sounds great.
Defense. You're gonna have to give me a heads up as to when I need to give that.
It'll be before our second witness this
Okay.
morning, Dr. Christine Moore. And
Okay.
Dr. Grimmett will probably be on, I don't know, we'll get to her in the morning, but at 1:30, I would guess.
Okay. All right, we can do that. Is the anticipation that we're gonna be all day with evidence?
Well, we've got 3 witnesses lined up, Judge. It'll just depend on how long each one
Okay.
takes.
The only reason I ask is I'm trying to get I sent an email to Judge Bain and Scott Sosby about possible weather delay. So if we have something, I may know about it beforehand, but if we don't have a full afternoon, I doubt they'll have an answer. And they may not have an answer even if we go to 5. So
Yeah, so just context wise, there's typically when we know there's a big storm coming in, there's a phone call that happens usually 4 a.m. of the morning of the storm.
Right.
That I actually participate in as well. And I haven't seen any notification of that yet. If I see that, I'll let you know as well.
Okay.
But the updated projections looks like it's going to be only in northern El Paso County, although the snow totals that I've seen have increased up from 6 to 14 inches now, as opposed to I think it was 6 to 12 maybe yesterday.
Right.
So it sounds like potential for more snow, but more northern El Paso County.
Yeah, I know the county does county maintenance does a phone call about 9 o'clock at night, and then Judge Bain is on the phone. It's 4 or 5 in the morning.
It's usually 4 a.m. Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
And Judge, while this next witness is on the stand, I'll be running the projection from the podium here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll get a show of hands and see where we are at the
Sorry, I'm gonna listen to this.
All rise for the jury, please.
I'm never going to get to whatever it was that I can't for the life of me think of what it is that they have to. It's like their defense, but I can't remember what it's called. It's literally driving me nuts. Until this jury gets there, I'm going to keep listening.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. Prosecution, calling next.
No,
witness,
there's
please.
a form that needs to be filed in the court before it turns over to
Last
the
name?
defense
Hoyland?
counsel, the defense
Hoyland.
case.
Mr. Hoyland, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Everybody's done that.
I know. It's a habit.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kevin, Kevin, Hoyland, Hoyland.
Where are you employed by, sir?
The FBI.
What is your job title or assignment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI, assigned full-time to the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
How long have you been in that role?
Full-time with them in that role since 2019. Prior to that, in 2016, I became a certified member of the CAST team, where I still handled investigations like you would think a traditional agent does. And then I did the CAST work on the side as an ancillary duty, no different than evidence response or SWAT team duties.
So when you say the cast team, you go around putting casts on people's broken limbs?
No. The Cellular Analysis Survey Team is a specialized group of investigators responsible for analyzing phone records provided by the phone companies to understand the general location of where a device was historically when it had made calls or texts.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do that?
Do you mean the training to?
Sure, yeah.
So the training that I went through and everybody goes through to become certified in CAST at the time was approximately 400 hours of specific classroom instruction. That instruction came from other FBI agents, other government entities, vendors in the cellular industry. And then most importantly, CAST receives training directly from the phone companies themselves. So legal compliance, engineers from all of the major companies come to train us, come to our certification to educate us on how their network specifically works. And to my knowledge, CAST is the only unit in the country to receive training directly from those phone providers.
When you say vendors, who do you mean by that?
Companies that design tools that the carriers may use in their networks. That's primary.
Okay. And then you said companies and carriers. Are you talking about companies like AT&T, Verizon, those kind of companies?
Exactly. At the time when I went through certification, Sprint still existed, US Cellular. So all of the major providers send their engineers and subpoena compliance folks.
So what does that training look like when you get that information directly from the companies themselves?
Well, it's unique, and again, in the sense that we're the only group, to my knowledge, to receive training from them. But it's great in the sense that it allows us to formulate really close and strong relationships with the phone companies. So we know their networks inside and out. And so when we see something amiss or askew in records that we receive, we have folks that we can reach out to, bless you, and, engineers that can help us, problem solve or troubleshoot something that might be unique in a set of records.
When you say that you receive records from those companies, what kind of records are we talking about?
The records that I'm referring to are call detail records. So it's really no different than a billing file or billing statements you may have received in the past. It says who called who, when that call occurred, how long it lasted. And then most importantly, the information that we receive pursuant to search warrants includes the cell tower and sector that was utilized. So that's the piece that's really important to us, because that allows us, when we marry up that cell tower with its physical location on Earth, allows us to formulate an opinion as to the general location of where a device had to have been to use that particular tower.
How many people are in the CAST or on the CAST team?
Now there's approximately 80 of us, 60 field assets, as they're called, where they split their time working in traditional cases, and then approximately 20 of us like myself who do it full time now.
What do we mean when we talk about historical cell site analysis?
So historical cell site analysis is a little bit of what I just mentioned. It's taking these records that your phone and network have generated and mapping out the information to, again, formulate an opinion as to where the phone would have generally have been to utilize a particular tower and sector. And there's hundreds of thousands of towers across the US. Each transaction that we see shows the tower that it used. So out of those hundreds of thousands of towers, it only used one, right? And that tower's only located in one spot. So by looking at how networks are configured and where the other towers are, it allows us to be able to, again, formulate that opinion.
So when you say that you get specialized training due to your assignment to the CAST team, and I know I keep saying CAST and then team, that's a little bit redundant, right?
It is, and I do the same thing.
Okay.
Right? We're technically a unit now. We've grown so much that we're now considered a unit with the
Okay.
FBI.
Well, then I'll say CAST unit.
Sure.
All right. What kind of training do you get regarding cell phones themselves?
Regarding the devices?
Yes.
So we don't necessarily partake in the forensic analysis of phones. So when you think of dumping a phone or extracting information from that device, that doesn't fall into our team's purview. But we definitely utilize all that information. Our team is called upon whenever there's a kidnapped child, or we need to locate a fugitive, or try and identify crime scenes that maybe were not known to investigators. There's the phone data from the phone companies. There's the phone data from a phone itself. And then there's a litany of other geolocation data sets from other companies that sort of fall into our bucket of trying to figure out where a phone was at a time.
Can you describe, in a general sense, first of all, is a cell phone essentially a small handheld radio?
That's exactly what it is. So while your phone is on in your pocket or purse or wherever, it's constantly scanning its environment, and it's looking for cell towers associated with your carrier that it sees, and takes measurements of the signal strengths from those towers. And this is going on in the background, and it's constantly ranking which tower and sector is a side of a tower, that it sees as best. So that when you hit send on your phone, your call goes out to that tower that your phone saw as best at that moment in time. That's what gets logged in those call detail records. We see that tower's identifier with that timestamp. After that happens, network takes over, and it can move your phone around to other towers in the area that might provide service that still are functional. But at that moment, when you hit send, or when a call comes in or a text, your phone is making that determination.
What about giving the jury a description of cellular technology?
Sure. So I won't bore you with a history lesson, but I think most people have seen commercials lately. We're now in 5G. That's the newest technology. Each increment in technology expands the capacity in terms of how much data can be transferred from a phone to a tower at a particular time. But with that expansion, the offset to that is the towers themselves can't cover as far. They can't penetrate buildings as well. The radio frequency that's utilized just doesn't allow for that. So in this particular case, we were looking primarily at most of the towers were 4G. I believe there was a handful of 3G towers. But at the end of the day, that's just the generation of technology. Your phone is using radio frequency to talk to the tower, and that's sort of what's going on.
Okay. How do you go about analyzing call detail records, the information you get from the phone companies?
Well, first thing we do is make sure we got all the files that we would expect from each particular company. And then based on information provided to me from investigators who are actually working the case, locations of interest, dates and times of interest, I would begin to map out that data, look at where those cell towers are located, which cell towers that phone utilized at the times, again, listed in the records, and begin to put the pieces together as to what was going on with that particular device.
Okay. How many separate cases have you worked on where you've had to help the investigation determine location of cell phones?
Oh gosh, cases, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I don't keep a list of all the cases I've worked, because a lot of the times it's sort of like a one-off. A local investigator will call and say, "Hey, I got a set of data. Can you help me just understand what's going on?" And that would be considered a case, but I wouldn't necessarily have done a product for it per se. It might be a one-off assistance kind of thing.
Okay. Do you go through any sort of validation of your analysis of this information?
Yes. So before any report is provided, any final report is provided, we go through a peer review process. So I send all the records that I received, that I utilized in my analysis, a copy of my draft report to another CAST person, and all the dates and times, all the information pertinent to my analysis. That CAST asset would then essentially recreate my analysis. He or she would go through and look at all the same records, make sure that everything makes sense, that all the towers are correct, all the directions that sectors face are correct. Obviously, quality control and spelling and stuff like that. But it's a robust peer review process that all the reports go through. After that, he or she and I would then discuss any differences, right, and resolve those before it gets finalized.
Okay. Have you used this type of data to, you mentioned sometimes you'll be asked to look for fugitives or missing persons, kidnapped people. Have you actually used this information to locate people like that?
Yes, I have, many times. And that's sort of the bread and butter of what CAS does. As I mentioned, when a kid goes missing in the middle of the night, oftentimes our unit's the one who gets the call to go help locate devices associated with whatever child is missing.
When you're saying that you're finding persons this way, the data that you actually look at, the call detail records, does it really just go to a particular phone, not a particular person necessarily?
Correct. So the records never say that, so-and-so is holding a phone at a particular time. It just says that this phone number had activity, right? So I can never say that a particular phone is being held by a certain person at a certain time. But we know that the phone had activity because that's what the network had logged.
In today's day and age, is it very common for people to carry around cell phones with them almost everywhere they go?
Yeah, I have two.
Okay. Do you have them both on you right now?
I take them off when I go on the stand. They're in the bag.
Have you trained others in this technology?
Yes, I've led formal training and classroom instruction to over 500 state, local, federal, and international law enforcement partners, and then countless sort of informal trainings at conferences and so forth over the years.
Yeah. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
36 trials as of yesterday morning in Phoenix.
Okay. So you were just in Phoenix testifying yesterday?
Yes.
How many jurisdictions have you testified as an expert in?
Federally, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. At the state level, Colorado, Arizona, Wyoming, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Nebraska, North Carolina. There might be another couple in there.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. At this time, I would move to qualify Special Agent Hoyland as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation.
No objection. Witness will be so qualified.
Special Agent Hoyland, the case that we've been hearing evidence on is regarding investigation to Gain and Stauch's disappearance. How did you become involved in this case?
At the time, I was assigned to FBI Denver's office in the Fort Collins RA, doing the same cast work. And I don't remember who specifically reached out to me, but somebody from the Colorado Springs office reached out about the investigation and asked for my assistance.
When you get asked to assist on an investigation, is it typical for you to get sort of a briefing of the case?
Yes.
What about specific locations of interest? Do you get that as well?
Yes, and I sort of need that because there's the data that we get from the phone companies is often quite voluminous, right? So I need a place to start.
Okay. Did you get those sorts of pieces of information in this case?
I did.
On the desk in front of you is People's Exhibit 293, which in the folder itself is page 1, your cover page of your report, and then pages 9 through 60. Pulled out separately is People's Exhibits 2 through 8. In total, is that your report that you prepared for this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to the work that you performed in this case?
It is.
As far as People's Exhibits 2 through 8, which are pulled out, we intend to use those for demonstrative exhibits. What are those generally?
So 2 through 8 in this case is sort of our or my boilerplate slides that go into, again, how networks are designed, how phones work, and also I show examples of what the phone records look like from the different carriers.
And does it also provide some educational basis to understand how cell phones and towers interact with each other and that kind of thing?
Yes, exactly.
And then as far as your cover page and then 9 through 60 inside the binder, what are those?
So 9 through 60 are going to be all the substantive slides that I put together, which highlight, devices of travel over a period of time, locations of interest, etc.
Okay. As it relates to that portion of your report that's in the binder, is it a fair and accurate representation of the geolocation work and cellular historical cell site analysis and cellular technology work that you did in this case?
It is.
Now, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 293, which is his cover page of his report, and then pages 9 through 60, which is the maps that he prepared in this case.
Exhibit 2, and that's a cumulative, right? All of that's in 293.
Yes, it's in one binder, yes.
All right. Exhibit 293 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And then as far as publishing this to the jury judge, I do think it'll be helpful to have Mr. Hoyland go over 2 through 8 pages as demonstrative exhibits just to augment his testimony.
All right, that's fine.
And then we'll just need the TVs turned on and running from here, Judge. Thank you. So describe what we're looking at as far as on this cover page. What does this page tell us?
Just the old cover slide here talks about the case numbers, both the FBI and El Paso County ones. The date of my report was finalized in January of 21, and that it's just related to the Stauch homicide.
Okay, page 2. What does page 2 tell us?
So page 2 is sort of the beginning of some of the boilerplate slides. This is a brief overview of the investigative information, the purpose of the analysis, which again was just, as sort of discussed, I was called upon to help with the phones to try and identify where Gannon was located. And then the methodology. So briefly, I touched on that. Phones connect to towers, and that radio frequency is what is used to exchange that information from the phone to the tower. Based on the locations of those towers, which are provided by the phone companies, we can map all that out and start to see which, the locations of where towers were utilized to inform an opinion as to the general location of a device at that time.
Okay. Judge, it may be helpful. Would you mind if I turn off the ring lights? Just so.
That's fine there.
Yeah.
The 2 green dots.
Just so there's a little less glare on the. Special Agent Hoyland, to the very bottom, there's a note that says all times you're in are in the local time zone. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Sure. So all phone companies provide their records in a different time zone, which is somewhat annoying. And so in this case, we have multiple phones from multiple carriers. All the data here has been normalized. So it's an all apples to apples comparison. So anytime that you see on a map, on subsequent maps, will be that time, not any sort of time that the phone company had provided the records. And because my analysis stretches a good chunk of the US and we go from multiple time zones, just know that that is, again, always local to whatever location of the map we're looking at that time.
So if we're looking at a map that shows central time zone, it'll be local time for that central time zone.
Correct.
Okay. We're on page 3 now of your report, and this is still a demonstrative slide. Tell the jury what we're looking at in slide 3.
Sure. So similar again to what was mentioned, your phone's always looking for the tower that has the best signal, right? It's always scanning that in the background so that it's ready to go when a message comes in or you need to place a call. And that's, again, what gets logged in those call detail records. One thing to note, though, is that your phone's not always going to use the closest tower, right? It's going to use the tower it sees as best. So cleanest, clearest, and just generally best signal. So one way to think about that is imagine you're in an office building and you're standing at a window and you see a cell tower, your phone sees a cell tower a mile away. There's no obstructions, clear line of sight. Now, on the other side of that office building, maybe a half mile away, there might be another cell tower your phone sees. Your phone may choose that tower that's a little bit farther away because it provides a better signal. The radio frequency from that tower to your phone and from your phone back won't have to penetrate the rest of that office building, the concrete, the rebar, the steel, just to get out to reach that tower that's a little bit closer. So something to just keep in mind, I guess, when looking at the analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 4. What does this one tell us?
As part of this, we also did what's known as a drive test or an RF survey. And that is gear that we have that is standard in the cellular industry that allows us to go out and measure the cell signal strengths in different spots based on antennas we have on our car and a GPS puck. And so from that, we can begin to draw the estimated boundaries of where a tower's coverage area would begin and end, and where a different tower's coverage area would start. So in a couple of slides in my report, that type of analysis is shown.
So does this mean that you're physically driving out to these locations to test the signal strength essentially from a tower?
In this case, I didn't specifically do it. I was tied up with some other stuff, so somebody else did the driving. The gear is ours. The data comes back to our server, and I analyzed it. But yes, it's a lot of right turns. You're just driving all around.
Okay. We're now on page 5 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is a slide to help you understand the concept of sectors. So as I mentioned before, not only do we receive information about which cell tower was utilized, but we also get information about the sector. So if you think of a cell tower as a 360-degree circle, most towers are broken up into 3 sectors. Not all, but most. And so each sector, if you divide 360 by 3, each sector would cover approximately 120 degrees. Where this becomes helpful for us is, imagine behind me, the phone was utilizing that tower. I guess I don't have a laser pointer, but the one at the top, sector 1.
There's actually an extender pointer up there, an old school pointer, telescoping. Even though you're talking about technology,
Old school
we like
indeed.
the old school method.
Yeah. So that one. So imagine a phone's using that tower and sector. Well, we know that the phone is not going to be down here, right? Because it would choose that sector. And it wouldn't be down here because it would choose that sector, right? So it helps us better narrow down the location or general location of a device relative to that tower. And again, all of this information is provided by the phone companies. They're the ones who decide which direction these towers face, because they don't all face 0, 120, and 240. Each sector can face however they want to configure it. But it's this additional information that really helps us narrow down on our analysis.
On page 6 of the demonstrative exhibits, tell the jury what's depicted here.
Sure. The big takeaway on this one is this pie wedge looking thing up on the top. That is how we reflect the sector that was utilized for a tower or for a phone when it utilized a tower and sector. So you'll see that sort of pie wedge shape all over my reports. The other thing that's important on this is don't mistake that little yellow filled in area as the coverage area. That's not what it is. It's merely to help you understand the direction that pie wedge faces.
Okay. Now we're on page 7. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So in this case, this slide, this is just an example of some Verizon call detail records. As I had mentioned before, these are really just billing statements, right? It just shows your phone's activity. But off to the right, you start to see, and I guess I'll keep going back to the pointy thing. You got your cell sites listed there. And it shows first serving cell site, first serving cell face. So that's the cell number that Verizon assigned to the tower utilized. And then the cell face, 1, 2, 3, sometimes it's 4, 5, 6. But nonetheless, that's the information that we take. And then we marry that up with a tower list from Verizon. So Verizon says, here's where all of our towers are by the numbers given here. So we can go ahead and take the latitude and longitudes. For in this case, first serving cell site 285. We could go to that tower list and say, oh, 285. Well, that is right here on the Earth. It used sector 3. Oh, sector 3 faces southwest. Okay, well, we know that the phone was generally southwest of that tower at that point, that moment in time. Yeah.
Is it common that, say, I get on a call outside of the courthouse here this morning and I walk down Tejon for a couple of miles? Would it be common for my phone to switch towers while I'm on that call?
Yes, your phone should at least hand off to other towers. when, imagine your call drops in the middle of that. What happened there is the network didn't have proper overlap between towers, right? The coverage area from one tower didn't properly overlap with the coverage area of the next tower. So there was a gap. When there's a gap, your phone disconnects or drops the call. In this particular instance, and how we analyze the records, we traditionally just use the first serving cell site at that moment, because again, that's the moment the phone initiated contact with the network. The phone is making that determination. All of those handoffs to other towers are network derived. So the network says, oh, okay, I'm going to move you over here now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, not every carrier provides that information. AT&T is the only one who actually provides handoff info.
Okay.
And one more thing on the Verizon.
Yeah.
Verizon only provides us the cell tower information for phone calls. It does not provide it for text messages. And so, there's somewhat of a gap there. We see the text messages, we see when they occur, but we don't see the cell tower associated with them.
Does a text message access the cell tower the same way a phone call does?
It does.
Okay. And then now we're on page 8 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what's depicted here.
So somewhat of the eyesore behind me is the AT&T records. So all the carriers provide their records in slightly different format. AT&T likes to provide it in PDF and a text file, where everyone else uses Excel. But suffice to say, it doesn't really matter what format the data comes in, because at the end of the day, every carrier is saying the same thing. This phone number utilized this tower and sector at this date and time for a call or a text or whatever it might be. So the headers, the format, how it's laid out, somewhat irrelevant. All that information is available to us to do our analysis.
Okay. Now we're on to page 9 of your report, and this actually is now getting into the admitted exhibit. What is the purposes of the information contained here on page 9?
So on page 9, we have a lot of the different devices that I was asked to look at in this case. So the first 4 are different cell phones, and you see the number, and it's in the selector column behind me. Those are the phone numbers associated with those devices. I have the associated party, the provider of those cellular service, and then the map icon on the far right. So whenever I'm showing activity for Gannon's phone, it's going to be the red pie wedge. Letecia's had a phone with AT&T as well as Verizon. For consistency, I just made them both blue. It'll be very clear in my analysis when that changes. Harley Hunt's device was also an AT&T, that's gray. Then the bottom 4 are additional geolocation data sets that we were able to obtain. So there was information gleaned from a Volkswagen Tiguan. Those are going to show up as a yellow marker on my reports. There was a rental car, a rental cargo van, I should say, that the rental company had GPS data associated with it. You'll see that in green, as well as a separate rental car where a GPS tracker had been placed on it. That's also in green. And then lastly, there was an application known as Life 360 that was on Letecia's device, one of Letecia's devices. So we received information from Life 360 that also was able to be mapped out and is highlighted by that pink icon at the bottom. So there's a legend on each of my maps. Don't feel like you need to memorize this, but you're going to see a lot of colors and a lot of moving parts on some of these subsequent slides.
And just for the record, as we're looking at page 9 of this report, item A, which is 843-504-6724, the records for that were admitted under Exhibit 708. Item B, which is 843-655-7460, was admitted as Exhibit 704. Item C, which is 407-375-3463, was admitted as Exhibit 706. Item D, 843-957-3486, was admitted as Exhibit number 707. The Tiguan telematics, which is item E, was admitted as Exhibit number 291. The cargo van GPS was admitted through Mr. Watton's testimony and is Exhibit number 292. The Nissan Altima GPS tracker was admitted through testimony from El Paso County Sheriff's detectives, and it was exhibit number 230. And then finally, the Life 360 data under line H 843-655-7460 was admitted as exhibit number 705. All right, let's go on to page 10. What does page 10 depict and tell us?
So as part of the returns from the phone companies, they traditionally provide subscriber information. So in this case, for the phone associated with Gannon, AT&T was the service provider. It was subscribed to Eugene Stauch at the address given in Colorado Springs. And then just the data mine analysis with this particular phone was from January 26th of 2020 through January 28th of 2020.
Okay. And then on page 11, what are we looking at here?
Again, same information. This is for Letecia's phone ending in 7460, also with AT&T. Also subscribed to under Eugene's account.
When it shows that the subscriber information is under Eugene Stauch, but you indicate that this is associated with Letecia Stauch, is that based off of information you get from the investigative agency giving you information about who is associated with each individual phone number?
It is, because again, the records don't tell me who's holding the phone per se, right? But through that, I learned that this number was primarily used by Letecia.
Okay. And then now on page 12, what does this one tell us?
This is the secondary phone that we came to learn about associated with Letecia. This is a Verizon phone ending in 3463. The subscriber information was listed as a Kylie Britt in Orlando, Florida, with an effective date of February 1st of 2020. And this was a prepaid device. Right? So not one where a monthly bill shows up. This is you can go by minutes whenever you want kind of thing.
Did you have information from the investigation that this was a phone that was purchased by the defendant at a Walmart in Trinidad?
I did.
Okay. Page 13, what does this one tell us?
This is the phone that was associated with Harley Hunt, number 3486, again, AT&T, and also subscribed to under the Eugene Stauch account.
Page 14.
So these are the other 4 data sets that we saw previously on my sort of summary slide of the selectors. So it just goes into a little bit more detail. The Tiguan telematics data that was extracted by our OTD shop. The cargo van that was rented by Letecia from Budget. Their vendor was Air IQ. And while it wasn't breadcrumb trail type GPS, where you can see it going every couple seconds, every 6 hours, it was set to essentially ping the vehicle. Where is this vehicle located right now? There was a Nissan rental car, which didn't have, to my knowledge, any sort of GPS built into it, but a tracker was attached to that by the Colorado Springs Police Department. And then lastly, the Life 360 app. So an app on your phone sources the data, sources the GPS of your device and reports it back to Life 360 so that, they sort of know where you are, you know where your family members are, if you have a shared plan. That information was provided to us. That account was associated with a user of Letecia Stauch, email Tisha Lynn 2006 at Yahoo, and then the same phone number as her AT&T device.
When you were talking about the Tiguan telematics, you said the OTD shop with the FBI. What does OTD mean?
Operations Technology Division.
Is that in Quantico, Virginia?
It is.
Okay. We're on page 15. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So for the first 5 days of my report, there was a variety of locations of interest that were provided to me, as shown here. They all don't show up, of course, on every single slide. As we go through the maps, the ones of relevance I will have populated, so I won't necessarily bore everyone with going through it one by one, but suffice to say, the icons on the right will appear on some of my subsequent slides with the description of what that location is.
And are these locations things that you just pull out of thin air?
No, these were locations, again, that the investigative team had provided to me as locations of interest for my analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 16. What are we looking at here?
All right. So a little bit busy, so I'm going to take a few seconds to sort of walk everyone through what's going on. If you see in the top right, there's a legend, right? So whenever we're looking at a map, everyone's going to have a legend. It's going to tell you all the key sort of pieces going on the slide. So we have the Stauch residence, which is in the bottom right, the little icon that has the house on it. We then have the pink Life 360 markers, which you see sort of walk us from the house up to the Garden of the Gods. The yellow is the Volkswagen Tiguan telematics data, which I just mentioned. And that in the Life 360 data sort of follows a very similar path. And then we have the cellular records. All right. So in this case, we have AT&T records, this call out box here. So at on January 26, 2020, at 11:15, Letecia's device received an incoming text message, a system-generated short code, which is those 5 digits off to the right. And it utilized that tower and sector down there that faces in the direction of the Stauch residence. So when we look at this call-out box, and we'll see many of them, you've got the phone number associated with the record, and it's color coordinated. So you may see a call-out box that has like 3 or 4 different phones all at the same time. Each phone will be color-coded based on the actual user. Then we see the timestamp, again in local time. Whether or not it was an incoming text, an outgoing text, incoming call, outgoing call, that's all going to be listed next. In this case, the 110 is the direction that sector faces. So 110 degrees is, if you think of a clock, roughly like 4 o'clock. And you can see that that's how that's drawn. So 110 degrees from the center of it. But when taken in totality, we see that at approximately 2 o'clock, the Tiguan and the Life 360 information supports that this device and the car are traveling away from the residence up to the Garden of the Gods. At 2:56, we see Letecia's phone, and it's sort of buried under that. This might be easier to see here. You see that Letecia's phone uses that tower and sector to receive 2 text messages. The other thing, just to note on this, so these other blue dots here, those are the other AT&T towers in the area that her phone didn't utilize during this period in time. But all told, again, consistent with Letecia's phone traveling from her house up to the Garden of the Gods during the time frame shown on the 26th.
Is it helpful to know that other things happened that sort of corroborate the same information, other ways to verify that there was a visit to Garden of the Gods?
Yeah, obviously, the more corroboration you have of a data point, the better.
Okay. And then as far as your analysis on this, is this the first time on that day, Sunday, January 26th, that the Tiguan left the 6627 Mandan Drive based on your analysis?
I believe it was.
Okay. And so if we've had some prior testimony that there was hiking in a selfie taken at Garden of the Gods on January 26th, that would corroborate this, what shows a visit of the defendant in her Tiguan and using her cell phone up at Garden of the Gods.
I would say so, because you have the Tiguan, the yellow dots sort of terminate right there. But then the Life 360 points sort of continue off of and away from the Tiguan. This would support the theory that the car was parked and then people got out and walked. And then obviously there was the 2 incoming text messages, as I mentioned before.
The fact that there was a selfie taken on the defendant's phone showing herself and Gannon and a little girl named Lena that was on her phone, does that also corroborate that she was actually in possession of this phone?
Without a doubt.
Now we're on page 17. What are we looking at here?
So in this instance, during from approximately 4:20 to 4:46, we see Tiguan and Life 360 data sort of reverse paths, right? And there was no cell phone activity during this time that was mappable. So We're left with this. But again, you see the path of travel that the device and the vehicle take back to the Stauch residence.
Okay. And then on page 18, what are we looking at?
So at 5:08 that same evening on January 26th, the Life 360 app recorded a variety of points consistent with a path of travel as I show here. So leaves the house, goes down here. You got an activity at 5:14, 5:22. You've got another data point a little bit farther east, and then the next one back there at 5:26. So sort of a quick jaunt away from the house, and then back in 15 minutes or so. And then at 5:27, and then again at 5:48, that device, Life 360 recorded locations of that device back at the house. There wasn't any AT&T activity. There wasn't any Tiguan telematics activity during this time. But there was, from the Cellbrite, or a dump of the information on Letecia's phone, conversations that she had had with Harley via iMessage at 5:11 and 5:13, mentioning she was out getting food because Gannon had had an accident in his pants. Now, the important thing here to understand about iMessage is, if anybody has an iPhone, when you send a message to another iPhone user, it doesn't show up as a traditional text message. It goes over the data side of the network. So we'll never see that message in the log of texts for Letecia's device. Only traditional text messages or iMessages that fail and have to be sent as an SMS would show up in her text messages.
You used a SMS. What does that mean? Just so the record's clear.
Short message service. It's the name for a text.
And then MMS you mentioned also. What is that?
Multimedia service. That would be like a picture message.
The fact that there's no Tiguan telematics data here, does that indicate that the defendant likely drove a different vehicle besides the Tiguan?
It would support that, yes.
Page 19. Now, what are we looking
at? So after that 5:48 event, we don't really have much during the next 4 hours. So at 9:27, 9:28, 9:35, there's some Life 360 activity as shown here. And then at 10:19 p.m., Letecia's device placed an outgoing call using the tower sector facing back towards the residence to the AT&T customer service number.
The fact that you've got the two entries at 9:28 and 9:35 basically at the house, and then there's that one 9:27 that's sort of kicked out southwest away from the house. Does that tell us anything necessarily?
Yeah, when I looked at the totality of the Life 360 data, it seemed to track quite closely with other stuff, and we didn't see really much derivation from expected paths of travel. So, if I was looking at this data sort of live, I would have expected that the phone would have not been at the residence, but instead would have been somewhere outside it, south of it.
Okay, and then are we still talking about Sunday, January 26th in this slide?
Yes, sorry, we are now evening of Sunday, January 26th.
Okay. Now we're on page 20. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So this is the first of a couple slides that is the drive testing I mentioned. So the way we go out and map the coverage areas of a particular tower, and it's not the full coverage area. The area could extend in certain areas beyond it where we can't drive. So if you look off to like the bottom right, there's certain areas where there's no roads. We can't go out there to do our drive testing. But what we can see on the roads that we do drive, is that this particular tower and sector provides coverage back towards the location of the Stauch residence. And so if the device was at that residence, I would expect it to utilize this tower and sector for any of its calls or texts or anything.
And is this going to be the main tower that is used for connection throughout this presentation for the Stauch residence?
Yes, this tower is utilized over and over again by all the AT&T devices when we have corroborating evidence to support that they're at the residence.
Okay. Now into slide 21, what are we looking at here?
Sure. So the taking a little bit step back in time, we're now back into the early afternoon on January 26th, but this is Harley's AT&T device. And you see it 2:41 and at 3:10, her phone is utilizing two different cell towers facing the Massage Envy area or business. Prior to that, at 1:48, her phone had placed an outgoing call using that same tower and sector we just looked at that was facing the Stauch residence. So this would be consistent with her device being near the Stauch residence at 1:48 and then clearly traveling up sometime between then where it first utilized a tower near Massage Envy at 2:41. After that, there was two more incoming calls at 7:35 through that same tower off to the left. So consistent with her being there. She also had clocked out of work at 10:18 that evening.
So that's what I was going to ask you, and you just hit it. Would this basically corroborate testimony that we had previously that she was at work from basically 2 until 10 roughly p.m.?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. And again, is this on Sunday, January 26th?
Yes, it is.
Slide 22, what are we looking at here?
So we've now migrated to the morning of January 27th, and we see both Letecia and Harley's devices utilizing the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. So Harley's entry, she only has one. It's at 2:40. There's an outgoing text message, which was system generated. And then at 4:46 a.m. through 8:42 a.m., you see a bunch of activity from Letecia's device, a lot of outgoing text messages, incoming calls, etc. So when we looked at the Cellbrite for Letecia's phone, we see that she sent a message to Albert at 2:48 related to Gannon feeling ill. Again, that was an iMessage, so it's not going to show up in our logs here, right? It's not going to show up as a traditional text message. Subsequent to that, there was then at 4:36, you see some messages to her employer saying that her stepfather had passed away and she wouldn't be coming into work that day. At 8:18, as you can see, as I've written here, the last known photo of Gannon was sent to Albert, showing him lying in bed. Again, all of this activity is utilizing that tower and sector facing the residence. This would be consistent with her device being at that residence for the duration of that time, or at least when these messages were sent and received. And then lastly, in terms of chronological order, Harley was listed as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning.
And so just so we're clear, when we're looking at the box with the different activity, the blue box there, you mentioned that Harley's is listed in gray. Will you just stand up and point to that specific thing just so that we're all tracking with the same thing? And so that would corroborate with your key up at the top where Harley's phone activity is listed in gray as well, right?
Exactly. So all of Harley's stuff is going to show up as gray. All of Letecia's phone activity is blue. Gannon's is going to be red.
In the time span for this particular slide, just so you were saying 2:40 and 4:36, we're talking about early morning hours, AM hours.
Yes.
And this is the morning of January 27th, is that right?
That is correct.
Moving on to 23, what are we looking at there?
So we're continuing on now, still in the morning of January 27th. There was another iMessage sent at 9:54 saying that she was leaving her phone. This is Letecia saying that she was leaving her phone and to be contacted via Gannon's Apple iWatch, which is paired, or sorry, to be contacted on her Apple iWatch paired with Gannon's device. When we looked at some surveillance video, we see that that Albert's truck leaves the residence. It's written over it, but around
10:13.
10:13. Thank you. There's a lot of info. I couldn't memorize it all. And then at 1:22, we see Letecia on surveillance video at Petco. The Albert's truck then returns based on surveillance at 2:20. And there's no Life 360 app data available because, again, Letecia left her phone at home. She only took her Apple iWatch. So when we look at the activity from Letecia's AT&T phone, we see beginning at 10:39 local time and stretching well past when the truck returns, all that activity is inbound. Again, supporting the idea that her phone was left at home. None of the calls appear to have been transferred to Letecia's Apple iWatch. So, yeah.
Okay. People's exhibit, or I'm sorry, page 24 of this exhibit. What are we looking at there?
So again, same sort of time frame, but now we're looking at just Gannon's phone. What had happened with Gannon's phone? So we've been talking about voice and text data or informations thus far. AT&T also has data sessions. When we have voice and text, we traditionally use just that. Data sessions require a different level of sort of investigation to validate and confirm accuracy and reliability. And so in situations where we don't see text messages, we don't see phone calls, sometimes we'll use data sessions. And that's what I did in this case with Gannon's device. So you see his phone again in red. At 10:19, he has 2 data sessions open up off of the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. You see some of the towers that his phone utilizes along the way. I don't have the timestamps for those, but I jump up here to at 11:07, a data session near the Petco. Then at 1:19, and then again at 1:20, there's another data session off the tower and sector there at Petco. One thing to keep in mind with the data sessions is when they open up, they may stay open for as long as 60 minutes. And so it's not, again, a transactional kind of record wherein we'll see every iMessage back and forth. We'll see every time that person goes out and surfs the web and the associated cell tower. That kind of granularity doesn't exist in the data. It's just that the data session opened up at this date and time, may have been open for up to an hour. What happened during that hour, we can't specifically say. But in this instance, it's consistent with the idea that Gannon's device moved from the residence up towards the PetSmart Petco area. When we looked at the forensic analysis of Gannon's device, we see that the Safari mobile app was used at 11:12 a.m., and then there was no more activity till 1:20. There was an iMessage received on his device at 12:06, which indicates that his device was on and at least connected to some sort of Wi-Fi or cellular, in this case, likely cellular. Sorry, I just lost my thought here. At that 12:06, that's when the message was sent. But it wasn't actually reviewed or viewed by somebody holding Gannon's phone until 1:20 that afternoon. So roughly an hour and 15 minutes after it was sent, somebody opened up iMessage and looked at that message. Yeah.
Okay. And so again, similar to what I've asked in the past on some of these other slides, the last 2, page 23 and 24, outside sources that show that this is valid information. You mentioned the trip and departures on neighborhood surveillance cameras, like Ring doorbell cameras. Did that corroborate them leaving at basically the same time that we're looking at in these 2 pictures?
Yes, it does.
And then you mentioned surveillance video at Petco up on North Nevada, showing the defendant and the red pickup being there at that same time. Also, does that corroborate and show that this information is valid?
It does, yes.
On page 25, what are we looking at here?
Still on this January 27th date, early afternoon time frame, we're looking at 12:18 through 4:25. But this is specific to just Harley's device. So you see Massage Envy, you see the 3 towers that her phone recorded activity through during that period in time. She was recorded as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning. And then at 4:15, she had clocked out, and shortly thereafter, she was seen returning to the residence.
And does this slide validate the testimony that Harley Hunt was at work and not at the 6627 Mandan Drive during these hours.
It would, yes.
And this is Monday, January 27th.
Correct.
And let me go back to page 24 and 23. Essentially, does this basically, these two slides show that Letecia's phone and Gannon's phone leave the residence in the morning hours and then return to the residence at roughly 2:20 in the afternoon?
Well, we don't see Letecia's phone actually leave. So Letecia's phone stays at the residence the whole time. What we do see is that Gannon's device leaves and goes up to the PetSmart. Her Apple Watch, we don't have any sort of geolocation data to ascertain where it was at any particular point in time.
And then that same, though, information, Gannon's phone showing them arriving back is corroborated by other surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That is, yes, correct.
Okay. And then moving on to page 26 of the exhibit, what are we looking at here?
So that evening of the 27th, we see in this call out box, we have three different colors, right? We have gray, which is Harley's activity. We have blue, which is Letecia's activity. And we have red, which is Gannon's phone activity. So beginning at 6:38 through 6:58, Letecia has a variety of outgoing calls, including a phone call at 6:55 to 911. Again, using the tower, and all three of those phones are all using the tower and sector facing the residence. At 7:31, and then again at 7:32, Gannon's device places an outgoing call to the same number ending in 6679. There was significant vehicle activity based on surveillance that we observed. And then at 8:05, Albert, who was not present, contacted the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as well. So again, this would be consistent with Letecia's device being at this, in and around the residence from 6:38 through 8 o'clock. Harley had three calls, all outgoing at 7:01, 7:02, and 7:02 as well. And then there was a smattering of Life 360 activity on Letecia's device, placing it in and around the residence at 6:52 through 6:59.
You make note on there that the Letecia's phone called 911 at 6:55 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And then you also make note that there are two outgoing calls from Gannon's phone at 7:31 and 7:32 p.m. If Letecia is calling 911 and reporting Gannon as being missing at that 6:55 p.m., is it likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at 7:31?
That would, yes, that would make logical sense.
Page 27 of this exhibit, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so from 8 p.m. on the evening of the 27th through 6:19 a.m. the morning of January 28th, 2020, Letecia's phone had 65 different calls or texts utilizing the two towers shown here. 64 of them went through the tower and sector facing the house. An incoming call at 5 a.m. was off the tower and sector just south. Additionally, Gannon's device had a variety of incoming calls, text messages, outgoing calls, again, utilizing the tower and sector shown there. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office was physically present at that residence from 10:09 p.m. through 11:39 p.m. on the evening of the 27th. But you can see, again, the variety of activity sort of throughout the night for those devices.
And is this basically showing Monday, January 27th, nighttime hours into Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
And then again, similar to the last slide that we were just looking at, the fact that Gannon's phone is showing activity, even though he'd been reported as missing 6:55 p.m. on the 27th, is it also likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at this particular point?
Yes, because some of the calls that occur are during the period when the police officers or the sheriff's office is there.
And some of these are outgoing, meaning somebody's actually physically manipulating the phone.
Correct.
Page 28, what are we looking at here?
So on this slide, we were in the early morning hours of January 28th. And at 6:21, Letecia's device sends an outbound text message utilizing the tower and sector, again, facing the residence. Around that same minute, the Tiguan is seen on surveillance video leaving the residence. When we look at the Life 360 app data, we see 6:24, data point there, 6:25, and it's 6:27 up here, a little bit north of the house. At 6:27, her phone also receives an incoming text message through that tower and sector there, the same number that she had recently just texted about 6 minutes prior. After that, we see the Life 360 app data come back south. 6:28, 6:30, 6:31, back at the residence. At 6:40, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that same tower and sector facing the residence. And then surveillance video also shows her, or shows at least the Tiguan backing into the garage at 6:36. So what it appears to have happened is that her device left in the Tiguan, got a little bit north, for some reason turned around and returned back to the house.
Did her device grow legs and go up there by itself?
I've never seen that.
Okay. Page 29, what are we looking at here?
So as you can see, 6:43 to 8:11 a.m. Both Letecia and Gannon's phones have a variety of activity, incoming, outgoing calls through the tower and sector facing the residence. 2 out of the 3 calls with Gannon's device were outgoing at this time.
And we're talking about January 28th now?
Yes, still on the 28th, morning of the 28th.
So that would be Tuesday morning?
Yes.
Is this basically showing that both of these phones are at the Stauch residence with no departures, at least as we can tell by phone activity?
Yeah, it would nothing to indicate that these phones had left the sort of the general area of where the house is, for sure.
Okay. Page 30, what's on page 30?
So at 8:13, we have a Life 360 app marker just west of the house, along with some Tiguan data starting to show up. We have some calls, 8:16, or texts and calls at 8:16. We have some more texts and calls, 8:21, 8:25, and then a call incoming at 8:34, utilizing a tower at the Colorado Springs Airport. And based on the imagery there of the Tiguan locations and Life 360 app locations, it would be consistent with the device and the vehicle both traveling to Colorado Springs Airport, arriving somewhere between 8:27 and 8:31. At 8:25, Letecia had sent Albert a text, and he had responded 4 minutes later, saying that he had just landed, asking if he was still going to pick her, asking if she was still picking him up. And then subsequently, during a search of the Tiguan, a parking receipt was found at 8:28. The last data point for the Tiguan for this day is at 8:31 that morning. So for the rest of January 28th, we don't have any more Tiguan data.
Okay. And then as it relates to this particular slide, the cell towers that you have indicated here, they have little red numbers in a circle. What is that all about?
Sometimes when we have lots of data, our maps get busy, and sometimes it's hard to make everything fit. So all these refer to is the corresponding cell tower. And so it's just like a visual to help you identify that, this call out box here is associated with this tower that has the 3. The actual cell number itself is that CID number after it, but that's all it is just to help you vector into which tower we're talking about.
And so does this also corroborate the idea that Mr. Stauch flew into the Colorado Springs Airport on this Tuesday, January 28th, and the defendant picked him up at that airport roughly at the same time?
It does.
And Judge, just thinking ahead as far as break, what do you want me to shoot for as far as?
It's your call. If another 10 minutes or so would be better, but if we need one now, it's okay too.
No, we'll go another 10 minutes. Thanks. Page 31, what are we looking at here?
Page 31. Still that morning, January 28th. So following the slide that we just looked at, at 8:48 and again at 9 o'clock has shown up here, and through 8:45 through 9:02, Letecia's device is utilizing this tower and sector and has a bunch of Life 360 app hits there. We learned that that Letecia had rented a Kia Rio from the airport around this time, and picked up Albert at approximately 8:50 that morning. And when we continue to look at the cell tower usage and the Life 360 app data, we see that her phone travels south away from the airport, returning back to the Stauch residence at approximately roughly 9:15. When we looked through her phone dump, Letecia's phone dump, we saw that she had sent an iMessage to Harley minutes prior to picking up Albert, asking Harley to move the Jetta into the garage. And then surveillance again shows the Kia arriving back at around 9:15.
And so does this slide basically corroborate the idea that the defendant left her Tiguan someplace and then now is mobile in the Kia rental vehicle that was rented at the airport?
That's correct.
And so now we don't have any Tiguan data anymore. We're just looking at Life 360 data and any cell phone activity.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, is this Tuesday, January 28th in the morning hours?
It is.
Page 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Page 32.
Thanks.
What are we looking at here?
So a little bit, a few minutes later, 9 o'clock hour, 9:37 to 11:44. Again, Tuesday the 28th. You see the activity shown here. So from 9:37 through 10:55, Letecia's device utilized that tower and sector for a variety of calls and texts. But we also see, beginning at 11:01, some Life 360 data. And we see that data continue up until 11:44, where it puts her device near French Elementary. As you can see, there was a tower that was utilized at 11:30 all the way up there for an incoming call. Also sort of supporting the theory that her phone had traveled away from the residence. And also as part of her trip, we see that her phone, based on the Life 360 data, sort of stops here at a strip mall for about 25 minutes before continuing northward.
And just so we're understanding how the Life 360 works, does that app essentially just drop breadcrumbs as it's moving along, or why are we seeing so much activity on the Life 360 and maybe not necessarily as much phone activity?
Well, the phone activity isn't going to be GPS derived, right? The phone activity is only going to occur when there's activity on the phone, when somebody's making or receiving calls or texts. The data sessions are aside from that, and that's not mapped here with Letecia's. The Life 360 app, though, its purpose is so that you know where your family members are, right? And so it's sourcing and harvesting that GPS. It also uses Wi-Fi and Bluetooth based on what they have on their website. But it's recording that information and storing it so that you can look and see where your son or daughter had been, or where somebody in your family might be. So that's their business model. They need to record a lot more precise location data than what we would see from a traditional phone record.
Okay. Moving on to page 33, what are we looking at here?
So beginning at noon, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that tower and sector that's actually sitting right under the French Elementary tower or location. At 12:07, again, more Life 360 app data begins to show that device traveling south. At 1 o'clock, we see, well, so let me take a step back. At 12:24 through 1:14, you see in that box up there, that's associated with this tower here. There's a variety of activity from her phone using the tower and sector facing the residence. So, bless you. A little after 1 o'clock, we see Letecia's device travel away from the residence based on the Life 360 app. And we see at approximately 1:30, it stops near a Starbucks. That is where Letecia ended up being interviewed by the sheriff's office. And following that, and we also see some phone calls right in the box there off of that towered sector facing Starbucks at 1:40 and then 2:23. And then more Life 360 app data brings that phone back to the area of the residence at approximately 2:45.
So does this show basically at that 12:07 traveling from the residence up towards French Elementary, what you have indicated with an FE on the map, correct?
This would be travel away from French Elementary.
Okay, but showing being up by French Elementary and then coming back towards the residence and then going to the Starbucks for that interview with sheriff's office personnel and then back to the residence.
That is correct.
Okay. Page 34, what are we looking at there?
So afternoon of Tuesday the 28th at 3:06 through 3:45, we have some activity here off of the tower and sector again, facing the Stauch residence. Sorry, so 4:07, 4:17, and then 4:25. So all of that activity taking place there. At 4:25, we see the Life 360 app data begin to move away from the residence up north. Letecia's device, the Life 360 app records a data point right off Route 21 at 4:32, a little bit inside the airport area. At 4:50, we see Life 360 right there, back on Route 21, along with an outgoing call through that tower and sector adjacent to it. And then at 5 o'clock, the Life 360 data puts Letecia's device, that northern section of the airport. Yeah, and the call at 4:51 was to Albert's device.
So if we had prior testimony that Al was at the sheriff's office at roughly this 4:20-ish timeframe on this particular day on January 28th, this shows the defendant traveling separate from Al, who would be at the sheriff's office.
Yes, that's correct.
And then where the AP marker is up there, is that essentially obviously it's the Avis car rental, but is that the airport, Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then page 35, what are we looking at there?
Now beginning at 5:18 and 5:38, and then you see an outgoing call from Letecia's device off the tower and sector facing Massage Envy. There's a decent amount of activity from her device in and around that Massage Envy area. Following that, Life 360 data brings Letecia's device southward from Massage Envy back towards the residence. You can see the multitude of incoming and outgoing calls that she made and the different towers that she utilized. But at 5:56 and 5:57, she used that tower and sector facing the residence. And between 5:55 and 5:59, that Life 360 data puts her device in and around that area of the residence.
Okay. And again, is this still that same Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time to take our break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:35, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please. I think you may all be seated. Mr. Hoyland, you can step down if you would like to.
Thank you.
All right, court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
All right. Let me get my coffee stirred real quick and I'll put my face on the screen so we don't have to look at that, right? Well, hello. So this case is the case of Letecia Stauch. If you guys are new or just coming in and trying to figure out what the heck's going on, what are we watching, what are we doing? It's Letecia Stauch. She's accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson. And over the last few days, we heard, well, it's the beginning of the week. Last week and going into this week, we've heard a lot of her wild fantasies about what happened to this boy. And, her being so combative, like with FBI saying, hey, you haven't found him at any place I've gone. You have never found him. You haven't found him. And they ended up finding him after she was arrested and that interview was done. And it was just a few blocks, from my understanding, away from where her and her daughter Harley were staying in Florida. Since then, she's tried to escape. We've heard about how she tried to get out of her handcuffs and they had to put her back in. We had a witness, one of the officers, where was it? South Carolina, I think it was, when she was first arrested. She was trying to get out and she's like, no, it wasn't that it was something else. And they kept saying, don't stop resisting. We watched the video of that. So, I mean, she's just, and then she's had this elaborate scheme, which I don't think we've heard about, but we heard about like reading in like different articles and stuff, but I'm not sure if it was actually introduced into evidence or into this case yet. But since for being arrested, she was caught hatching a plan to sneak out of jail, out of her window of jail. So, she's pretty clever, and she's had all of these wild stories about things that have happened. Her husband, the father of Gannon, the biological father of Gannon, is absolutely devastated and had to go through weeks of listening to Letecia claim even a different, more wild story than the one before. She hatched up so many stories. I lost count, to be honest with you. I think that's kind of the sentiments, even of the experts and stuff. Nobody actually listened and went through them all and actually counted them, because there's so many. Because not only is there multiple totally different stories that she proclaimed, there's also variations of those very different stories that she has concocted. It almost seemed like every time there was a new piece of evidence introduced to her, she would concoct another story to have to justify that piece of evidence or why it's insignificant or not important. And even though she didn't want to acknowledge that everything led back to her, she just kept trying to act like everybody was picking on her and had this preconceived notion already about her. And it wasn't like that. Like, why would these people want to think that she did something to her stepson? Nobody wants to believe that. Nobody wants to believe that. And you're talking about law enforcement. They got they're just investigating. They're going wherever the leads take them. They've got no dog in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? It always was very bizarre when people said, oh, they set me up. And it's like, why would law enforcement want to set you up? Like, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. We had a whole thing back in, I think, 1998 with our Delta task force here in Manatee County. So believe me, I know that it can happen. But this is not your low level, your street drugs and your local cops. I mean, in this particular matter, they had the local police, they had the state police, they had the federal police. Like they had everybody involved. There's no way that they're going to, be setting this up or planting evidence. For what purpose? I mean, that never makes sense to me whenever I hear people say that they wanted it. Like, who wants somebody? They're going where the evidence leads. They're going to the evidence leads. Trust me, there are so many law enforcement agents that come under the gun every year after year for not closing cases, and they don't hatch up evidence and implanted on people to get that case closed. Like if that was the case, we wouldn't have any cold cases. I mean, let's be honest. It doesn't happen. Of course it happens. Will it happen in the future? I'm sure at some point, but it's not as common. It's not very common. You'll have a bad apple, you know, it does happen, but it's not a common theme in my opinion. So I wouldn't be surprised. Let's go up and see what's going on. Mike Stevens is in the house. So Mike, do you still believe she's guilty? I mean, she has said she's guilty, right? She said she's guilty. Pretty much. She went from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. What I wonder if we should open the phones, because I'm almost wanting to know what you guys think related to what do you think her witnesses are going to look like, because it doesn't seem like she's going to have a lot of witnesses for her defense. I mean, she's pleading insanity. Like her daughter would be her best witness. Her daughter is the one that's been with her since her birth, and up to that point when her mother was arrested. Her daughter has been with her pre-Gannon, pre-Al, pre-marriage, through the marriage. After Gannon went missing, through her arrest, Harley has been there through all of this. And so her strongest defense witness that could, say she's insane, and she's been insane for a really long time. Thank you, I Am Team Summer. Been insane for a really long time. She said no. The defense kept asking her, have you ever heard her refer to herself? No. Do you ever refer this? No. Well, do you remember this suicide? Yes. And it was like, well, what was it? And it seemed like her mom said it to, I'm not sure, but she said the next day her mom got up, it seemed like as normal, and just never spoke about the event again. And the only comment that she made in Alaska is it's already too late. It's already too late. I took them. And, never knowing what them really were. And it's like, was this just another manipulation strategy against her daughter? Because think about it, if her daughter was, okay living where they were living, the only person that had a problem with it was her mother. And, she started manipulating her or guilting her, like, you're going to lose your mom if you don't help me, find some other place. We don't know what the situation is, but what we do know is that Letecia Stauch is very manipulative. And so it wouldn't be uncommon for whatever that was, even though we can't figure it out, it to be something for manipulation purposes, whether it was to manipulate Al or to manipulate her daughter and helping her, find another place or, do whatever Letecia wanted. Because at the end of the day, I think it really was, Letecia. She tried, even when she tried to do good things, it was to get somebody to recognize her. It wasn't done just out of the kindness of her heart. She needed that oh my gosh, thank you so much, that appreciation. She needed that people to notice her. It still was never about whatever she was doing. It was about whether people acknowledged how hard she worked. And I noticed that was kind of like a common theme with her too. So it's, I don't know if you guys agree with that, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. So we're at about a 3-minute mark, or we're almost to 12:30 our time, which is 10:30 their time. Dang, it's okay. Let me know when more is made. What more of what? Well, what are we making? Is it somebody sending me cotton? No, I'm just joking. I heard only one witness, the doctor. Well, I know they were talking yesterday about, because they only had the 2 witnesses yesterday, and the states, because they had, from what I understood, they said they had 7-ish. He said ish. I remember that, and I thought that was a weird name. Is it like 7 or 8? But he said 7-ish witnesses. And so I don't remember if that was counting the 2 yesterday, making it 9-ish witnesses and 7 more after them, or if they were part of the 7-ish witnesses, because we definitely had 2 witnesses yesterday. So I'm not sure if we only have 5 more witnesses left or 7 more witnesses left for the state. But what I do know is that they said that by next week, they will be wrapped up. I don't know if that means the whole trial is going to be wrapped up or just the state's portion. Because 7 witnesses, I mean, they've been kind of going 2, 3, and 4 a day. It seems like they would only have like another day or 2. But the judge told the defense he needs his theory of defense, which is what I was trying to think. I couldn't for the life of me think of the darn thing that he was asking for. And it's basically where they say they didn't prove their case, blah, 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 blah. They got to tell their theory, that the case wasn't. Anyways, so that's what it was. I couldn't think of it. I just goofed. I goofed. But anyways, that was what I was thinking of. So I remember the judge telling him he needed his theory of defense by Wednesday. So I'm thinking that the state might wrap up Wednesday of this week, and that leaves the defense like a week or so to wrap up their portion of the case. So we'll see, because Wednesday is going to be a weird day anyways. They have like a weather issue going on in Colorado, in that area. So the judge is really concerned about whether there's going to be, I guess, blocked roads potentially with the weather storm. So I think this weather storm's a little more significant than we think it is. It sounds like, and it's so concerning to the judge that he's actually pushed the start of the trial back tomorrow to actually 10:30, which would be 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, our time, my time. And so we're probably going to start our live much later in the morning than we typically do because of that reason. I don't want to, I like going through. I don't really like having where we have a lot of music and you don't see me on here talking. I just find that it loses the audience. I personally don't like it. So I'm not going to do that to people, but I want to make sure that when we start, we have enough to talk about. With all these cases, like even this morning, I think we had about 45 minutes. I had to kind of fluff a little bit, and I don't like doing that. But there was nothing I could do. I wasn't prepared to discuss really much more than I was. And it also, the issue was I was supposed to go to my meeting today and I played hooky. So the Board of County Commissioners are going to see my name just up on the board to speak, and I'm not going to be there to speak. They're going to be like, what happened? Like, I never not go. Well, I do, but not when I'm on the list, not when I've already signed up. Like I signed up this morning to be there. I was planning on going. I just made sure I was on the list at 6:30 this morning. By 9:30 this morning, it was, you guys got me. I'm going to be here for the trial. Seriously. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. If a criminal is insane and sent to hospital, what is it like for them in there? I guess it would be dependent upon, their process. Let's see. What would be the, I want to search this up because what's the legal standard? That's what legal standard for insanity. Okay, so let's just let's look at this a little holistically. We only got just a few minutes. Actually, it should be starting back, and it hasn't started back yet. I thought they said, anyways, the 2 elements of irresistible impulse insanity defense are the following. The defendant must be suffering from a mental defect or disease at the time of crime. The defendant could not control his or her criminal conduct because of the mental defect or disease. So that is, I guess that says University of Minnesota. Let me see, legal standard for insanity in Colorado. There we go. That was Minnesota, sorry. To be found not guilty by reason of insanity, you must have been so mentally ill at the time of the crime that you couldn't tell right from wrong. And she is never going to be able to meet that burden. And here is why. because as soon as it was done, she started making plans on trying to cover up and conceal. Cover up and conceal. Oh, that's cute, Karen. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. So she's not going to be able to say that she couldn't tell right from wrong, because if she couldn't tell, and we talked about this specifically on here, if you can't tell right from wrong, think about it. She would have killed him and she would have left him there. She wouldn't have moved him. She wouldn't have tried to hide him. She wouldn't have tried to conceal him. She wouldn't think her actions were wrong, so therefore she wouldn't lie. She wouldn't deceive. She wouldn't make up wild stories about what happened, because again, she's insane and she doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. Obviously, she knew it was wrong enough she needed to hide it. Obviously, she knew it was wrong enough that she needed to come up with a gajillion stories about what happened that went from her being kidnapped and art and God knows what else to Gannon riding a bicycle and hitting his head and some guy kidnapping him. I mean, that's showing that those actions alone are showing she believes what she did was wrong. Otherwise, she would have been like, well, he acted up, so I punished him. He's upstairs laying on the floor. She wouldn't have any idea that her punishment like that was wrong. So, yep. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, their Colorado insanity is pretty strong. I mean, you have to, your mental illness has to be so bad at the time of the crime that you couldn't tell right from wrong. You couldn't tell right from wrong at the time. Mental illness. And the best witness for that mental illness was her daughter. The one that has been around her more than anybody else that walks the face of this planet is her daughter. And her daughter, when we just heard, we sat here for 3 days and listened to her daughter bravely tell the jury about her mom. And her out of her own
Thank you. May all
words,
be seated.
her mom is manipulative.
Agent Hoyland, where'd you go?
So we're back.
Just so you're aware, Judge, I think Mr. Hoyland is Mr. Tellini's witness, so probably can't get started until Mr. Tellini gets back.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning that this is your witness.
Yeah. Agent Hoyland, if you would resume
Are you
your
gonna
seat,
be-
the witness stand, remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Mr. Tellini? Okay, go ahead and bring the jury in.
Sometimes the jury won't go back.
Are we waiting for the jury? I stepped away to go to the refrigerator.
All rise for the jury, please.
Never mind. Judge answered me.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of Agent Hoyland's testimony. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. We had just talked about page 35 of the exhibit, Special Agent Hoyland. We're going to move on to page 36. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So to orient everybody, we are still on Tuesday, January 28th. We're in the evening. So you see over here in this call out box at 6 o'clock, there's an incoming call to Letecia's device using the tower and sector facing the residence. Subsequent to that, her Life 360 data brings her phone south towards that Starbucks that we had previously mentioned where she had done an interview. During that time, her device sent some iMessages back and forth with Albert and Harley's phones. Subsequent to that, the device returns back into the area and utilizes the tower and sector facing the residence, 635 through 638. You see at 643, it now uses the north-facing sector, as denoted by that 350 degrees right there. 643, 43, and 644, using that tower and sector. Life 360 data continues to bring Letecia's device northward, terminating at the airport parking lot at 649.
Moving on to page 37, what are we looking at here?
So the yellow identifiers are the Tiguan, right? So the Tiguan now has some new data for us. We're still on that evening of the 28th. Beginning at 7 o'clock, there's Life 360 and
You guys want to
Tiguan
see
data
her or him
at
or
the
the
airport.
evidence?
There's some phone activity off of the towers there. You got 703, and then you got 726. Letecia's phone is using that tower and sector farther north near Falcon. In conjunction with that, the Tiguan data shows that vehicle leaving the airport and also heading north towards Falcon. The Life 360 data terminated at 7:14, so all we had was the vehicle data after that during this period. Harley's phone during this time was utilizing the tower and sector down near the residence, which is obviously not shown on this map.
There you go.
This is just Letecia's phone.
Okay, so just to orient, we're talking again about Tuesday, January 28th. Is that right? And I asked you right when you're taking a sip of water.
Sorry, I should have known. I knew the question wasn't going to be long.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. Evening of January 20th.
It's just
28th.
blurry, the
And
larger.
roughly,
for some
I think the
reason.
first entry that we have on this particular page is 6:51 p.m. Is that right?
It is. Again, using a tower and sector for Letecia. There's an outgoing call, two outgoing calls off of that tower and sector just southwest of the airport, facing back towards the airport.
So this would be roughly 24 hours after a phone call was made on Letecia's phone to 911 on January 27th.
That's correct. Yes.
And then the 7 o'clock p.m. entries at AP, the Avis car rental, is that again in the airport parking lot area?
It is, yes.
Does this indicate travel to the airport in that Kia rental and then getting into the Tiguan, and now we're seeing Tiguan data again?
I guess I don't know. I don't recall anyone telling me how Letecia's device made it to the airport, but we clearly see the Tiguan now, powered up and leaving the airport and heading north towards Falcon.
So either a vehicle swap or walk to the airport or something like that, and then Tiguan access from that point forward.
Correct.
Okay. And what is up? You may or may not know this, but in that Falcon area, is there a shopping center up in that area where it terminates at 7:27 p.m.?
Yeah, I remember looking at that when we were early on in this investigation, still looking for Gannon. And when I looked at Google Earth, it appears there was some sort of strip mall shopping center area near that intersection.
Were you aware of any search efforts being conducted based on this type of information? So like this area in the Falcon area, search efforts being conducted there in dumpsters and that sort of thing?
I do recall hearing about some search efforts there because it was sort of our last data point, right? We use whatever information we have. If that's the last point, then maybe something happened there.
Okay. Moving on to page 38, what are we looking at here?
So the same evening, so following that last call, there wasn't any other AT&T activity until 12:53. And based on looking at the records, her phone was disconnected from the AT&T network at that point. And I can say that with some certainty because we don't see any other data sessions or any other things going on that we would traditionally see with her phone if it was active and connected to the network. So placed in airplane mode or turned off would be the two primary reasons a phone would be disconnected from a network. The Tiguan, though, as you see here, beginning at 7:57, paints a breadcrumb trail up towards where a board was recovered near Palmer Lake. There's a slight deviation off the main sort of path there for about a half hour at 8:34 through 9:07. We see from the phone extraction of Letecia's device that Albert had sent her a iMessage at 8:16, but was not read by her device until 9:54. So that means that at least at 9:54, her phone had been turned on, but was not connecting to the cellular network. So likely airplane mode. I'm not sure how else it would work.
So you said, I just want to delve into this with a little more detail. You said phone disconnected from the network, and you mentioned either airplane mode or turned off. When a phone either is put into airplane mode or turned off, does that require conscious effort by whoever the user is on that phone to get it into either one of those two modes?
Yes, I guess the asterisk to that would be your battery could die on your phone. That would turn your phone off without user interaction. But the other two, for sure, you'd have to hold down the power button, or you'd have to, swipe down, click the little thing that turns off all your antennas. One thing to note, though, is when you put your phone in airplane mode, it doesn't necessarily turn off Wi-Fi. It often just turns off cellular. So that could be one reason why you would not see any activity on the AT&T network, and why the AT&T network can't see the phone because the cellular antenna is turned off. But the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth could still be active.
And the area that we've noted on this particular page 38, the BR or board recovery, that board recovery location, was that provided to you by investigation contacts in this case?
Yes, it was.
And this doesn't mean that the board was recovered on this particular date, right? It was subsequent some other time.
Correct. And I guess, if memory serves me, I think we looked at this data and had reason to go up there and do a search based off of this data, which is when the board was recovered subsequent to it.
And from the time that Gannon was reported missing on January 27th at 6:55 p.m., noted by that 911 call from the defendant's phone, is this the first venture into this part of northern El Paso County / southern Douglas County by any of the data points that you analyzed?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to page 39, what are we looking at there?
Again, it's just Tiguan data on the later hours of January 28th. You can see on there 9:23 is sort of when I picked up, and I start showing all of that data traversing back south towards the Massage Envy location. The vehicle arrived in the shopping center approximately at 11:30, and at 12:53, as I'd mentioned before, is the first activity with Letecia's device back on the AT&T network, and that's going to be 12:53 a.m. on January 29th. Calls prior to that were routed to voicemail, and there was an outgoing call to Albert that was via Wi-Fi at 12:34 as well.
So does this page signify traveling from the area where the board was eventually recovered after this initial visit, just prior to on page 38?
It does, yes.
And then you indicate, tell me the time, was it 12:53 a.m. when the first actual outcoming, or I'm sorry, how did you talk about that?
Yeah, so right around 12:53 is when we first start seeing activity with the AT&T device.
That's yeah, that's exactly the words I was looking for.
you
Meaning
go.
now that the phone is either turned back on or taken out of airplane mode somehow is now accessing the cellular network again.
Exactly, and an outgoing call was placed at that moment.
And then we see ME on this map, just for, we're all tracking with what that is. What is ME?
That would be the Massage Envy work location for Harley.
Okay. So essentially traveling from the board recovery location down to location roughly of Massage Envy where Harley works.
That is correct.
Page 40, what are we looking at there?
So following, you can read it, but following that activity near Massage Envy, Letecia's device, AT&T device, then travels back towards the area of the residence and begins to make some outgoing calls and receive some incoming calls and texts. That began at 1:23 and in the morning, and then stretched until 8:29 a.m. that same morning of January 29th. So bringing her phone back to the Stauch residence.
And is this basically Wednesday morning, early morning hours of January 29th?
Yeah, early morning hours through breakfast time.
Page 41, what are we looking at there?
So as you see in my first line there, the Kia was returned at 9. I don't show that on the map. At 11 a.m., the Tiguan records its first activity for the day of the 29th, and it's still near the Massage Envy location. When we look at the Tiguan data, the Life 360 data, and the cellular data as shown on here, it's consistent with the device and vehicle travel from the Massage Envy location down towards the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. At approximately, you see here 11:43 with the Life 360, 11:46 with the Tiguan. Shortly thereafter, our last outbound call was at 11:48, and then El Paso County seized her vehicle and her phone.
So is this going to be the last slide that we see Tiguan telematics data?
We have one more, but then yes.
Okay. But essentially, once it's seized, we don't need to look at any more telematics from that point forward.
Correct. All it would show is the parking lot at the police station.
Yep.
Oh, is the parking lot at the police station. I should have said sheriff's office, but
Page 42, what are we depicting here?
so this is actually going to be the last one with Tiguan data. So as part of that travel that I just showed you on the prior slide, I noticed there was some oddity in terms of how long it took for the Tiguan and the Life 360 data to get to the sheriff's office. So when I dug into it a little bit, I noticed that the Life 360 and vehicle data took a sort of an unusual route. So here's the main road that it traveled, flat. 11:20, you got the two data points up there. 11:29, you have a data point right here near your car wash. And then, while I don't have timestamps for all of them, what happens is the vehicle goes up here and it's recorded with Life 360 as well, coming back down and continuing on its way. So it's almost like call it a 5 or 6 minute deviation. So when I looked at Google Earth to figure out, hey, what's there? Why would that happen? Why would it jump on Boulder Road and then snap back to Platte? I noticed that this car wash was located right there. So who knows? It was an interesting sort of find, if you will. I would have thought somebody would have just traveled straight from point A to point B.
Okay. Did you have information from the investigation that when the defendant showed up at the sheriff's office, it appeared to people at the sheriff's office that her car had been recently washed and was still wet?
I did, actually, yes.
Okay. And so does this potentially corroborate that information, that possibility that this car wash was used to wash that vehicle?
Definitely.
Moving on to page 43, what are we looking at here?
So following Letecia's phone being seized and the Tiguan data, or the Tiguan vehicle being seized, we no longer had Letecia's AT&T records, we no longer had Life 360 records, and we no longer had the Tiguan telematics records. So there's a gap, as you see here, from January 29th around noon for a little over 2 days. The next data set that we had geolocation activity for was on January 31st at approximately 3:30. Now, between that time, and you can obviously read it, a Brenda Acquard had rented a Nissan Altima on January 30th. And at 9:44 on January 31st, Letecia had rented a cargo van, which is not shown on here. At 3:38, a GPS tracker happened to be affixed to that Nissan that was rented, but Letecia was seen driving. So following that at 3:38, we started to get data. And as you can see here, these green dots are GPS, location markers for that Nissan. We see that Nissan up back in the area of where that board had been was subsequently recovered. And the device or that vehicle spent approximately an hour up in that general area.
So is this the second trip up to that area in a vehicle associated with the defendant after Gannon was reported missing on the evening of January 27th?
That I was aware of, yes.
Okay.
There could always be other ones that we don't have data for.
Okay. So Tiguan is in custody at this time with the sheriff's office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Her cell phone, the AT&T cell phone, is in custody of the sheriff's office at this time.
Correct.
And so then this GPS tracker is the only way to really track any potential movements that you are aware of at this particular time.
That is correct.
And just so that we're tracking as far as record, this is the early evening or early afternoon. I'm sorry, late afternoon, early evening of Wednesday, January 29th.
No, we are.
I'm sorry, January 30th.
Nope, we've actually jumped 2 days. We're now on January 31st that afternoon.
So Friday.
Yes.
Okay. My apologies. I got
no.
cattywampus on the days.
A lot of days. There's a lot of stuff.
What are we looking at in page 44?
All right. So these are the new locations of interest for the back half of my analysis. So you see the dates February 1st through February 6th. Again, a variety of locations. Each map will have a legend. Don't have to memorize it. The ones that are pertinent will show up on those maps, but we have a lot of different areas covering a lot of different parts of the country.
And so, again, are these randomly selected by you, or are these given to you by somebody with the investigation as points of interest?
These were provided to me as points of interest based on what the investigators were uncovering.
The subsequent slides that we're going to look at, does it essentially show travel from the Colorado Springs area into the Pensacola area and then terminating in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
It does.
Page 45, what are we looking at there?
So on the morning of February 1st, Letecia rented a cargo van from Budget in Colorado Springs. And as I'd mentioned earlier in my testimony, this particular van was equipped with a GPS device that recorded locations every 6 hours. So again, not the breadcrumb trails like we saw with the Tiguan, but it does give us helpful points of reference a couple times a day. Following that, that rental, we see a data point down here at 1010 near a truck stop or a Love's truck stop in Pueblo along I-25. So clearly the vehicle has already began to move away from where it was rented.
So we're now south of the Colorado Springs area, closer to Pueblo at this truck stop?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is on again, the date would be Saturday, February 1st?
Correct.
Page 46.
So I was provided some financial records and surveillance that indicated that Letecia had visited this particular Walmart in Trinidad. And we then subsequently learned of a Verizon phone that was associated with her that had been activated on that day. What we're looking at here is Verizon has a unique data set known as RTT, which is essentially a estimated distance from tower measurement. So as long as the Verizon device is powered on, these RTT events are, for the most part, recorded. And I say as long as it's powered on because smartphones these days, there's a lot of things that are going on in the background. Your apps are trying to update. You may have surfed the web, but you didn't actually close your browser. So there's stuff being sent back and forth. You might have, a number of apps on your phone. You might have Facebook, whatever it might be. All of those network interactions between your phone and the towers generate signaling data, which is what RTT is. And so what we saw here is the Verizon network at 1:01 p.m. on the February 1st, and then again at 1:02, had recorded 2 distance measurements. And so what Verizon is saying is that based on, it's essentially based on how long it takes the signal to go from the phone to the tower, they divide that by the speed of light, and that gives them an estimate as to how far away the phone is from the tower. So they're saying at this moment, that phone was approximately 1.55 and 1.6 miles away from this tower sector, which conveniently or coincidentally, I guess, corresponds with the location of the Walmart. So these again are the first 2. So this is only going to happen when if it's a prepaid phone, the first time you turn on the phone, it needs to connect with the network, right? So the phone was powered on at approximately 1 o'clock. Verizon can't say where in this band the phone was, right? So the phone could have been over here. Phone could have been in this corner. Phone could have been on I-25. Verizon doesn't know, but it knows based on that simple calc of the time divided by the speed of light that phone is estimated at that distance away from that particular tower.
And this is corroborated, I think you already mentioned it, but by information you obtained that the defendant bought a phone at this particular Walmart.
Correct.
Page 47, what are we looking at here?
We've now jumped a little bit further in the day. We've now transitioned to Central Time as well. We've changed time zones. At 5:10, there is a GPS marker from the van as recorded there near that town, Dalhart, Texas. Letecia's Verizon device placed a number of outgoing calls during this time. Again, consistent, using towers at least consistent with travel. Well, I guess the towers were along 385. I can't necessarily say which road she was traveling on. But you see based sequentially that her phone is continuing to travel southward into Texas.
And the Verizon records that we're talking about now are based off of that phone that was purchased at the Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado.
That's correct. And the other thing to note on this one, of these 5 calls, even though it's not shown here in the call out box, when you look at the raw records, 067 was used prior to dialing the number. So if 067 basically blocks your caller ID from appearing on whoever's device you're calling. So, and then similar to the blues, the Verizon towers in the area are red. Blue was AT&T previously.
Is 067 and *67 essentially the same thing depending?
I meant to say *67.
Okay.
Did I say 0?
You said 067.
My apologies. *67 is what you would use to block your caller ID.
Does that *67 require conscious effort to do that, or can a phone just automatically do it?
Yeah, no, you'd have to do that yourself. I'm not sure I don't know of any way where you could accidentally do that or have the phone accidentally do that.
Requiring conscious effort by whoever's using that particular device.
I would say so.
Page 48, what are we looking at here?
We're now farther south into Amarillo, Texas. CS is the Candlewood Suites, a hotel in that area. From 6:59 through 9:59, then 6:59 p.m. through 9:59 the next morning, you see that Letecia's device uses that Verizon tower adjacent to the hotel. I have a little zoom in right there, and you can see the cargo van's GPS putting it outside that same hotel. At 7 o'clock, her device also placed an outgoing call to the same hotel. And then financial records support that she had at least rented a room there that night. As I mentioned before, their Verizon records don't give us the cell tower information for text messages. So all we're going to see for Verizon are phone calls or those RTT events, those distance from tower measurements. But her device placed its first initiated outbound placed its first outbound user-initiated text at approximately 8:38 that night, which went to a 312 Chicago area code.
And basically from the area where this Candlewood Suites is located in Amarillo, Texas.
Correct. Well, I can't say where the text message came from, but based on the phone activity from her calls, her last call before that was at 8:55, or last call before that was at 7:56. First call after was 8:55. How far can your phone go in 20 minutes, kind of thing?
Okay. So generally, in the same general area.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Page 49, what are we looking at here?
So later in the morning into the afternoon of February 2nd, Letecia's device leaves the Candlewood Suites area and continues traveling southeast, as shown here. So when I zoom out on my maps, it becomes hard to see the sector. So I've replaced them with just these red dots to indicate the cell towers utilized. But you see there's a variety of calls being made, all outgoing in this instance, to a number and a North Carolina phone number ending in 5030.
And then all of those other little red dots in the map, are those just other cell towers in that particular area that would show up on this map?
Yes, those are other Verizon cell towers in the area that the phone could have utilized if it saw that tower as being best at that moment in time. But the phone chose those towers that have the associated numbers on them. And those towers seem to align with the 287 roadway.
Does this indicate, again, just consistent travel southeast through Texas, eventually going down to Pensacola and then Myrtle Beach?
Exactly, yes.
Page 50, what's depicted here?
Same afternoon. We see Letecia's device now approaching Bellevue, Texas. The 6-hour cargo van GPS marker shows up there at 5:10. She uses that same tower for an outgoing call at 5:27 with that same 5030 number, which was associated with an Amy Lowry. But long and short is this is just consistent with her device continuing to travel south, utilizing towers along the 287 roadway.
Page 51.
So this is Decatur, Texas. That evening at approximately 6 o'clock, her phone utilized that tower and sector at 607, facing back towards the Candlewood Suites. Again, there's a GPS marker as shown at 1110. But a variety of activity through the 3 towers shown by Letecia's phone. Again, multitude of outgoing calls to that same 5030 number. Of note, when I looked at some of the activity, there was a 45-minute call with a number coming back to an Abernathy residence, followed immediately by an 83-minute call with that same Amy Lowry. And when I looked back throughout the day of February 2nd, Letecia had spent nearly 5 hours speaking with that Amy Lowry number ending in 5030.
And the 3 hotels that are going to be denoted in these slides, are they all Candlewood Suites?
99% sure, but I just want to double check.
So the one in Amarillo and now the one in Decatur and then in Pensacola?
Correct.
Okay. Page 52, what are we looking at here?
All right. So now the morning of February 3rd, Letecia's device has some activity around 9 a.m. through that tower, just through a tower just north of the Candlewood Suites. Overnight, you saw the budget run-a-truck pings that are right there near the Candlewood Suites as well. Shortly after that, around 11:23, you start to see her phone traveling because we have an outgoing call using this tower and sector here, which is far south of the suites, and then this one over here at 11:25. As you see, there's not a lot of stuff going on there. You just got a Verizon tower here and a Verizon tower there. There's nothing really in between.
Not much going on in that part of Texas, apparently.
Probably, well, the carriers put in towers where they have customers, right?
Yeah.
Because every tower can only handle a certain amount of phones. So that would tell me there's probably not a lot of Verizon customers right there.
Okay. Page 53, what are we looking at here?
So I jump ahead a little bit. There was a call outside of Dallas that afternoon of February 3rd that I didn't show, but Letecia's device and the GPS from the truck are consistent with travel eastward towards Mobile, Alabama. That evening, you see at 11:10 down here, outgoing call about an hour earlier, just west of Mobile. So
And so we're on February 3rd, I believe here. Is that correct?
that is correct, yes.
So roughly a week after Gannon Stauch has been reported missing by the defendant on January 27th at 6:55 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
And then page 54, what are we looking at here?
So this Candlewood Suites is in Pensacola, and we see her device, the Verizon device, show up with first recorded data session at approximately 12:39 a.m. the morning of February 4th. We have some outgoing activity the next morning, like later that morning around 9:47. But at 4:15, we have a GPS marker from the cargo van. And if you remember that the cargo van flags every 6 hours, but it also has a power up event once a day that occurs at not a consistent period. It was traditionally in the morning, but not at the same moment. So this event at 4:15 puts this cargo van approximately 1.8 miles away from where it subsequently records a GPS marker at 5:10, so approximately 55 minutes later. As you see in the red icon up there is where Gannon's body was subsequently recovered there in Pensacola. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make sure that we got everything I want to get out of this particular slide. We made note of this at the very beginning. When we're talking about 4:15 a.m. or 5:10 a.m., this is local to the Pensacola area.
That is correct. Yes.
These times. Okay. Page 55, what are we looking at here?
So just to be sort of thorough, I had asked one of my colleagues who lives down in this area, one of my CAS colleagues, if he would be able to go do some drive testing for us, because I wanted to understand the coverage area of these Verizon phones, or the Verizon towers that Letecia's phone had used. And you see the two towers shown here that she has had some data sessions with in the early morning hours of April 4th. What you see, and it's a little bit muddy and somewhat of an ink blob, but the serviceable coverage areas of those two towers don't extend all the way to where that budget or where the GPS marker was recorded on that cargo truck. So what does this tell us? Well, if the phone had activity during the early morning hours around that 4 o'clock window, we would have expected it to have utilized a different cell tower, right? It was about 1.8 miles away. So this just confirmed to us that at the time shown on this slide and at the previous slide, that the phone was in and around the area of the Candlewood Suites and was not as far up as where the budget truck was, GPS marker was.
Could it also mean that just no phone activity is being initiated on that particular phone while the budget truck is moving?
Oh yeah, definitely, right? Because we can only talk about the general area of where a device is when there is activity, right? When it records a connection with the tower. So without that, we wouldn't know where it was.
If there had been phone activity beyond the coverage area indicated by these pink and green blobs here, would it likely have connected to a different tower if there was phone activity?
Yes, it would have.
Okay. Page 56, what do we have there?
So around noon on the April 4th, Letecia's device left the Pensacola area along with the truck. And these multitude of red dots are all the Verizon cell towers that the phone utilized along the way. And this was generated primarily from that timing advance data, that stuff that's going on behind the scenes. During this case, we had somewhat gaps in some of the data as provided by Verizon, so we didn't have consistent timing advance data for everything. But as you can see, it's pretty clear cut the direction and path that phone takes as it travels south into the Orlando area. And it arrived in the Orlando area at approximately 12:10 a.m. Eastern time. We've now jumped one more time zone on February 5th.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, thought you were done with that one.
So did I, but I screwed you up on that one.
Okay. What else? What else?
Nothing. They can read it. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. Moving on to page 57. What are we looking at here?
Leticia's Verizon device remained in Orlando in that area until dinner time. And at approximately 6:30, again, based on the red dots, you can see that phone starts to travel northward. This 10:17 a.m., that was a time stamp mistake. That's actually 10:17 p.m. I didn't catch it. Peer reviewer didn't catch it. My apologies. As I mentioned, there was gaps in the data. So once that phone traversed into Georgia, we didn't actually get any more RTT data. But we do see at 10:12 a.m. On February 6th, that the truck is at least now outside of Savannah, Georgia, technically in Pooler, Georgia.
So we have van data down in the Orlando area at 6:10 a.m. and then again at 12:10 a.m., signifying that 6-hour gap when it would do the drop of breadcrumb.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else of note on this one before I move on?
Nope.
They can read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 58, what are we looking at there?
So we're now morning, a little later in the morning on February 6th. Leticia's phone utilized a tower down here at 5:20 for some outgoing calls. At 10:42, it utilized that tower and sector facing the Abernathy residence for some outgoing calls. You see the GPS pings from the device or from the vehicle. There's a budget rental location down there, which is where the vehicle was subsequently dropped off. That star 67 that I mentioned before, these outgoing calls on this day also had that star 67 to block the caller ID to the person answering it. And there was a total, Leticia's device had 73 text messages recorded by Verizon. Again, we don't get the cell tower, but we at least know that there's a decent amount of activity going on with her device during this period.
It just dawned on me to be a little more clear on the star 67. If I put star 67 into my phone and then I call you, what's it going to show up on your end?
I think each carrier handles it a little bit differently, but typically it says like private number or blocked number or no caller ID available.
So it essentially, if somebody on the outgoing call phone puts in star 67, it's to block the receiver from seeing who the call is coming in from.
That's correct.
Okay. Page 59, what do we got there?
The overview slide. So going back to February 1st, bringing it all the way through to February 6th, here's all the various GPS or location data that existed during the time. So we have Leticia's Verizon phone, and we have the rental truck's GPS. And so that is what you see here, bringing it from Colorado Springs area all the way down to Florida and then up into the Myrtle Beach area.
In spreading across basically from February 1st all the way to February 6th, so roughly 5 days worth of travel.
That's correct.
That sort of travel route, would that require multiple stops along the route in a gas-powered vehicle like what this van was?
Oh, yeah.
To get gas?
Use gas, use the bathroom, eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just check with my colleagues to make sure I didn't miss anything. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Tolini, cross-examination. Pardon? Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent McCoy? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Well, he's stepping down, but I'm just going to take this way.
Prosecution, calling next witness, please.
Morning, Your Honor. We call Dr. Christine Moore.
So I am going to blow it up on her. I know our
You don't need it up here, right?
video
You
has
want that?
not been
Dr. Moore, if you would step forward and
Doing
raise your right
good.
hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young, on the matter that we talked about earlier, qualify the witness first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. I am Dr. Christine Moore, M-O-H-R.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I am a clinical program director for Larned State Hospital's sexually violent offender treatment program.
And how did you get the title doctor?
I received my doctorate in clinical psychology in 2014, completed over 2,000 hours of clinical training for towards my licensure, and then applied for my licensure, took my licensure exam, and have been a licensed clinical psychologist since 2016.
And what kind of roles have you had, jobs have you had as a clinical psychologist?
Typically, I've worked in psychiatric hospitals, jails, prisons. I've been a forensic psychologist, so conducting sexual and violent risk evaluations, sexual predator evaluations, parole evaluations, assisted with civil commitment for individuals who are mentally ill. So worked in a variety of settings.
And in those variety of settings, have you both treated patients and also done forensic examinations of patients?
Yes.
Could you distinguish those two for the jury? What are we talking about when we say clinical examination?
So a clinical examination is typically something, an evaluation where you're looking to provide a diagnosis or understanding of what could be concerning about that person, what sort of mental illness might they meet criteria for. Whereas a forensic setting, you're typically looking, again, maybe assessing for risk, any sort of violence risk, sexual risk. You assess for faking mental illness, so feigning illnesses. Also forensic wise, in some of my prior roles, I've conducted pre-sentence evaluations, lack of mental state or insanity evaluations, competency evaluations, pre-sentence evaluations. So again, you're kind of looking to assess somebody's, you're either wanting to diagnose and help develop a treatment plan, or ultimately assess somebody's risk in more of a legal setting.
And so approximately how many clinical examinations have you conducted as a psychologist?
Hundreds. I'd say probably close to 400 at least.
And how about forensic examinations as a forensic psychologist?
About the same. It's been kind of my roles have switched back and forth. So in those roles, I've conducted hundreds of evaluations.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in any states?
Yes, I am licensed to practice here in Colorado as well as in Kansas.
And what does it mean to be licensed to practice psychology? Let's talk about the state of Colorado.
Sure. So it means that you've met the required qualifications to, as required for the Colorado Licensure Board, and here it's called DORA, the Department of Regulatory Agencies. So I've met all of those qualifications based on my education, experience, and training, as well as passed what we call the EPPP. It's the psychologist examination, and you have to score above a 70% on that exam in order to become fully licensed. And once you've met all of that criteria, then they will authorize you to be licensed and to practice as a psychologist in the state.
And does each state have its own requirements to have a license in psychology?
Yes.
And are you licensed in other states?
Kansas.
And is that where you currently work?
Yes.
Are you, do you have any training, or do you have what we call as lawyers CLEs? Do you have annual training that you have to go to keep your license?
Yes, so I have to do that both for for Kansas and Colorado, between 40 and 50 hours of continuing education, and specifically in ethics, also about diagnosing, ensuring that you are familiar with the DSM-5 and making sure that you are able to accurately diagnose, and then things specific to your field. So especially when I've worked mostly in forensic related settings, I also tend to prefer to obtain additional CEUs in those sort of settings. So being trained and qualified to perform the risk assessments, personality assessments, malingering assessments, intellectual disability assessments, things like that. So I also focus my CEUs in those areas.
And you mentioned the DSM-5. What is the DSM-5?
That is a diagnostic and statistical manual. So it's in the mental health field. We typically use that as a guide to help with diagnoses. So it has the criteria of what each diagnosis is required that you have to meet. It also provides kind of some associated symptoms related to different diagnoses, just to help the clinician really ensure that that's the person that they're assessing is meeting that criteria.
And is that used throughout the country?
Yes.
Do you stay up on recent literature and things that are going on in the field of psychology and the fields of forensic psychology?
Yes.
And what do you do to do that?
Mostly that's CEUs, but again, just going out, ensuring that I am trained, and seek out the trainings that do allow me to do my job. So, for example, like a sexual risk assessment, you have to be qualified and trained to conduct that sort of assessment. So I'll go out and get additional CEUs in those areas just to make sure I am trained and qualified to do what I do.
Okay. And have you given presentations or have you taught classes with regards to psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes. A couple years ago, most recently was at the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. I had conducted and written trainings there, but also just numerous other trainings related to personality disorders, just different symptoms. I always, in some of my roles as a supervisor administrator, I've also had to train other people on how to conduct these sort of evaluations, whether they're the clinical or the forensic evaluations.
And when you're teaching these classes or giving these presentations, are they to other psychologists?
Usually there's other psychologists, mostly at the master's level, but typically other psychologists as well and other experts in the field.
And have you received any honors or awards in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, I can't remember what they are off the top of my head.
Did you give us a resume or CV?
I did.
We don't need to go through those, but have you testified as an expert in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, most specifically in civil commitment hearings, conducting sexual predator evaluations, risk assessments, things like that. Yes.
Approximately how many times?
A lot of times, despite writing the evaluations that I did, I wasn't called to testify. So it's been more the civil commitment side, probably around 30 times.
And what is a civil commitment proceeding?
So that's typically when somebody is mentally ill. they have a severe and persistent mental illness where they do not want treatment. And so we have to commit to them to a psychiatric hospital against their will. And so we're essentially telling, usually it's a magistrate judge, some of their symptoms and why they would benefit from treatment against their objection.
Okay. Now, at this time, I'd ask that Dr. Moore be qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychology and forensic psychology, and ask that she be allowed to give opinions in those fields.
Defense?
Can we approach?
You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence or testimony from this witness. The evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone. With that, prosecution.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Moore, could you give the jury a little bit more specifics of what your role is now and what you're doing in your job out?
Sure. So as the clinical program director of the sexual predator treatment program, we have over 250 civilly committed sexually violent predators. So in the state of Kansas, when somebody is deemed a sexually violent predator, prior to their release from prison, they go for 2 evaluations, a clinical service evaluation, and then a sexual predator evaluation. And then they're civilly committed to the program. So we are required by law to provide them care and treatment related to their sexual offending behaviors. So I oversee all of the clinical aspects of that. I supervise numerous master's level psychologists and master's level social workers. They're the ones that are typically providing treatment. I also chair what we call the progress review panel, so help evaluate if people are progressing in treatment or need to be returned to more intense levels of treatment. I supervise the forensic evaluator, so that person's role is to conduct initial evaluations to clarify diagnoses, and they also do annual evaluations that are required by law for the court to determine if that person still meets civil commitment criteria as a sexually violent predator.
What were you doing back in March of 2020?
I was the mental health director at the El Paso County Jail. In that role, I supervised the master's level therapist there, the discharge planner, oversaw all of the psychiatric care. So supervised the psychiatrist, the psychiatric nurse practitioner, the psych nurse, just again, ensuring that care was adequately provided to approximately 1,500 inmates at any given time in the jail setting.
And before we get into the details with regards to this case, we talked about a clinical diagnosis or your role as a clinical psychologist versus your role as a forensic psychologist. Can you explain the difference between the two? And let's start with what a clinical psychologist might do and how you treat a patient who may come see you.
Sure. So in a clinical psychologist role, somebody is typically coming in due to some either whether it's them self-reporting some mental health concerns. It could be something like anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, things like that. And what we do is we start by conducting an initial evaluation and diagnostic clarification to make sure that we do have an accurate diagnosis. And then from there, we develop a treatment plan in order to help stabilize them, whether that would include individual therapy, group therapy. We might refer them to a psychiatrist for medication management as well, and then typically try to work with a team in the sense of whether nursing staff are involved. Like I said, the mental health staff, psychiatry, just trying to have a pretty collaborative approach to somebody's needed treatment.
And in a clinical setting, are you relying much like a medical doctor may do on what the patient's telling you, at least at the beginning, to see how that mental illness may be treated?
Yes. So typically we will ask them kind of a broad series of questions to cover any potential diagnoses. So kind of casting a wide net to see what concerns that they have. And then if it's pretty clear what their diagnosis is, we'll kind of hone into that area. So maybe they report, for example, that they're depressed and they meet criteria for a major depressive disorder. And we'll go in and develop a treatment plan specific to that. If we are not sure, or they might have symptom overlap, which tends to be common. We don't all fit into nice boxes. So sometimes there might be prominent depression with maybe some anxiety on the side. So we'll, if we need to clarify, we might do some testing in order to make sure that we know that we have the accurate diagnosis.
And this diagnosis that you're making, you alluded to, if it fits the criteria or words to that effect. What do you refer to see what the criteria is for any given specific mental illness?
The DSM-5.
And within the DSM-5, is that where the criteria might be listed for whatever mental illness you're looking at?
Yes.
And do you use that in a clinical setting to make a diagnosis as to whether or not someone actually has a mental illness?
Yes.
Now, before we talk about the forensic psychologist evaluation, is there any cautionary statement in the DSM-5 in the use of that manual with regards to forensic evaluations?
Yes, you always want to make sure especially in a forensic setting, to be very cautious, because in forensic settings, just by the nature of them, there could be some ulterior motive or gain. So you want to be extra sure and clear, make sure you are clarifying that is in fact the correct diagnosis that you are going to then provide treatment for or write in an evaluation report that goes to the court per se.
And is that statement in the DSM-5, or do you know why it's in there with regards to forensic images?
Just because of the nature of them, and because people can have a tendency to maybe elaborate or exaggerate maybe fake symptoms of a mental health diagnosis, so that way that they are deemed they're not taking full responsibility. They're kind of blaming it on maybe a mental health diagnosis as opposed to their true own behavior.
Well, I understand you correctly, is the clinical setting, they may not have as much to gain or lose by what they're telling you, versus a forensic setting, they might be motivated to tell you something because they have something to gain. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Is that why, for instance, in a forensic setting, would you rely on everything a prospective patient might tell you, or would you want to look at collateral information to see whether or not that makes sense?
It is very pertinent to look at the collateral information. So yeah, you would take that person's self-report. If you could talk to any family members, if you could obtain prior records to, again, confirm. You also do assessments that have validity scales in them. So most, let's say, personality assessments, they have embedded in them certain questions that will detect if someone is feigning or faking symptoms or over exaggerating under reporting symptoms. So we do that. And then there's also a specific set of tests that are specific for, again, malingering or faking symptoms. So I've been trained in those assessments as well. And again, we'll typically use those to just confirm or refute a diagnosis.
Okay. I want to go back to March of 2020 in your role at the El Paso County Jail. As part of that role, were you one of the individuals who might screen inmates as they come in of serious criminal charges?
Yes.
For instance, inmates who are charged with first-degree murder, is there a process that they go through when they come through the jail?
The process is typically consistent for almost anyone coming in the jail. The first thing that we do is a receiving screening that the nursing staff will do. And so they kind of go through, get all of the baseline or historical medical concerns, kind of do a brief suicide assessment, initiate any mental health or psychiatric referrals. And then if it's maybe somebody who's a little bit more concerning, they will be referred for a mental health assessment, typically within 24 hours. At the latest, it would be at 7 days. So everybody would come in, have the receiving screening, and an initial mental health assessment.
And why do you do this mental health screen with inmates, particularly inmates that are charged with first-degree murder?
To ensure that whatever anybody is coming into the jail for, that we can adequately care for and manage any symptoms. In a higher profile case, given my higher level of licensure compared to most of my team that worked there, they were mostly master's level clinicians. I typically would try to meet with those individuals that have higher profile crimes, just because I have a pretty extensive history working in that forensic setting and providing diagnoses. So that's why I would typically go see somebody, and specific for higher profile crimes, because of the nature of them, we always want to ensure somebody's safety. So typically people who come in, again, with higher level crimes, I'll, as a safety precaution, put them on suicide watch initially, just to ensure that, given the nature of the crime, sometimes in and of itself going to jail is traumatic. It's kind of a scary place. And so I just want to ensure that that person is safe. I mean, ultimately in the jail setting, safety is the key. So we will also do a pretty thorough suicide risk assessment with them.
Do you also do an assessment to make sure they're not a harm to anyone else at the jail?
Yes.
We're going to talk about this case and this defendant. Did you have an opportunity to do an assessment of a Letecia Stauch on March 5th of 2020?
I did.
And is it the same Letecia Stauch that's seated to my left, seated in between the two male attorneys at the table here?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch?
Record will so reflect.
Earlier, you alluded to that high-profile cases, first-degree murder charges, you might fit the role. Is that how you got involved in this case?
Yes.
So tell us about that. What was why did you meet with Letecia Stauch on March 5th, 2020?
I met with her to conduct her mental health initial assessment. Again, assess for suicidality, homicidality, again, initial diagnostic assessment, see what referrals might be needed, specific to her, given the nature of the alleged crime. Also, just checking in as a stepmother, making sure that she's safe, she's okay, and see how she was adjusting. To my knowledge, she does not have a criminal history. So again, like I said earlier, going to the jail for the first time, it can be somewhat traumatic. It can be scary. People don't really know what to expect. It's a totally different environment. So again, just making sure that my intent was to assess her to ensure her safety and stability while under our care.
And what was her demeanor like when you first met her?
She was, from my recollection, generally very calm, polite. She reported kind of some general symptoms, but we had a very lucid, fluid conversation where there weren't any significant concerns raised. I do recall she was not really in agreement with being on suicide watch, but again, just due to the nature of her alleged crime, as well as being somebody in jail for the first time, I had placed her on suicide watch just as a safety precaution.
And have you done that with many inmates who are charged with first-degree murder, just as a
Yes.
precaution?
Mhm.
As you're talking to her for the first time, did you notice any obvious signs of any mental illness that she may have had at that point?
She not anything overt. Again, just being in jail, I think everyone can be a little bit anxious or nervous. I do recall her reporting a history of a generalized anxiety disorder diagnosis, so that seemed fairly consistent. Her self-report of that seemed consistent with how she was presenting.
And as part of your role at the jail there is to prescribe medication that the inmate might need if they do have a mental illness?
My role is not to prescribe. I'm not licensed to prescribe medication, but what I do is put a referral in for somebody to see the psychiatrist. If somebody comes in with prescribed medications that we can verify, then the nursing staff can call the doctor and get those medications started, or the doctor can meet with them and start the medication themselves.
And do you know whether or not that was done with regards to Ms. Stauch?
Yes, our psychiatrist, Dr. Hargraves, had also met with her, I recall, I believe on March 5th as well, and prescribed her, I believe it was hydroxyzine, which is an anti-anxiety medication. It's a very kind of generic low medication. It's not something like an antipsychotic, which has helped to kind of prevent some symptoms. It just kind of helps calm down your anxiety a little bit.
And I still want to stay on the March 5th, 2020, and your first meeting with Ms. Stauch. Are you also, is this a kind of a clinical evaluation at this point? Are you also evaluating if there's anything or some mental illness that she might need that you can either refer out or facilitate at that moment?
Yes.
And as part of that evaluation, do you ask her if she has any mental illnesses?
Yes.
And how did she respond to that?
She had reported having the prior diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder.
As you already alluded to. Did she mention any other potential disorders that she might have?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of any mental illness other than what she was telling you about the generalized anxiety?
No.
And when I talk about signs, what does that mean to you?
Signs or symptoms, typically when people have a mental illness, they will have, you can kind of see it. So let's say, for example, somebody could be responding to internal stimuli, and that might be consistent with more of a psychotic disorder. None of that was observed. So sometimes they might be looking around at the room or talking to themselves under their breath. They might seem very sullen or depressed or uncontrollable crying. They might be having more of a manic sort of mood episode. So they might be talking very rapidly. So just a lot of behavioral observations. So speech, affect, body presentation, things like that. Why we just look at all of that in order to determine a sign or symptom.
And why is the term psychosis kind of what you're describing, where they're looking around and acting like someone's there who's not there, or hearing voices that you can't hear, that only they can hear, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Why are you looking for that, or why is that relevant in your evaluation, particularly with Ms. Stauch when you first met her on March 5th?
That's going to play in how we're going to treat her. So somebody who might be psychotic, so to speak, we might need to, again, just to put them in a potentially restrictive housing. If they are, their behavior is very erratic, we might need to bump up a psychiatric referral, monitor medication compliance if they're prescribed medication, just to ensure that stability. So looking for that, it's just important to see how we will manage them in a jail setting, what sort of unit or housing location is best for them. And again, just to see how often we might need to follow up with them.
Is psychosis, where you're hearing things or seeing things that aren't there, is that tied to a severe mental illness? Did you see that in someone?
Yes.
And is that one of the things you might be looking for when you meet anybody in your initial diagnosis, or someone who's entered at the jail for pursuing murder? See that, you may have to go to a plan B, C, or D.
Yes,
And you didn't see any of that with Ms. Stauch when you first met her?
I did not.
Did you ask Ms. Stauch about whether or not she had any outpatient treatment for any mental illnesses?
I did ask her that.
And how did she respond to that?
She denied any prior hospitalizations or treatment.
So does that include any inpatient or outpatient treatment?
Yes.
I know it's pretty obvious, but what's the difference between the two?
So outpatient treatment, you might go to therapy. You might drive yourself to therapy once a week. And inpatient is where you're living there. It could be something as short as 72 hours to years. Again, a higher level intensive treatment is inpatient treatment with 24-hour around-the-clock care. And outpatient is you're able to fairly well manage your own symptoms, but might need a little bit of assistance. So you see a therapist.
Okay. Now, if she would have said that, hey, I had inpatient treatment before I was hospitalized for whatever mental disorder, would you have taken additional steps to see what you needed to do within the jail to help her?
Yes.
No need to do that in this case?
Correct.
As you're talking to Ms. Stauch, and we're going to get into several days where you met with her, how are you documenting your meetings?
I always, when I would go to the unit, I would take a pen and paper with me, a little notepad, and I would write down my notes. I would quote things that people said, write down my behavioral observations of that person, and then I would go back to our office area where there was a computer and document that in our electronic medical record system.
And would you document things so that others can see those, particularly in the jail? If, for instance, you mentioned the psychiatrist wanted to come see her, they could look at your notes and get a historical documented path of what has been going on, Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And does that go for all the way to today? You know that she has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Can other doctors look at your notes and use that in determining whether or not Ms. Stauch is sane or insane?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not any psychotropic medication was needed for Ms. Stauch?
I noted that, again, my understanding was her primary care doctor had prescribed her hydroxyzine to help with some anxiety, and I believe lorazepam to help with the same. Sometimes that's a little bit more of a medication that it's a bit quicker acting.
And did you note that in your notes then?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to the prior diagnosis, did Ms. Stauch tell you when she was diagnosed with this generalized anxiety?
I believe it was about 2 to 3 years prior to coming into the jail.
If your notes indicate that it was at age 16, would that be accurate?
If my notes indicate that, then yes.
If I can approach, Your Honor. I don't have a bait page on these notes, but it's from March 5th. Which one? I may approach you.
You may.
And I'll just direct you to this sentence here.
Yes.
Now, are these your March 5th, 2020 notes?
Yes.
Has that refreshed your recollection as to when she said she was diagnosed with generalized anxiety?
Yes.
How old was she?
16.
Did she happen to tell you who diagnosed her?
No.
Did you talk to her about any past suicide attempts?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she said that she had not attempted suicide before.
Again, I have the privilege of looking at your notes. If you have your notes with you, you can use those, okay? If it helps refresh your recollection, just let us know when you're doing that. If that's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Young, can you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so, please?
We can stop now if you like, Judge, if it's convenient for you.
Give some time to look through our notes then.
That's great.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research for any aspect of this case. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Great catch. How did you say?
1:30. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Dr. Moore, you can sit back. All right, court will be in recess. Thank you.
So I'm just.
All
right.
All right, guys. I should just leave you here and leave, right? It's lunchtime. I'll see you guys back at 3:30. Bye. See you later. See you around, my little making a mess over here. I'm such a slob. I am such a slob. So I'm actually excited because I got a friend coming by to see me later today. The house is a mess, so I'm going to try. What I've been doing is I've been listening and cleaning. listening and cleaning. So I'm getting some laundry done as we speak. I need to throw another load of laundry in, but that's okay. That's okay, right? So I'm kind of excited. So I got some food out. I got stuff thawing out and getting some ideas of what I want to have tonight for dinner. Bye. See ya. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. Adios, amigos. Adios. So I don't know if you guys remember, and I'm probably going to do a video on it, but we only have 165 people in the chat room. So I can do a video on it later without, because nobody knows this. You guys are the first to hear about it. You guys are the lucky ones. You guys are the lucky ones. Do you guys remember me telling you the other day that, we learned that Alex Murdaugh was going, where he was, either the McCormick Correctional Facility. Nobody's saying where he's at because of security measures, yada, 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 but we know where he's at. It's already been leaked all over it's not like I leaked it. It's been leaked all over the internet that he's at the McCormick Correctional Institute in South Carolina. So at the end of the day, I decided to go ahead and shoot off, because this was when we were talking about the article where his attorney, Jim Griffin, was in the giving an interview to this particular news organization and stating how Alec Murdaugh wants to be put in general population. He's not. Remember, I kept saying it's awfully funny how he says he's staying as far away from the people that are in there for the sex crimes and stuff like that. He says he's been staying, but you heard him say that several times. Hey, ICU, you heard him say several times this thing about the sexual people in there. So it's making me, and we're all saying that we know that it's probably Alec wanting to be in general population so he can get his, because he's notable. People are kind of gushing over him. He's kind of like a celebrity figure in jail. You know, I know it's kind of crazy, but he is. And, you know, we think it's for his ability to get illicit drugs while he's in there. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that isn't supposed to go on behind jail, that goes on behind jail. There's ways it doesn't matter how much you try. Criminals are criminal by default. Okay. They're going to break the rules. They're going to break the law. Even when they're behind bars serving life sentences, they're still going to break the law. Right? Like they still haven't learned a lesson yet. So we speculated that this is what the reason why Alec Murdaugh wants to be back into general population. And so I started, you know, questioning, because, you know, some of the stuff that Jim Griffin said in there, I figured, you know, I might as well do some fact finding. I don't know what that security clearance really allows. You know, is it an extra layer? You know, there's still FOIA. You have FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. You know, how much of that is really accessible to the public? That's up for interpretation, right? So you have to you kind of have to weigh the good, the bad, and the ugly, and just do the best you can with some of these record requests. So I literally just asked for a bunch of stuff. Like I asked to see if he had any emails that left there for whatever site that the inmates use for emails, anything not protected, you know, by in like an exemption where it's attorney-client, you know, whatever. So any emails, any phone calls that were recorded, any letters that were sent out, because you know how like you send out letters, but there's like this recording process that they do. And I don't know if it's only when it comes in, they record the mail coming in, or if it's recorded mail going out. I don't really know one way or the other. But I know the mail is inspected going in and out. I just don't know to what degree. So I asked for any photocopies of any mailings that have gone out from the facility. You know, I'm really kind of thinking this through. And they responded. I had like 8 different requests. They kind of put them all into one request and did a whole like just a response, one general response. And did I get anything? No, I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything from my request, but I figured, since, you know, they did respond back to me, so I figured I'd read the response to you guys. So it says, hi, it says, Miss Griffin, in this request, you have asked for records related to Mr. Murdaugh's, and I forgot, and I asked for videos of him coming into the McCormick facility and the intake process of him. I forgot I asked for that too. So I wanted to get, you know, maybe a recording of him getting out of the van or something, you know, something new. So this is what it says. It says, related to the intake/arrival at McCormick Correctional Institute. The South Carolina Department of Corrections cannot disclose Mr. Murdaugh's current location for security reasons. For purposes of responding to your request, we looked at the request records related to Mr. Murdaugh's intake arrival at the South Carolina Department of Corrections Correctional Institute. The South Carolina Department of Correction does not have any records responsive to the portion of your request for email sent by inmate Richard Murdaugh from Jan 1/23 to April 21/23, letters received by Mr. Murdaugh from October 1st, 2022 to April 21, 2023, letters sent by Mr. Murdaugh from October 1st, 2022 to April 1st, 2023, videos related to Mr. Murdaugh's intake at any South Carolina Correctional Institute, or recordings of Murdaugh's non-privileged phone calls from January 1st, 2023 to April 21st, 2023. We have records responsive to the portion of your requested video of Mr. Murdaugh's transportation to and arrival to any South Carolina Department of Correction Institute. However, these records are not available under FOIA pursuant to below listed section of South Carolina's FOIA statute, and it's quoting section code section 30-420C. Security plan and devices are specifically excluded from definition of the term public record. So, it kind of can be challenged a little bit because it's not something that's, well, I guess it is part of their security plan if it's on the cameras for the outside. So because of all the records responsive to your request are unavailable under FOIA, your request FOIA 0127-23 is now closed. I tried. They're not giving me nothing. So we'll just keep, I'll keep it in the ticker and when it, in a few months, it'll come back around and we'll see if his guard's been let down a little bit and, work on trying to get some new information. This is going to be, as he's going to be progressing to his financial crimes trial. I don't know what the financial crimes trials are going to be as popular as the murder trial. I really don't, because I think people are going to kind of get a little bored with it because you're talking about numbers all day. I mean, we're listening to the forensic. I think the reason why this, like the forensic in this case is not really that important. Well, it's not, I don't want to say that important. That's kind of the wrong terminology I'm using. But like when we were watching Alec Murdaugh, like our attention was like laser focused on it, like every single thing the expert says. Like it was just, attention, catching. And this one is kind of, I think we all just know she did it, and we're just trying to get through all of the evidence quick enough, because oh, that reminds me, I do have a couple stars that I wanted to go over that were a part of, our conversation. And this was early on. This was from Sweetie Pie. I did see it and I started because I was meaning to come back around to it. And it says, I don't get all of this really. She has admitted that she did it. So why do they need to prove if she is crazy or not? Because she's saying that she did it because she was crazy. And because she did it because she was crazy, she shouldn't be liable for her actions. That it was her mental illness that caused her to do it. But the standard, and we looked up the legal standard for Colorado just a minute, I think at our break, at the 10:30 break, we looked at the Colorado's standard for insanity. And she had to knowingly do something. Well, I'll read it. I still have it pulled up here. It says, to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. This is the meaning of insanity in Colorado. To be found not guilty by reason of insanity, you must have been so mentally ill at the time of the crime that you couldn't tell right from wrong. You couldn't tell right from wrong. So, they have to prove the case because you never know what is going to transpire in the appeal. Like if she appeals this and they have to redo her case, you don't know. They still have to have they're not going to be able to introduce new evidence in the retrial of the case. So they have to act like any normal case and go through the entire trial process, authenticating evidence so it can be used with witness testimony and so forth and so on until they rest their case, until the state rests their case. And then it's time for the defense to present their case. And once the defense rests, they'll have closing arguments and then the jury will deliberate. So she needs to prove that she was crazy to that definition, to the Colorado definition of insanity. Because if she can prove her case and prove that she was mentally ill at the time of the crime, that she could not tell right from wrong, so mentally ill she could not tell right from wrong. If she can prove that to the jury, she will be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, now a not guilty plea is a not guilty plea. I don't know what happens after that. Are they going to admit her into a state hospital for evaluation for the duration of her life? I mean, I don't really know to the extent of what goes on after she's found not guilty by reason of insanity. But to me, because of all the stuff that we had talked about so far, I don't think she's going to be able to prove herself to that definition, because it seems like, as we talked at the lunch or at the morning break, it seems to me that she knew right from wrong, because her actions after Gannon was killed were that of somebody that was concerned about being caught, about being, and that's knowing that what happened was wrong. So, and since there's so much overkill with this one, this seems personal. So I don't know if the insanity portion is really going to hold water for. We know she's guilty. I mean, in my opinion, we've known that from even before she changed her opinion from, not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity, or because she's stating she is insane. And this is one that I wanted to talk about, because we've all noticed that her hair is up today, which is much different than what we've seen for the last several weeks of this trial. I mean, we're on day 14, so the last we're like in the third week. In the third week. And we've had her, she's had her hair down, she's had her hair, like this, and she's been kind of, falling like this, and just not, doing this a lot, and just a lot of that stuff while she's there on her trial. And then today we find her hair completely up and out of her face, and for some reason I just really believe that this was the doing of the judge. I think the judge ordered that her hair must be up. We'll find out. Like, we will find out. Because if she has her hair in that bun for the remainder of this trial, I guarantee she was ordered to do so. And or he went to her attorneys and said, look, if you don't do something with her hair, I'm going to have to put it in an order, and I don't want to have any more disruption about her conduct and stuff like this, but I think it was really bothering, because he's right there. He's watching her, she's putting her head down and, looking like she's sleeping. We've all seen it. So it's, yeah, I think he's just like, he's over that. It's tacky. I mean, it doesn't help her. It doesn't help her at all. It really doesn't. It's actually, it's going to cause her problems, because all these outbursts in court, when she tries to express to the judge how sorry she is, or, when she's asking that judge for leniency, he's going to remember all of this, and he's going to know exactly who he's dealing with. And she's not going to be able to manipulate that judge. And that judge is going to have a heavy hand. I promise you he is. Because she's disrespecting him. She can't even show the judge respect in his own courtroom. And so I think it's going to be detrimental to her overall case, with all of this stuff going on, in the constant addressing the judge has to do with her conduct. So for whatever reason, I think the whole hair thing was not her choice. If it was her choice, she would have had her hair up since the beginning. Maybe she had her hair down because she knew all the hard stuff, the stuff she wanted to shield herself from seeing the eyes of the juror that were being, seen, seeing the condition of Gannon, hearing about the evidence related to Gannon, all the lies. She hung her head down in shame. Again, something from a woman, obviously she feels something to hold her head down. That to me is not the actions of a woman that wants to be insane. Now, granted, the meaning of insanity in Colorado specifically indicates at the time of the crime. So it does have this area that she has to work with, because she may be proclaiming, I'm not crazy now, but at the time of the crime, I was. And she may very well feel that way because, again, she's got a daughter. She's never killed anybody before in her life. And she just killed an 11-year-old kid. She might herself be thinking, there's something wrong with me. I have to be insane. I don't know. I don't know. And give me just a second because we are on here. I wasn't planning on being here. If you remember, I was supposed to go to the meeting today and I blew that popsicle stand, didn't I? Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, we know about that. We already discussed that. Let's see what's going on here. We have an update. We ran with the case of Alexander Webb this morning, and one of the first things that we talked about on our coffee club, there has been an update provided by TBI. It came in at like 1:33, so about a half hour, 40 some minutes ago. There was an update, and it says the non-custodial parents of Alexander Webb, the subject of the endangered child alert, have now been charged with custodial interference. Sarah Eisen is 23, 5 foot, 189 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. Jason Webb is 35, 6'2", 240 pounds, brown hair, hazel eyes. So it sounds like they have, but the problem is the people are asking, like, where's the baby? They gave an update that the parents have been found, but no real update on in this post, anyways, about about Alexander. So let me just do a quick update and see if we can have if the baby's fine. So the news on mainstream media hasn't caught up with the news on Twitter. So let me go over to Twitter and see if I can find some information. So Alexander Webb. We need your help. Okay. Okay, so latest. So about an hour ago, the Ford Explorer, there was an update saying the Ford Explorer has been found. The search for Alexander Webb is ongoing. And this was an hour ago. And then they gave us an update 42 minutes ago that the non-custodial parents of Alexander Webb, the subject of the endangered child alert, have been charged with custodial interference. But it literally doesn't say if the baby was found safe and unharmed. Oh, thank you, Karen. That's so sweet. Blue hearts for Gannon today. Blue hearts for Gannon. So I'm curious about this. Let's see. Hi, TBI, comma. Could you please advise if the baby has been found safe and is unharmed, or if the baby is still missing? Okay. If that doesn't work, then I'll reach out to TBI. I'll reach out to TBI directly here in just a few minutes and see if we can get maybe their public information officer to give us a response on where the baby is. Actually, let me see. Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. We need a public information officer. There we go. Let's see what we got. Media contacts. Give me just a second. There we go. I don't know what email this is coming from. To whom? What is it? Alexander, I got it right here. Webb. That's right. Webb. Alexander Webb. To whom it may concern. All right, so I sent an email off. Let's see who this is. Maybe I can tell what email this came from. Okay, good. It was for my Bullhorn Betty email, so they'll respond to that. Okay, so I just sent off a request to the public information officer for TBI to find out whether Alexander Webb was found with his parents when they were arrested for the custodial interference. We did get an update. The parents for Alexander Webb were arrested for custodial interference and I don't know if they've been released from jail or if they're on a no bond or, what that is. I haven't looked into that just quite yet. But the parents have been arrested and the vehicle has been located, but we have not heard one way or another whether Alexander Webb, their child, their 18-month-old son, was with them when they were arrested. So hopefully we'll have some news that comes out. So right now I've asked TBI in a Twitter message, and I've sent the public information officer an email asking if the baby is safe and if Alexander was found with his parents. So as soon as I get a response back, either way, I'll let you know. And for my mods that monitor the Twitter account, for TBI that sent that over, if you see a response from TBI on that thread to me, let me know, because I did actually ask the question on the thread itself. So hopefully somebody that's monitoring the thread might be able to respond or provide us some information. I am hoping that we hear that the baby is safe and is going to be going back to his caregiver. But again, it's a little scary that the parents just took off with their son, knowing they shouldn't do that and have a court order not to, it sounds like. So check back chat 8. Hold on. Okay, hold on here. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, update. Great news. Thanks for the quick word, Ava Richards. Oh, yeah. I did see that. There was another baby that disappeared too, and they're giving me an update that the baby was returned safely. But I don't think that's not that's a different child. That's not Alexander. That's Ava Richmond. And that was another, I don't know. I think that the person that took her was her father, possibly. I can't remember. I did read about this early on. I think this was a custodial type of interference as well. But the parents just can't go take their kid when there's a court order saying they can't have their child, you know. And it's crazy to me because you got Leilani Simon that wasn't supposed to be, her kids weren't even supposed to be in her care, custody, or control. Her mom fought in court to get custody of them from her. And so, you know, to see them go into her care and you know, then we see these other parents that actually, you know, in some cases, let's be honest, you know, parents make terrible decisions, and but it doesn't mean they don't love their child, that they don't want to be with their child, and it breaks their heart to be away from their child. There are people that make just stupid decisions, and you know, somebody busted them making a stupid decision, and it cost them time with their child. They don't want to harm their child. They don't want to hurt their child. They just made a stupid decision. There's many of those cases out there. And, you know, some of those parents want their child back and just can't seem to get their act together for whatever reason. And then decide that it, you know, who's the government to tell them they can't have their kid, you know? So there are a few of those out there. And I would have to say that would probably be the majority of these custodial interference cases. But because there's a lot of them across this country, lots and lots and lots of custodial interference type cases. So, you know, but there are those few that it's detrimental. Like we just had that one in overseas where that heiress, you know, she had unlimited wealth. Her and her boyfriend went on a run with their child. They were trying to do a wellness check, and the baby was dead, and that they ended up going to jail. This person that had literally everything you could possibly imagine: money, wealth, power, the whole kit and caboodle, and kills her own kid. I don't know if it was negligence that killed the kid or if they offed the kid, but her boyfriend is a sexual deviant. He spent 20 years behind bars. So it makes you wonder, did he do something to the baby? You know, so it's really sad. And these stories we hear so often. And, you know, I haven't watched trials like Letecia Stauch. I have to be honest with you. Just the unlimited amount of excuses and stories it was a lot. It was a lot to take in over those 3 days. I mean, I keep wondering is, you know, like this happened over a course of a little over a month for Al. All those calls that they used. Now that wasn't all the calls. Where they made that very clear. That wasn't all the calls that they had. So, all right, guys. Well, listen. I know we all need to get something to eat. I really haven't. I've been snacking here, but I really do need to get me something to eat. So we're just going to take probably about 20 minutes, and we'll be back in about 20 or 30 minutes to finish up the day and to get us moved on into the afternoon segment of the trial. Hopefully by then I'll have something more to talk about, but I'm hoping that we get some information. It sounds like the baby might be okay, but we haven't heard word whether Alexander Webb was with his parents when they were arrested or not. So I'd like to get some clarification on that for you. And then I'm going to be working on getting some record requests out on a few different cases. So Casey Anthony was a lot like Letecia. Mike, you know what? We might have to look up Casey Anthony's trial and watch it. Maybe one of these times when we have some time on our hands and we don't really have a whole lot going on, maybe we'll watch them. We'll watch Casey Anthony all over again and just see, you know, and I've got to think that her defense is something that, you know, there's something that an attorney in all cases can learn from her defense. It was crazy. I remember talking about her case because it was crazy that, she used a no-name attorney, you know, that Baez character, and he'd never really done a case like this before. The whole reason why he had to have a second chair is because he was not allowed. I mean, they could have made an exception, but it would have been a problem for him, like on an appeals. So they made him hire somebody that has tried a capital case crime before on his at his table. but he was saddled with defending Casey Anthony. And he did I mean, I'm not going to go into the guilt or innocence of Casey Anthony because, you know, I disagree with the jury, but that is our judicial system. What I am going to say is that he represented her very well. His representation of her is one, like I mean, I do get emotionally caught up in these cases with these kids a little bit. Of course, you know that with the Quentin Simon case. But you know, watching this play out in court is a little bit different. And while I don't necessarily have to agree with the jury, I'm not really watching the trials necessarily to find guilt or innocent. I'm actually being very critical and looking at the trial strategy of each side. In my head, I try to figure out what they may or may not be thinking, saying, or direction that they're going. So it's, you know, I like that. So I definitely would want to see what the, you know, I know he changed criminal cases, at least in Florida, and how some of the strategies that lawyers use because of his representation of Casey Anthony. There you go. Spit it out. I can take us around the tree and back, can't I? Any word on that Russian girl that went missing? I don't know. I don't think I don't think she's Russian. I think you're talking about Madalina Kojakari. I think is the one that you might be referring to. And there hasn't been any update. Her parents are arrested, her stepfather and her mother. I don't know what's going on, but you can definitely, when I went there, I'm thinking that's which one you're talking about. But you know what? Here, I'll show you what I found. Hold on. I know I did some videos on, I'm on the wrong side. Hold on. Madalina Kojakari. Let me see here. That's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. Sorry, I hit the wrong search button. I'm in the wrong area to search. I want to search my channel, not every channel. I have nothing. I know I did stuff on this. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I know I did a video. I'm almost positive I did. Didn't I do I did a video on her. Let me go to my videos. I know I did a couple of videos on her because I went out there. I can't imagine not having anything. I mean, I went. Okay, there it is. There we go. Oh, don't know who that is. Yes. Thank you. All right. It's just UPS. UPS. I tell you what, the front of the door needs to be, I need to clean that up. So anyways, let me go ahead and put this up. I can hear the when the trial comes back on because it's up. But let's go back here. Okay. Here we go. I think this is the one you're talking about, but her parents will do a little update on it in just a second. Well, hello, YouTube. Bullhorn Betty is right now in Cornelius, North Carolina. I'm covering the case of Maddalena Kojikari, which disappeared at some point in November. I am sitting outside of her housing development, and as I pull up, the first thing I see is this missing person flyer, and they state missing on November 23rd, but that is actually up for speculation at this point. And right behind me, you'll see there are yellow bows on the trees here as you enter this community. This is the place that this young girl disappeared from. She went to school, went home, and nobody's seen her since. We have learned that her parents, her mother, Diana Kojikari, and her stepfather, Christopher Palmater, lived in the development behind me and have since been arrested for failing to report a missing child. There's a lot of details that go behind those charges for those parents. One is we're hearing from law enforcement, their statements are not making sense. They have critical details that do not match each other's statements. We're also learning that the parents took a trip after the date of their disappearance and went to the mountains, some 2 hours or so away, if I'm correct. I will correct this if that's incorrect. However, Victoria Bay is the community this young, beautiful girl grew up in. I just learned this morning that her mother is from a different country. And actually, when she was a young child, prior to marrying Christopher, did a series of YouTube videos. So again, outside of Victoria Bay, this is the community this beautiful, young, 11-year-old child disappeared from. We're going to find out if we can find some information. We're going to look into this case. I happen to be in North Carolina for another event. And since this was only 2.5 hours away, I thought, since I've already started covering this case, that now would be a great time to get this case covered as we're searching for answers for Maddalena Kojikari. You are asked to please reach out to law enforcement at 704-892-7773 if you have any information. They say she disappeared on the 23rd, but she was last seen on November 21st at her school, at Bailey Middle School, which we are going to be going to next. Again, we're covering the case of Maddalena Kojikari. We need any information of any contact you may have had with her after November 21st, or her parents, or if you've seen either one of them out and about. I feel that this poor little child has not gotten enough attention. Bullhorn Betty is here. I'm ready to give her a lot of attention. So guys on YouTube, help me out here. We are in front of this community. Furthermore, this looks like a very lovely community. This community that I was driving through was very cute, a home field, the hometown feel that a lot of people look for. And it's a very clean and peaceful and a bustling type of community. So we're blessed to be out here to be covering this case, but I will tell you my thoughts. Unfortunately, with the parents' statements, the fact that they're in jail, the fact that they took a long road trip after her disappearance, the chances of us finding her or her alive are dwindling by the day. This is becoming a grave event, and we need everybody that's out there, to please be paying attention to this case. We need your help. I am covering, again, Madalena Kojakari. We are out in front of her community, and I will be going there. She is a beautiful girl and deserves the attention she needs. Guys, we need your help. Pass this around. I am here all day. Okay.
All right.
So I think that's what you're talking about. And I actually went to the police station there. I was short on time. I do plan on going back and covering more of this case. A lot of the stuff that I got when I covered this case is hasn't even been seen or shown. This was quite a bit ago. It should be actually on this phone, because this is the phone I was using. I remember that weekend, and I lost this phone. I lost this phone in a chair while I was at the celebration of life. So I definitely know it was here. But I went to the police station. The community was beautiful there, guys. I mean, it truly was. It was a pretty nice community. It was small. I had an opportunity to speak with one of the people there purchasing. I stopped by this little, like right outside their community. You drive down the road, and there's like a taco truck, but it's not a taco truck. They make these, like, I don't know. It's like a stuffed biscuit almost. It's a Mexican thing, but it's like a stuffed biscuit. I don't know what it's called. And so I got the one that was filled with cheese and mushrooms, portobello mushrooms. It was so stinking good. I mean, delish. This is my time there. There's the celebration of life, and I went there before. I'm pretty sure. I'm getting close to, oh, there it is. And here's the house right there. Hey, y'all, Bullhorn Betty present. Here is 8413. This is Madalena Kojakari's home that she was residing in. It is my understanding that there are many, and this is a beautiful community. I mean, look behind me. You have a beautiful upscale community, a lot of nice vehicles here. It appears that there are a lot of nice people here. But as you can see, we have a lot of manicured homes. And this one seems just a little odd, a little off. But this looks like a normal, everyday home. This looks like a home that if I was driving by, wouldn't think anything of it. But we're learning today that Christopher, the stepfather, wouldn't let her go out, wouldn't let her play. Many people around here would trick or treat. None of them would come to the door. Just seems very disconnected. Seems like they wanted to disassociate themselves with the neighborhood, the community, other than a little bit of, studying she did at school. We also learned that this child was missing. It was the school that contacted the parents, the mother, Diana Kojakari, and said, hey, after 10 days, what's going on? Nobody would answer the door here. And then all of a sudden, on December 15th, Diana Kojakari goes to the school and explains her daughter is missing. They never called law enforcement. It was actually the school that called law enforcement. Today, both the stepfather and mom, Diana and Christopher, sit behind bars on failure to report a missing child. What is most disturbing, and you probably already heard from one of my other prior videos, is the fact they took this long trip into the mountains after she disappeared. It appeared that she was not allowed to come out of this house or walk the community without Christopher by her side. I find that very odd. Why is a stepfather taking that type of role in this child's life? What went on behind these walls that we know nothing about? Again, I'm in the community. Nobody's really out. It's a Sunday. It's a worship day. This is North Carolina. And this is just a sad reality for many, that she may not be coming home. They are providing counseling for the kids at the schools. Law enforcement is doing everything they can to find her whereabouts. The Christopher and Diana, mom and stepdad, are not cooperating. Their timeline is messed up. Their statements aren't corroborated by each other. Important details are skewed when it comes to them and what happened in and around November 21st to 23rd when she disappeared. And more questions arise as to why they never reported their child missing. We will never know to the gravity of what went on behind these walls, but I can tell you from my gut, this is not going to turn out very well. It is a shame that this is what this family has done to this community. This community looks like it has probably a lot of children that are here that were probably her friends in school. This is a travesty to everybody and everyone that surrounds this community. I can tell you, and I believe, that all that stuff up front that we just witnessed, the beautiful yellow bows, the sign seeking information for the whereabouts of Madalena, that didn't come from her parents. That came from the beautiful people of this community. Again, I'm reporting outside of Madalena Kojikari's home. Not a lot of people to speak to out here. The weather conditions are pretty rough. It's been raining most of the day. It's pretty cold, and it is a Sunday. But God bless her. God bless her friends. And we're still seeking answers as to what happened to her. Take care. And if you have any information, please reach out to the Cornelius Police Department here in North Carolina. God bless each and every one of you, and let's bring this baby home. She has never been found. She's never been found. And some of the information that I said in those videos is actually not accurate. It sounds like Christopher is the one that left and mom stayed home. But what I did learn after the fact is that, I don't know if you guys know, but I spoke to somebody at the school while I was there in front of her school talking, and they did confirm that it was the school that called law enforcement. It was never the parents. The parents have never once called law enforcement for their daughter missing. And by the time she showed up at the school, it had been something like 20 days. 20 days. She left home, well, not quite 20, about 20, right around 20 days, because she left home, left school on the 21st. The 23rd is when she didn't arrive, something happened on the 23rd. That's what the parents said, the 23rd. She didn't come back home or something like that. I don't know what they exactly told the cops. I can't remember, or the school rather. But I do know that it was a resource officer, and this is what I learned after the fact. A resource officer, they went to that house multiple times knocking on the door. And it was finally, after about 10 days, they told them that she needs to either produce her daughter or they're calling law enforcement. And so that's what forced Diane to go into the school to talk to them, is because they were about to call law enforcement. And it was the school that ended up calling law enforcement when they found out her daughter was missing. She never once called law enforcement. And you got to think, one thing I did learn is that Madalena was not allowed to go out alone. She was not allowed to walk her community. You saw that community. Community looked really nice. The area looked very nice, very safe. It didn't seem like a security threat. So you're talking about a person that had that much control over their stepdaughter, so much so that they walked around the block, and you're telling me if they were missing for 20 days, they don't even bother picking up the phone to call the law? That in and of itself is suspect. Nobody would go to their house for trick-or-treating. They turn off their lights. Their house didn't look very inviting from the outside compared to the other homes. So, and I even elaborated in another video, I don't think that I had put out there yet, is that, I understand this home. And when I heard that he was walking the neighborhood with his 11-year-old stepdaughter, that he wouldn't even allow an 11-year-old stepdaughter to play outside or walk their own community without an adult supervision, I knew how controlling that household had to have been. Because normal parents don't act like that. Even hover moms, they don't act like that at 11 years old. You can't even go out the front door and play at 11. That's well beyond hover parent. That's well beyond hover parent, in my opinion. So, let me see if there's any updates while we're on. And the FBI's involved because the first thing I see when I pop this up is the FBI's page on her. It doesn't really say a whole lot, but let's go ahead and put it up anyways. Let's see what they have to say.
The Cornelius Police Department, the FBI, and the SBI are searching for 11-year-old Madalena Kojikari. The Cornelius Police Department, located in Cornelius, North Carolina, learned Madalena was missing on December 15th, 2022. Captain Jennifer Thompson explains.
Our school resource officer and the school counselor tried several times to contact Madalena's mother due to a high number of absences. After agreeing to bring Madalena to school, Diana Kojikari showed up alone, saying she didn't know where her daughter was and hadn't seen her since November 23rd.
Her mother, Diana, and her stepfather, Christopher Palmer, are both charged with failure to report the disappearance of a child to law enforcement. The investigation uncovered video of Madalena getting off the school bus on November the 21st. It's the last confirmed sighting of the 6th grader. Cornelius Police Captain Thompson.
Madalena is 4 feet, 10 inches tall and weighs 90 pounds. She has brown hair and brown eyes. In a missing child investigation, every second counts. Unfortunately, in this case, it was more than 3 weeks before our department was notified she was missing. Despite being hampered by the timeline, we are doing everything possible to find her.
If you have information to help the investigators, call the Cornelius Police Department at 704-892-7773 or 1-800-CALL-FBI.
All right, guys. So, it's a sad case. She has not been found, but I can tell you she's gone. And she is gone from wherever Christopher took her. Christopher left town. Christopher went somewhere in Michigan. And I know that they probably searched, but I don't know what he did with her, what he did to her, what her condition was. Was she in pieces? Was she whole? But they did take the vehicles and take the vehicles in. When you start seeing kids not, and you start hearing that vehicles are taken from the homes for processing and stuff, you know that something bad is happening, because they don't process vehicles unless they think there's presence of blood or body fluids in there. They have to have probable cause to take the vehicle. They can't just say, oh, you have a missing child, we're going to take your vehicle. They have to have probable cause to take that vehicle and search that vehicle. Sometimes that probable cause is you're the last person to see that person alive. That could be probable cause for a search warrant. And they believe that you might not be telling the truth. I mean, they have ways to get the search warrant, whether, if they want to search it, they're going to search it, but they got to go about it the right way. And even when you give them permission, like in a case like this, even when you give them permission to search whatever they want, they still usually go ahead and draft the search warrants and get those executed by judges. So later in the process, they can't say, well, you never authorized them to search the, you know what I'm saying? And trust me, it happens. That's why they do it this way, because they've had situations like that happen to them in the past. So I'm 54 minutes away from there. Wow. I wish I would have known Robert's girl, because honestly, I was there. And I actually think I might go back and cover more of the story now that we know. I need to find out. I need to do some record requests in her case to see if maybe it can shed some light on any information. I know law enforcement is keeping it tight-lipped, but maybe their public information officer might be willing, now that the case is kind of cooled off a little bit, might be willing to share some additional information to help, bring some more awareness to the case and hopefully help identify where Madalena's body might be. At this point, I can tell you that I don't anticipate this child coming back alive. Even when I was out there how long ago was it? Over a month ago. Even when I was out there, I was already, because let's be honest, it seems odd. It seems like right at lunchtime, or when we have this lunch, this is the second time it did this. We didn't start having problems yesterday until about the same time too, because I was like, well, hopefully the issues only last for the lunch break and resolve themselves when we have the trial. Which, you know what, at the end of the day, I probably need to refresh the meeting anyways, because I got to tell you, it was coming in. I liked it yesterday or the day before yesterday. It came in super clear. I think I'm going to try Restream tomorrow, and just to see if we can get a better picture quality with Restream. That would really be ideal, because it really is all. Did I just? No. I don't want it on the app. I do like it. I think I do like it. I think the app we had. Okay, there we are. So hopefully we'll see how the audio, the visuals are on here. I thought the other day the visuals were pretty good. I mean, it looked like the afternoon we had almost fairly clear picture. That, like, even me, I'm looking at the screen. I'm even blurry right now on my own screen when I'm blown up, and I shouldn't be that way. But I only have a 720p camera on this MacBook Pro. So until I hook up the Canon and get a better, hey, Robin, until I can, I know, two Bettys again. You never know. I might actually have a sneaky twin sister. Maybe that's who's doing all those good things. No, I'm just joking. I wish, right? I wish. No, that's my twin sister. She did all that. I'm the goody two shoes. Let me get this back up here on the screen, because I don't think we're going to be sharing. We might be sharing. Yeah, maybe I'll keep it off, and just in case, because we still have quite a few minutes. We still have about 35 more minutes we need to fill up, and I'm getting really, really, really hungry. Like, really hungry. Like, I want a salad. I got up several times to make a salad. I'm like, I'm not ready just yet. I don't want to be chewing while I'm trying to listen to testimony. And then I knew, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to cut this off a little bit, and I'm going to give like 40 or 45 minutes for everybody to kind of get their food and chit chat and, do whatever they need to do. B word, Betty. And and I figured, on the lunch break, I'd be able to clean up the house a little more. That ain't kind of going as planned. I'm a slob, I shouldn't say I'm a slob. Like, the floors are clean. I mopped the floors the other day, and I got to re-mop the floor. It's only me here. So it's like, I got to sweep at least once a week, because to just, cook and bring in stuff from the house. And I scrubbed the rug in the hallway. That rug in the hallway, oh my gosh, that was a mess. It has been like, I haven't cleaned that rug since I've had it. I haven't cleaned that rug. So much dirt came off that rug. It was unbelievable. I got these little tips I got to show you. So I got these little tips that go on a screw gun, right? And then they like, see, they've got the little tip on there, see? And it goes on the screw gun and it turns as fast as the screw gun will turn it. So I got this in the mail and I just had to use it because it's new, right? You just got to use it. So what did I do? I went and grabbed the rug and I'm like, I'm going to get this rug clean. And I spray the rug down. I put the deodorizer on the rug. I put the cleaner on the rug. And then I go to spin in this thing here, right? This little rug still took me like 2 hours to clean. And I scrubbed, and it could probably do another scrubbing. I actually have a bristle brush and a squeegee brush coming because the one that's under my feet right now, it's a beautiful teal and white rug because my theme in the house is kind of teal, white, gray, dark. You know, it's just, but there's teal just about in every single one of my rooms. Every single one of my rooms except my ex-husband's bedroom. And my room has like a grayish teal comforter and pillows. And my kitchen is kind of white, gray, and teal. I actually just stuck up new curtains in the kitchen that have gray leaves and teal flowers. If you guys are seeing, there's teal down below here. If you guys are getting the theme, are you guys getting it? Okay. Blue is my favorite color, but I love teal. I do love teal. My favorite color blue is an electric metallic blue. That was the color of my very first car, electric metallic blue. And it was the prettiest, brightest blue. And my mom had the biggest, chunkiest metallic in there. So it glittered as you drive down this road. It was awesome, baby. It was awesome. I love strawberry shortcake. I love strawberry shortcake too. I have to be honest with you. I kind of like any sweets. If it's sweet and it tastes good, get in my belly. Like I'm a foodie and I gotta stop because it kind of carries on you. Now I got to start going to the gym, making it a routine. So I got to decide, am I going to work? If I'm going to eat, I got to work out. I mean, you can't. See, before when I was always out in the field, you didn't have to worry. And I knew when I was out in the field, I was getting bad eating habits because when you're on the road, you just eat wherever you can eat. You know, you pull up to McDonald's just to get in and out as quickly as possible because you got to eat and you got to drive and you got to work. But at that time I was out in the sun, you know, searching swamps and everything else. You were out there for hours. It didn't matter if you ate burger. You could eat 15 burgers in a day and you burn it off before the end of the day. But now that I'm home a lot, I've been home a lot. It's depressing how much home, much I spend here at home as opposed to being out there working in the field. But we'll get back out there. It's going to probably be about June before we start really kicking off our tour across the country again. I'm going to be going out. We're going to have to figure it out, right? And that's what the other package was, because just in case we want to go somewhere and we just can't raise the funds and I have to drive, I actually have a blow-up mattress that is designed for SUVs. So in between, like the back seat, right? You know how it's just the back seat and then it's open and then you got the driver's seats and stuff like that. Well, that void, it felt like this thing fits down in that void and then it puts another mattress over top that void and your chair. So if I absolutely really, 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 really want to go to a case, we can drive and I will be able to sleep in the car. And the car will be the generator and the AC and the security. But you got to have options. How y'all doing again? You fell asleep? Yeah. I got to tell you, when they go over all that, at first when we were watching the techie stuff for Alec Murdaugh, when we were going through, all the stuff for the towers and what RTT is. That was really interesting for me to listen to and understand how it all worked. I thought it was explained very well in the Murdaugh trial. I have to be honest, I'm not saying that it's not explained well here. It was what I heard was explaining well. It just wasn't as interesting to me because now I know the information. Now I kind of understand how it all works. Now I understand why the towers are, you know, in a triangle versus square. You know, so I already that information that was new, and I learned that information. I learned it already in the Alex Murdaugh trial. So hearing it again in the Letecia Stauch trial, I kind of tuned it out. I have to be honest with you. I kind of toned it out. I'm not really paying attention to all the cell tracking in this case. And I think it's because to me, it doesn't matter. In the court, it matters. For the jury, it matters. For the court case, it matters. But for me personally, it doesn't matter because my mind's already made up. I already think she's guilty, and I don't think she's insane. And at this point, I mean, outside of a doctor coming in for the defense, really clearly explaining how she could be insane at the very moment she killed that boy, nothing is going to change my mind. You know, short of her explaining how she was insane at that moment. And explaining it that I can understand and justify. Short of that, my mind's not going to change. So hearing where she was, to me, I don't care. I don't care I don't care her path to Florida. I don't care. What I care about is that now they have to put this in the trial. It's not that they have to, because they have to be able to connect all these pieces together. And if you leave out her path of travel, you're leaving out evidence that you can introduce in trial. So you have to bring that in. You have to show the full picture. You can't just show portions of the picture that you want to show, because it's leaving holes, and those holes will be the destruction of your case. So they're having to do these things. But for me personally, I don't care. I don't care if she took I-10 over, or I don't care if she went up to South Carolina and drove 95. I don't care. What I care about is that she was in Florida and she stayed right around the corner from where his body was dumped. That's what I care about. And yeah. So that she's, you know, to me, guilty, and she herself has acknowledged she's guilty. She's just got a Hail Mary out there praying that somebody will think she's crazy enough that she can get off. I mean, that's really what it is. I tell you all the time here, attorneys do not like not guilty by reason of insanity. We've discussed that on here. It is a loser of a case. I mean, outside of your client being freaking nuts and a history of being freaking nuts for years and years and years, that is never going to work. It is never going to work. You're not going to get somebody off on an insanity if they're not insane. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I don't know how to tell you. I've seen it too many times. You know, it's one of those things that is kind of the unwritten rule. Like even when we were going to our paralegal class, we discussed these types of cases. And it's like, you know, and that's what the professor said. It's like, you know, you don't try these cases for, it's a horrible, unless the person is insane, is what was said. Unless this person is so freaking crazy. And these people they've got mental problems. We're not disputing that they got mental problems, but mental problems don't tell you that something's right when it's wrong and wrong when it's right. You know, you might have short tempers. That's not, a lot of people have short tempers. They're not killing 11-year-old kids. So the standard is whether you knew right from wrong. And I truly believe she knew right from wrong the moment she did it. At some point, when she cracked the first stick on his head, at some point she could have stopped herself. You know, at so many points she could have just stopped and rendered aid and saved him, and she didn't. She chose to carry out everything and then lie about it. That is not the actions of an insane person. That is the actions of a cold calculated, manipulative B. That's what those actions are. So I'm not disputing she's got problems. She's got some major problems in her way of thinking. It's hard for me to believe that she was a teacher of small kids and is capable of doing this to a child. That is what's scary. That is what I think the scariest aspect of this is, that, you know, Letecia did this. I mean, what she did was despicable. There's no doubt about that. What she did is that but she was around other children. That was her profession. Whether she had the doctoral degree or not, this school that hired her wasn't the first school she worked at. So she's accustomed to working around other kids. And to think that she can harbor such hate toward a child, so much so that she bludgeons this child 4 times, stabs this child, what I can't remember, who can somebody tell me, is it 13 or 18? I can't remember. I don't know why I can't remember that number. It seems so stupid that I can't remember whether it was 13 stab wounds or 18 stab wounds, but either way, and then shoots him 1 time. These are actions of a woman that is angry, that cannot control her emotions, cannot control her anger, lost control of everything. And she was around other kids. She could have done this to somebody else. And I think that is what terrifies me the most about this case. Whether she, you know, maybe the reason why she kept quitting her jobs for the various reasons at these schools is because she couldn't handle being around the kids. And how scary is that, that nobody even noticed that she can't handle the job? 18. Wow. Wow. So she bludgeons him 4 times, stabs him 18 times, and shoots him once. And that woman was around many kids, probably hundreds of children. This woman was around. That is pretty terrifying. And the fact, and not only that, but even from their own testimony, they were saying that they did not confirm her references. They didn't even confirm her education requirements, and they gave her a job. I'm like, I think every one of our mouths, when we were hearing this woman on the stand, every single one of our mouths were like open. We're like, did she just say that? And then when they asked her or questioned her about it, she's like, oh, that's not, you know, that's not my job. I don't do that aspect of it. Basically blaming whoever, but I'm thinking, you're the one hiring it. It's your responsibility to make sure that the job is done and the job is done well. It doesn't matter who was tasked with the job. At the end of the day, you're the one offering this woman a job, and you should dot your I's and cross your T's. That's her responsibility. And she's like, oh, well, you know what? I don't do the verification and I don't do this. Well, who does? Because you put a lot of kids' lives at jeopardy with the decision to hire her. And I think when we find out that her references didn't come back, and nobody really checked into her education or her qualifications, I think that requires a little more of a response than, well, it wasn't my job. You know, I didn't handle any of that. But you offered this woman the position. So, and not only that, but she knew that there were some types of irregularities there, like the phone call where she said on the caller ID it showed Albert Stauch. And it's like, at that point, you would think that she would just stop and say, look, you guys need to dig a little deeper. Something doesn't seem right here. One of her references called and they had her husband's name on the caller ID. So I'd like this, you know, checked more thoroughly. Like, you would have thought that she would have checked more thoroughly. It sounded like Letecia couldn't keep a job. Is that what everybody's understanding? Like, she kept quitting her jobs, right? Do you guys? I mean, it just sounds like she couldn't keep a job. So if you guys agree that she couldn't keep a job, or you think she couldn't keep a job, put a 1 in the chat or put a 2 in the chat if you believe that I misunderstood that. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing coming in while we wait here. think we're good. Just check a few things. Police arrest a 59-year-old woman after an infant dies at an unlicensed daycare center she operates. Wow. People have got to be careful, with their kids. My word. Our kids are, and I don't think people necessarily intentionally do this. Yep, to substitute here in PA, I had to get so much done and show everything. Yeah, I mean, that's what I can't understand. It just seems odd because our criteria here in Florida, it's a lot. I don't know if I told you, but my little sister, when she graduated college, she actually substituted teaching here in Manatee County. She was a substitute teacher. And she had a lot of requirements to go through just to be a substitute. I remember that. And then, of course, I was getting into stuff. And I remember her telling me, I thought it was so sweet. She, what was it? I was doing something and she's like, I'm going to start looking for a journalist job. She goes, you've inspired me. And I'm like, oh, I inspired my little sissy. It was really sweet because she kind of let her, she just wasn't doing anything with it. She had been graduated for I don't know, it was something like a year, 2 years maybe. And, it's always been her dream to be in news. And I remember even when she was a little girl, every time she went to Mosey, which is the Museum of Science and Industry here. I remember they had this Spectrum Bay News 9 booth there, which is one of our local news things. They have a booth there so you can, and she always wanted to be behind the news. So it's just really cute, because many don't realize, but I'm 18 years older than my youngest sister. So I remember my mother being pregnant with her. You know what I'm saying? I went through the whole entire pregnancy with my mother. And I remember when she was born, she was so smart. But the one thing, even when she was just a little girl, not even in kindergarten yet, she always wanted to be on the news. So it's one of those things that it's it called her from such a young age. But yeah, it was cute. It was cute. I don't mean to be gushing over here. But I'm gushing. So we've got about 16 minutes before the trial starts. So I'm trying to hold out just a little bit before I just have to mow down, because I do have company coming over. And I think, listen to this. So I love that sauce that I made yesterday so much, that I made for the salmon. I decided I'm going to have shrimp skewers. Shrimp skewers with that same sauce over it. That sauce was so stinking good. I love that sauce. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's better than teriyaki. So it's you add a third cup of I don't even measure, to be honest with you. I kind of eyeball it. But it's a third cup of honey. It's a quarter cup of soy. It's some red pepper flakes to taste, I just dump it kind of in there. I don't know. It's probably maybe a half a teaspoon or a quarter teaspoon of red pepper flakes, probably for the recipe, but I just kind of throw it in there. And then it's 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. And you mix that up, and oh my gosh, it can literally go on anything. And not only that, but with the lemon juice in it, it would be a great marinade to help break down. So you can actually marinate your chicken in it, your ribs in it. And it gives it that kind of I don't know, teriyaki flavor. I don't know what it's called, but it's good. It's good, and it's delicious. And so I'm going to do it over. I'm thinking tonight will be white rice, some shrimp skewers, and I don't know, maybe I'll make some fresh coleslaw. I do have potato salad too. So I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. But that's kind of what's for dinner. I know. Yeah, I usually always do a shrimp scampi with the shrimp, and I do have plenty of wine because I can't meal the wine, right? So I have wine for the shrimp scampi. It's just I don't have the linguine, and I don't feel like going to the store. So I figured, a couple skewers of shrimp, this, teriyaki type of shrimp would be really good. Honey and soy, man. I never knew this. I was following a recipe one day and came across this glaze for it, and it works for everything. Like the glaze literally works for everything. Marinate it. You can even thicken it up by adding more honey to it, or even throwing a little bit of molasses in it. But it's good. It's good. But you need that. You need the lemon juice in it to balance out the flavor. Otherwise, it'll be too sweet. Trust me on that. It will be too sweet. So you want something that's not. Anyways, you guys get it. Stop it. That's not true. And it wasn't today that I scrubbed the rug. It was like a week ago. I was out there scrubbing the rug. Might have been, what day did I take off work? It was Thursday, right? Thursday was the day I didn't go live, wasn't it? That's the day I scrubbed the rug. And no, there was nobody that came over and visited that day. So don't think that's the reason why I was not live. That it was not it at all. But I did scrub the rug there. But that's because I had just gotten this in the mail. And you know how like when something's really new, it just almost kills you not to use it right away. So I'm so no. I am cooking dinner for the guest. At least I'm trying to. We'll see. We'll see. So I'm going to go eat because you just made me blush. Thank you. I'll be back. I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen for you guys to watch. And I'm going to ignore you guys for a minute. And it's not because of anything. It's only because of Miss Robin. Miss Robin did it. Glenn? No. Glenn's the dude that I got two Glenns in my life. And both of them are, believe it or not, about the same age. I think they're in their, I think Glenn Gibolina might be in, I don't know how old he is. I think he's in his 70s. I think both of the Glenns are in their 70s. So my neighbor, I always try to, because he always cooks for me. If he doesn't see me for a couple of days, you'll hear him call and it'll be like, I got something blah, blah, blah on the stove. You want some? And it's like, a lot of the times he used to say, what did he called me? He's like, so I don't know if you're live or if you're sleeping. And I said, well, I just got done live and now I'm ready to go to sleep. He's like, do you want da-da-da-da-da? And I'm like, well, I said, I just ate a salad. And so he's like, I'll be here tomorrow. And all right. So if he doesn't see me, he's knocking on this door and he's handing me the food. Like he portions it. He's like, okay, this is for her. And if he doesn't see me, it's like, okay, I'm taking it to her. She needs. So every now and then I try to repay that back by cooking dinner. And, I have to say that I think I'm the better cook. But every now and again, Glenn surprises me. I can tell you all of his food is edible and it does taste good. Just, not fresh from the farm like I do, right? Sometimes, like when he does the red sauce, sometimes he gets it a little too spicy. But I eat it because it's still good and it's food that I didn't have to cook, right? So last night, but now it's not going to be Glenn, and it's not going to be the Glenn that I work with politically. And I actually reached out to Glenn that I work with politically, the one that just did that whole affordable housing thing. And I was going to take him out to lunch on Sunday, and then I'm like, because our church got over before his church got over. And then I'm like, now I'm wanting to just relax. And so I called him and I said, I'm sorry for inviting you to lunch, but I'm gonna have to cancel. I'm taking, he's like, oh, good. He said he was exhausted because he's been doing a lot, especially with the affordable housing project that he had just completed. And there's still some stuff he still needs to do on that, but I still owe him lunch. So, all right. So now I'm officially going to stop talking and I'm going to officially put this thing back up there. You guys got 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We made it 9 minutes. So I'm going to turn my microphone. I'm still here. So I'm just going to turn my She changed I changed the subject. Yes, I did change the subject. And I need to go take allergy medicine because this allergy, this whole postnasal drip crap is for the birds. I'm so sick of this. I feel like I've had allergies for like the last 4 or 5 months. I probably have. I think I had them. I got them when I was up north. All right, now I'm going to stop talking. Shut up. Don't talk to me anymore. I'll be back. I don't look extra beautiful today. I actually, I didn't really put a whole lot of makeup on, but I am trying to clean the house up. I mean, it is just dinner, but I am trying to clean the house up so it looks a little bit presentable, and it's not really that bad. I've got a lot of papers. That's really what it is. A lot of papers. And like when I come back from the trips, it's like stuff just kind of gets shoved here and shoved there. So it's accessible for the next trip because I've been just running. So we're getting close. 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes. Oh, good morning or afternoon. I don't know what it is for you, Sean, but good day. Good day. And what else? You know what? I was sitting there trying to figure out. Let me put this back up. We don't need it quite like that just yet. Well, oh, sorry, wrong one. I hit the wrong button. There we go. Is with this whole thing, we know something happened, and we know that she wants Al's attention, but what do we think was the triggering moment for her? Like that she just went batshit crazy, excuse my language. You know what I'm saying? Like, what was that? Do you think it was the accident he had while they were out that caused this reaction from her? Is there something else that we're missing? Oh, it's evening for you. Well, good. I'm glad it's not too awful late. That's right. You guys are 5 hours ahead. Five-minute warning, guys. 5-minute warning. Be Betty fan. Be Betty fan is keeping us on our toes. She said 5 minutes. The 5-minute countdown starts. I almost want to make a bag of popcorn. I really do. I haven't made popcorn in quite some time. I almost want to make popcorn versus eating something. Like, I just feel like that's not like this is a movie or anything, but I should have probably had the popcorn with all the stories, the wild stories. You know what? While she's in prison, she should be a writer of fiction novels. She's got a wild fantasy. She could probably support herself behind prison walls by writing a few books, a few novels. She definitely has a creative mind. I mean, she has the mind for it, right? She does have the mind for it. So I guess we'll see. Let me see what else we got going on today. I don't think there's a whole lot of really anything going on. I mean, the only other thing that's really going on, but nobody really cares about it, it is as a whole bunch of stuff coming in that Don Lemon was fired and Tucker Carlson was fired and hired. It was really weird from one news organization to another, and it seems like it was almost coordinated. It was really weird. And it was really weird. That's all I know. And I don't know if there's much. Ooh. It almost sounds like the mail. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, lost one. She turned into a little something.
All right, we're starting.
Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the court. Is there anything you need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Just briefly, I don't know if it's me having a senior moment or not, but did the court actually qualify Dr. Moore as an expert, or did you just jump right into the instruction? Because I
thought I said the witness will be so qualified, and then I read the instruction.
Okay, as long as we're all on the same page. I just
If we didn't.
Court reporter check if you would like, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I did. And you had offered her as an expert in the field of general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry.
That's correct.
So let's check the record.
I'm just there she is. Early on. Little
OCD maybe? Well, I accept that diagnosis. Please tell my wife.
Offered it. And came back on and said, Dr. Here is evidence or doesn't. Said those words.
I apparently, based on the record, I did not. Now that she read that, I remember that there was an objection, and it had to do primarily not with her qualifications, but with the scope of her testimony regarding giving an opinion on potentially an ultimate issue to be decided by the jury without going into the bench conference. And so I can just leave it as is. I can tell the jury that she is qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychiatry and general psychology and forensic psychology.
I would prefer that you did that just so the jury hears it, and perhaps you can just say or remind you've been qualified or something.
I'll just tell them that it was that we had the bench conference, and I should have said that, and I didn't, and we'll go from there.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll take
Go ahead and bring the jury
back.
I take your back.
I guess I could talk to you guys while we wait. So I guess we're waiting for the jury to come in. Maybe the witness to come back up there. I'm not quite sure.
It's okay if Dr. Moore resumes the stand.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please.
That's because your husband is a hot dog. Tell him I said that.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started this afternoon, I wanted to go back through something that I should have done this morning. It was not clear from the record whether I did. We checked the record, and what happened was that the prosecution offered Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of general psychology and forensic psychology. And then we had a discussion here at the bench, and I read you an instruction. I did not specifically state that she is qualified to render opinions in those expert fields. She is qualified to render those opinions in those expert fields. I should have said that explicitly before I gave the instruction. My error and my oversight. So with that, prosecution.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Moore. Before the lunch recess, we were talking about your meeting with Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to go back to that meeting. Do you remember about how long you met with her that day?
I do not recall exactly the time.
Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know.
Most likely it would have been about 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay. During this conversation, did you talk to her about any concerns that she might have with her ability to cope with being incarcerated at the jail?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she was a bit tearful, but generally okay.
And we talked a little bit about her demeanor this morning, but during your entire time with her on March 5th, did her demeanor seem to stay the same?
Yes.
Did she mention to you whether or not she did this crime when you asked her that?
I'm going to refer to my notes very quickly, but from what I remember, she said, first, I did not do this.
Okay. And did she elaborate on that?
I believe she did. Let me just double check. She said, I feel like an animal in a cage and I am innocent.
Okay.
And she also said, I don't belong in a place like this.
Did she go on to tell you about her anxiety and her symptoms due to her anxiety?
Yeah, she described having some bad chest pains and inability to breathe and panic attacks. She reported panicking and thinking about people dying and other random thoughts.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she was able to manage her anxiety in her everyday life?
She did.
What did she say?
She reported that she typically stays busy and works out and eats healthy food, more fruit as opposed to carbohydrates, just to stay healthy and manage her anxiety that way.
Did you ask her about her educational background?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She had a master's degree in education with a specialty in special education and had a PhD in education from Liberty University.
And did the conversation you were having with her on March 5th, did that give you an indication that she was educated and she was able to respond to your questions appropriately and have a normal conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions about her family and social support?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She talked about her daughter and her aunt as her primary social supports. She did note that she had not talked to her husband in a bit of time as well.
Did she tell you why she hadn't talked to her husband?
She said that he believed that she was guilty.
And did that create anxiety for her, or did she tell you?
I don't believe she told me that, and I don't know that it did.
Okay. And did she tell you how long she was married?
6 years.
Did she tell you how her marriage was going prior to her incarceration?
I believe that when she was talking to me, she said that she did, they were having some issues. I believe she didn't want to just kind of be a stay-at-home mom and stepmom. I think she wanted to more so use her education, and reported some emotional abuse in that relationship.
Did she talk to you about an incident that occurred as she's being transported to Colorado Springs from South Carolina?
Yes.
What did she tell you about?
She reported that while she was on her way here, she was sleep deprived due to being in the car for about 19 hours. And she said, I didn't know I was sleepwalking and hadn't been eating. I thought someone was coming for me, so I took the monster can and threw it.
And did you have any independent information with regards to that incident?
Yes.
What independent information did you have?
During her transport, the information that was shared with me was that she was trying to harm herself with her handcuffs.
Okay. And who shared that information with you?
One of our inmate classification specialists, Deanna Bowman.
And is that because you're trying to figure out if she might be a harm to herself or others? Are you getting information from as much people as you can?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about any history of victimization?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
She had reported some physical and emotional abuse within dating relationships. Again, the emotional abuse within her marriage.
Did she tell you whether or not she was ever told if she was a good stepmom or not?
She reported that she was told that she was never a good stepmom.
And did she tell you who told her that?
Her husband.
What else did she tell you about her home life with regards to being a victimized or being a victim?
She was told to just provide love and attention to the children because her husband made a lot of money. And again, she said she did not want to just throw away her doctorate.
Okay. And do you have your notes up there in front of you?
Yes.
Obviously, this has been over 3 years ago. Is that helping you refresh exactly what she told you and what you put in your notes shortly after this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about her strengths or perhaps her weaknesses?
Yes.
And what did she say about her strengths?
She reported being smart, helping others, and being good at sports.
she talk about any concussions that she may have had?
Yes.
What'd she say about the concussions?
She received a couple concussions while playing softball.
Did she say whether or not these were serious concussions or minor concussions?
They were minor. Typically, if there's a concussion, we'll ask if there's any sort of history of traumatic brain injury, and none was reported. There was no, I asked her if there was any change in behavior or functioning afterward, and she said no.
What are some of the things you might see if someone you're evaluating may have a brain injury?
They could recall forgetting certain words. They might have some lapses in memory, have difficulty completing everyday tasks. So they might not be able to just function as easily. It might take more effort.
Would that be something that would be apparent to you as an expert in psychology? If someone did have a brain injury, for instance, myself, if we're talking, would you notice some kind of signs, perhaps slowness in speech, that kind of thing?
Typically a slurred or slowness in speech, typically getting mad at yourself when you can't recall information that you want to. It's kind of that tip of the tongue phenomenon where the words are right there, but you can't get it out. Those are some things that you would see.
And did you examine her head or look for any injuries to her head?
Typically, when I'm meeting with somebody, I'll look over their entire body, but there was no observable injuries that I noted.
Okay. Did you ask her about any attempts to harm herself in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
I cannot recall off the top of my head. I believe that she initially denied that in this encounter.
Do you remember telling you something about trying to harm herself with handcuffs as she's being transported?
I don't believe she would have been the one that said that. I think that was reported that she was trying to do that, but she did not report that to me.
Okay. And that's my fault. It says per inmate classification.
Yes.
So you're getting that from another deputy?
Yes.
All right. I apologize for that. Did you observe her wrist and see any injuries to her wrist?
I do not recall.
If your notes say that there were no observable markings, would that be accurate?
Yes.
With regards on March 5th, 2020, I don't have page numbers for your notes, so I apologize, but it says 2:51 p.m.
What time?
It's 2:51 p.m. It says patient answered and had linear train of thought. What do you mean when you say that?
A linear train of thought is when somebody's speaking and there's not any gaps in their speech. It was just very kind of straight along a consistent path. So there wasn't any oddities that I noted in her speech or thought.
Okay. And in that same note, you indicate she did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli. No auditory or visual hallucinations were observed.
Correct.
Do you recall making that note?
Yes.
And why do you make that note on March 5th, 2020?
Again, when looking at an overall clinical evaluation, you are going to assess for everything: anxiety, depression, psychotic thought processes. So typically the most common observable signs in a psychotic disorder would be responding to internal stimuli. So there might be a voice in someone's head talking. They might be, again, looking around the room, talking to somebody who is not in the same room. And so I will note that if I do not observe any of those concerns.
Do you also ask her questions like, does she understand what she's being charged with, where she's at, that type of thing?
Yes, so we'll go over, we call it orientation or a brief mental status exam. And so we'll look at somebody's orientation to person, meaning themselves, place, so where they're currently at, time, if they, in general, they know the current date, month, year, So we will assess for all of that orientation, and then again, kind of why somebody was here. So I would always ask somebody, do you know why you're in the jail? And they would respond.
And how did she respond to those questions?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, and there was no concerns noted with her mental status at that time.
Did you note that she was aware of her charges, where she was and who she was? She was oriented to time.
Yes.
And again, why do you make that note in this particular record?
In general, it's just to ensure that somebody is oriented, because if somebody's not, that could be due to a variety of psychiatric illnesses. So we note that to, again, just state somebody's doing fine. There's no concerns noted at that time.
Now, after your March 5th, 2020 interview evaluation with the defendant, what was the game plan? What were you going to do next with her? Did you set up other times to meet with her, or just explain that to the jury?
So typically, as I had mentioned earlier, we had placed her on suicide watch just due to the nature of her crime being a first incarceration. So when somebody's on suicide watch, we see them every day until they come off of suicide watch, and we place them on what's called transition status. So that means that they still have some limited property. There's specialized housing for that. And then we'll do a 24-hour follow-up after somebody comes off suicide watch, a 5-day and a 7-day follow-up. So about kind of a 2-week time frame we'll follow up. So that was the initial plan, to maintain her on suicide watch at that moment, as well as refer her to the psychiatrist for the medications. As she had mentioned, she had been taking medication prior to coming to the jail. And then I also placed her on special needs monitoring. And what that is a recurring 30-day follow-up with somebody while they're in custody. And again, I did that just due to the high profile nature. I wanted to make sure that we were providing her adequate follow-up on a relatively frequent basis.
And do you know whether or not the jail would monitor her, especially in the beginning, March 5th, 2020, every few minutes to make sure she's doing okay?
They do. When people are in restrictive housing or in the medical ward, and initially she was placed in the medical ward due to the high profile status, some concerns for her safety. So anybody in restrictive housing is assessed by the deputies on the ward every 15 minutes.
And so if something unusual happened during this 15-minute watch period, would you learn about it and do some follow-up with it?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen in the beginning of Ms. Stauch's incarceration at the jail?
Not specifically that day, but there was within the month of March, there was a couple times that I had been asked to do some follow-up meetings with her.
And we'll get to those once we get to your notes. I do kind of want to jump ahead a little bit. At some point, did you learn that Ms. Stauch was raising competency issues in court?
Yes, I believe that was around the beginning of June.
June 5th, 2020? Sometime after that period, did Ms. Stauch raise a concern that she might have multiple personalities?
Yes.
I know that's not the term that we use in the DSM-5, but on your March 5th, 2020 evaluation, did you see any signs of dissociative identity disorder with Ms. Stauch?
No.
And what might you expect to see if she did have that disorder on March 5th, 2020?
I would expect to see somebody that was losing gaps of time. Somebody who would be reporting some concerns like, I don't remember certain historical information, so significant life events like a marriage or a death. Somebody would also be losing gaps of everyday events. So somebody with that disorder might go, let's say, shopping, and they would come back, and if they came back to their main personality at that time or personality state, they would have no idea why they bought things. They typically forget things like how to do their job, use a computer, how to drive. So I would expect somebody in a jail setting to be reporting loss of time and not being able to recall what occurred during those periods of time.
And did you see anything of that, like that, or of that nature on March 5th, 2020?
No.
Did she ever change her voice patterns?
No.
Ever talk in a Hispanic voice?
No.
Ever change her name?
No.
Did you see any signs whatsoever that she wasn't the same person you were talking to at any point during that interview?
No.
At any point with your contact with her, did you see any of that?
No.
We're going to come back and talk about that as we progress through your contacts with her, okay?
Yes.
I next want to jump to March 9th, 2020. Did you have some contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And I wish there was a way to tell you what page number we're on, but there just isn't. This is March 9th at 2:16 p.m. Do you remember talking to her about her mental condition on that day?
I do. Just give me a moment to get there. Okay, I'm there.
And so what did she have to say about how she was doing mentally on March 9th, 2020?
She was a bit irritable due to still remaining on suicide precautions.
Did she, I get, during your entire contacts with Ms. Stauch, did she tend to ramble a little bit and talk?
Yes, sometimes she would just say things that I didn't ask about. And again, in a jail setting, it's as a therapist or psychologist, want to provide a lot of care, but also want to limit what is asked about based on not trying to become involved in her charges. So sometimes we'll ask about things, but again, trying to limit what is specifically asked. But there were times that she would kind of blurt out information that was more case related.
And did she do that on March 9th, 2020? It might be easier if I just show you the note I'm looking at, if I can approach.
It's fine. Yes.
Okay. So
Can I, since there's no
Yeah,
page
absolutely,
numbers,
yeah.
can I look so I know what you're reading from?
got it?
I don't.
So
Number
16. Yeah. So on March 9th, what did she tell you about whether or not she had control of her brain? Do you see that in your notes anywhere?
Yes, she said I have control of my brain, and she wanted to be an advocate for herself.
And where did that come from? Did you ask that question, or is she just volunteering that to you?
Just volunteered it.
Okay. And do you see in your notes a little lower there where it says, she said, mentally, I'm fine?
Yes, she said, mentally, I'm fine. I'm not guilty. The truth will come out.
And so where did that come from? Were you asking about the case, or is she just volunteering information?
Just volunteering information.
Did you actually tell her about her charges and whether or not she should talk about them?
I did encourage her not to talk about her charges with anybody at the jail, whether that be deputies, other inmates, mental health staff, and instead that she should just be talking to her attorneys about her charges.
And just for the jury's benefit, normally these notes would never become part of the case unless mental illness becomes an issue in the case and feeling an insanity plea or something like that. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So normally your notes would not come to the prosecution. You would not be testifying in a murder trial unless there's some relevancy to it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you probably never testified in front of a jury before, right?
A couple times, but
Okay.
not very often.
These guys are nice guys. Look at them. A good group of that is over there, isn't it? All right. So what did you do when she told you all this? Did anything change with her situation or how often you would meet with her?
I discontinued what we call a red sheet and began a yellow sheet. So a red sheet is, they're both forms of suicide watch, but a red sheet, they just have limited property. So not even a book or a cup in their cell. They'll be able to be given water, but they can't use those things because they could hurt themselves or cover up windows with them. So a yellow sheet, they just get a little bit more freedom. So book, cup, potentially a pencil, things like that they can have.
And I guess, I think I understand what you're saying. If he's progressing, if there's such a term as normally through the jail setting,
Yes.
now that she's been there a few days. and
Yes.
So you're lowering the level of suicide watch, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
Okay. And is that based on what she's telling you?
Partially that, as well as not evidencing any self-harm or suicidal ideation. So she's not saying, I want to hurt myself or kill myself. She's not reporting hopelessness. So generally just seems to be a bit safe.
So up until now, is she progressing just like, again, I don't know if normal is the right word to use, but a normal person who's been charged with first degree murder, you get booked into the jail, the suicide watch is going to be high until there's a reason to lower it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is that what's going on with Miss Stauch at this time?
Yes.
Okay. I want to jump to March 12th now. And let me just ask you if you remember her telling you anything about having a photographic memory.
She did.
What was that all about? Do you remember?
Again, just something that she reported without asking about it. She said she has a photographical memory and is acutely aware of all of the things that she sees and hears.
Is that consistent so far of what she's been talking to you about up until this date?
Yes.
March 13th, you had another visit with her. Do you recall that one?
Yes.
And do you recall having a note about thought content with regards to Ms. Stauch on that date? You see that one?
Thought content was appropriate, no significant mental health symptoms noted. She did not appear anxious at this time. She denied suicidal and homicidal ideation, and no psychotic functioning was noted.
So up until this point, we have no psychotic or psychosis visible to you. Really no mental illness other than her general anxiety that she's talked to you about?
Correct.
And certainly no dissociated identity disorder up to this point?
Interject to leading. Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did you see any signs of mental illness up until this point?
No.
If you would have, would you have noted that?
Yes.
And would you begin treatment for that mental illness?
Yes.
So March 15th, you have another visit with her. Actually, that's Nicole Reed. Do you know who Nicole Reed is?
She was one of our nurses. She did history and physical assessments. So typically about 2 weeks after people are booked into the jail, they will have another medical assessment just to make sure still everything's okay. There's no other medical or mental health concerns noted.
And so would you rely on her notes that she puts into the system in your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
What does she say happens on March 15th regarding a chronic mental health problem with Ms. Stauch?
I will have to refresh my memory on that.
And I can, if you don't have those notes, I can approach with them. It's March 15th at 8:52 a.m.
Sure. She said regarding a chronic mental health problem, patient has a history of mental health concerns. However, when asking patient today, she denies any mental health issues or concerns at this time.
And is that consistent what you have seen up until this point?
Yes.
Now I want to jump to March 16th, where you actually meet with Ms. Stauch again. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about what you found with regards to what her mental condition was on that day.
I noted that everything was appropriate. So her mood was appropriate. Her thought was coherent. She had no suicidal, homicidal ideations, no auditory or visual hallucinations. She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, had an intact memory, fair judgment, good insight.
Any evidence of mental illness up until this point?
No.
Let's jump to March 20th of 2020. Do you recall seeing her on that day?
Yes.
And I see a note on that day at 6:27 p.m. It says reason for referral, subject findings. You see that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Why did you put that note in there, and what is that note about?
So the deputies had asked me to follow up with her because that was the day that we were informed that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And so they wanted me to check in with her because that is a significant event in anybody's life. And so they wanted me to check in and follow up with her.
Were you, as far as you know, the first person to tell her that Gannon's body was discovered?
I believe so.
And how did she respond when you told her?
She was a bit tearful, a little bit overwhelmed at that time.
What did she say?
She had noted that she did not have anyone to talk to in the jail. She had wanted to call her mother, and she was talking also about losing some time out of her cell previously that week. So she essentially was asking to call her mom.
Did you tell her that you were there for her if she wanted to talk and provide mental health counseling?
Yes. So
Go ahead.
again, in this situation, given the charges that she was booked into the jail for, I didn't want to talk to her about the charges, but her being a stepmother and losing a child, I wanted to assess her for grief and see if she was okay in that situation. So I did try to explain to her, I don't want to talk about the charges related to that. Just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida? Or how
Yes.
did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive, I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
Did her demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than my prior contacts with her.
Would this be evidence of a mental illness, or would this be evidence of a normal reaction of all what you just told?
It would be more evident of a normal but kind of limited reaction to hearing that information.
Did you have further conversations with her about her emotional status after you told her about Gannon's death?
I believe that I reviewed kind of some of the generic stages of grief and loss, what emotions might come up from being informed of the loss of a child, and that she could reach out if she had any further concerns about it.
And again, up until this point, any evidence whatsoever that she had dissociative identity disorder?
No.
I want to jump ahead to April 20th. Did you meet with her on April 20th?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Was this, how often are you meeting her at this point and why?
So at this point in time, and I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier, also when people are in restrictive housing or segregated housing, we do weekly follow-ups as well. So every week that they're in restrictive housing, we do a weekly follow-up. So that was the intent of this contact.
Okay. Tell us about that contact. Do you have that there?
Yes. Looks like she, again, had a normal reported mental status. Everything was reality-based. She was engaging and cooperative. I did have to speak with her through the door because there was only one deputy on the ward at that time. She reported having some body jerks and that she had been hitting her foot at night and elbow on the wall. She had reported some nightmares, reported having some bruising on her ankles, and then unpromptedly talked about the transport back to Colorado again.
And is this the one you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did she say this time happened on her way back from South Carolina to Colorado Springs?
She attributed to her behavior to a lack of sleep. She also she said that being in the medical ward was not healthy for her due to poor sleep. She then said she talked about the female deputy was holding her gun in the wrong place. She told the deputy that a few times, and she threw the monster can at her as she believed she was being attacked.
Did she say why she brings this up to you, or what prompted this discussion?
I believe it was prompted due to her initially saying that the transport related behavior was due to poor sleep, and we were talking about sleep at that time.
Did that incident impact her status in the jail? In other words, her security status based on what happened on the transport back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Did she seem to want to, well, was she trying to lessen that restricted status based on that?
Yes. Again, being in the medical ward is not, it can get a bit loud there. So most people don't want to stay down there, and the lights do have to stay on all night. And so it is consistent with somebody having some poor sleep, because our circadian rhythms or sleep wake cycles, we tend to prefer to sleep when it's dark and stay awake when it's light. So she wanted to be moved out of the medical ward. And she had also mentioned that she felt she was continuing to be kept in the medical ward because that we'll think that she's crazy and make her take medication.
Was she taking any medication other than what she had for the general anxiety?
No.
Did she ask you to do something about getting her out of the medical ward?
I believe so. I think she had wanted me to talk to the deputies about it.
Do you have any control over that?
I don't. In the jail, we do weekly meetings to assess everybody in restrictive housing. So, and again, anybody who might be more high profile. So we do talk about those individuals every week. but due to the safety and potential concerns for escape and her safety and things like that, it was determined for her to remain in restrictive housing and in the medical ward. Again, safety and security will trump most things in the jail setting. So although I might make an opinion, I'm not ultimately the one that gets to make that final say.
Okay. Did this continue on up until the point she was transferred out of the medical ward?
Yes.
Was it pretty consistent on April 28th? Did she bring it up again and complain about the light being on, that type of thing?
Yes.
I want to jump ahead to May 12th now. And this is a note that you have with regards to May 12th at 5:46 p.m. It's just below the one that says report evidence of suicidal thoughts, where you say no.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where she said, I can't talk to you anymore?
Yes.
What was that about?
I believe that her attorneys had recommended that she not speak to the mental health staff in the jail. She specifically said to me, I still can't talk to you because you can be subpoenaed.
And what happened to your treatment of the defendant after she said she didn't want to talk to you?
Typically, we're going to respect their wishes. We're going to always offer. So anytime we have a scheduled contact, we will still offer to talk to her. And if she wants to decline, or any patient or inmate in the jail wants to decline, they absolutely have that right, and we'll respect that.
And did she tell you who was telling her not to talk to you?
I don't know that she said it specifically, but it was my understanding that it was due to her contacts with her attorney.
Okay. Now I want to jump forward to June 5th of 2020. Earlier, we talked about whether or not at some point she was raising her competency report. Is that when this occurs, on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have contact with her on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
What was the reason for that contact, and tell the jury about it?
So that contact was the mental health special needs progress notes. So as I had told you, we have them scheduled every 30 days for that routine follow-up. So that was the reason that I had went to talk to her that day. I talked to her for about 30 minutes. That day, she said that she had been unintentionally hitting her head, but denied any suicidal ideation at that time. She said she tried to walk through the door because she thought she was at home. She reported seeing pictures of her daughter and thinking about and missing her dogs. She said that her contact with Harley had decreased a little bit, and she was upset about not being able to be there for her daughter. She said that being in the jail and
I'm here.
experiencing loss was just was exacerbating her traumatic stress.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Does she go into details about this traumatic stress that she's talking about?
Yes.
What did she say?
She reported being molested at age 14, the loss of her husband, the loss of her son, loss of her licensure, loss of freedom, and loss of another family member.
Now, is this the first time during your entire contact with her at the jail that she brings up about being molested?
Yes.
How did that come about? When she talks about traumatic stress, is this a question that you're asking her, or is this something that she, again, is just rambling about and telling you things?
That's what she had reported to me. Yes.
So that wasn't in response to any questions from you. That was just something she felt you needed to know?
Yes. I typically, when I go up to talk to somebody, I say, hi, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, how are you today? And then sometimes they just report a lot. And then I'll go into the other questions related to My notes after that.
And so at this point, June 5th, 2020, was she still in the medical ward?
I believe so.
If your notes indicate that she requested to go back to the medical ward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Would that refresh your recollection as to where she's at now?
She would have been in Alpha 2, which is our female restrictive housing ward.
Okay. Is that like a general population or what is that?
No, it's segregated housing. So typically, we'll have people that have severe and persistent mental illness that are self-harming in that ward, people that are trying to hurt other people in that ward, and then other people who are in there for disciplinary segregation reasons. So they're individuals who really can't come out with other people, and they typically come out individually 1 hour at a time.
And so back in the earlier dates, April, May, she wanted to get out of the medical ward.
Yes.
She's out now. And then on June 5th, the same day she raises competency, she wants to go back to the medical ward.
Yes.
And what happened as a result of her request?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if we moved her back or not.
Do you remember her talking to you about her going to the state hospital or Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo for the competency evaluation?
Not well, during this contact, we talked about her going for a competency evaluation, but she had not yet gone, to my knowledge.
Did she have any anxiety with regards to going to the Colorado Mental Health Institute?
I think she had general anxieties. I don't know if it was specific about going there for the evaluation, but she wasn't. I know she did say she was asking if she should start taking medications now or wait till she goes to the state hospital to get prescribed medication there.
Do you recall ever, do you recall her talking to you about Gannon during this meeting?
She had reported that it was, I believe she had said something to the effect of it being kind of too hard to handle all the stressors at one time.
And did she get into the events surrounding Gannon's death during this June 5th, 2020 meeting?
Yes.
Did she talk about a hiking trip?
Yes.
What'd she say about a hiking trip?
She said she always used to take a handgun with her hiking, but did not that day. She said, I can't cope with it. It's one trauma situation too many, and it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She said she replays that week of her life over and over. She also noted she replays why she did not ask for more help or provide more information to the police. And she's now trying to begin really processing it, meaning the law, meaning Gannon.
Okay.
She said, I need to be able to talk to someone more than a social worker. She said, I was creating stories that aren't true and don't remember conversations. She then said, I need more help. She also said, I can't leave January. And then she brought up Andrew Womack and his son dying in Colorado and coming back to life 8 hours later. She said, regarding Gannon, I know that's not physically possible, but I want to fix things. I pray his same prayers and wrote him a letter. Then she said she regretted taking the back road off 25. That's Highway 25. She then said, I can't relive every situation, every day, and every hour.
Okay. Now, how did this come about? I mean, what did you say to spark her to talk about Gannon's death?
We probably were talking just about the stress because, again, when I talk to somebody and ask them how they're doing, they just kind of report this. And earlier in her verbalization, she was talking about traumatic stress. So I don't typically ask questions that would have prompted that answer. So that would have just been her volunteering that information.
Now, is this the first time in your contacts with her that she brings up things like traumatic stress and, I guess, stressors in her life?
Yes.
Anything about that conversation lead to you believe that she had a serious mental illness based on what she's telling you on June 5th?
No, instead I noted that she had reported trying to keep kind of a poker face. She was trying to deal with her problems, but also help some of the other females out. So she was giving them scriptures. I do believe at that time she was had either scriptures or a Bible or something that she was using to help cope with her stressors while in the jail as well.
And did she eventually get transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for that competency evaluation?
I believe that was in sometime in July, early August, she came back to the jail.
Now, did you meet with her again on July 14th, 2020?
Yes, I believe so. I just want to get there. Yes.
Do you recall her talking to you about her diet needs and whether or not the jail was providing appropriate diet for her?
Yes. Prior to this interaction, she had reported, I think pretty soon after she came into the jail, she had been reporting losing weight, had reported some things like having a celiac diet, which I believe in the notes, we did some testing and she did not have a confirmatory lab results that supported that. But I do believe that we were trying to accommodate some diet preferences that she had. She reported specifically on July 14th that she was going to be, so she said, I'm going to be so rich after this. And she had referred to a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Now, is the jail food not too good there?
I don't believe it is. I have not eaten it myself, but
Just things like that?
yeah.
Is that common for inmates to want to get on a different diet, such as a kosher diet, things like that?
All the time.
Is that what's going on here? She's demanding better food, basically?
Objection, speculation.
Well, what exactly did she tell you with regards to why she's going to get rich?
For having a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Do you recall seeing her again on August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.?
Yes.
And do you recall an incident where you either learned or saw that she was in her bed with a blanket over her head?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that date?
Sure. It's August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I found it.
Did you, it's hard to tell from your note. Did you see that or did someone tell you she was on her bed with a blanket over her head?
So what I wrote is that MHD, meaning mental health director, so that's how I referred to myself, attempted to see a patient for weekly RH rounds, which is restrictive housing rounds, at approximately 14-20 hours. Patient had a blanket on her head and was sitting on her bunk. She looked up and said, "I don't want to talk." And then myself and the ward deputy signed the refusal form indicating that she didn't want to talk that day.
And as part of your role as the mental health director, are you giving what are called kites from inmates of people that you're seeing, inmates that you're treating?
So the kite system is a little bit more complicated. Well, maybe more simplistic than that. The There's a blue kiosk on every ward in the facility. Any inmate can type it. We call it a kite, but it's just a little email that gets sent to a generic box. So they can click options to talk to inmate class, security. They can talk to an inmate. Sorry, just to explain, inmate classification is the people who address their housing needs. So if they want housing considerations, they'll send a kite to inmate classification. They could send one to medical, they could send one to mental health, programs, religion. So there's a variety of kites that can be sent. And so she did have access to the kite system at any time that she was out of her cell and could use that.
If there was an unusual, again, lack for a better term, an unusual kite that Ms. Stauch filled out, would it get delivered to you so that you can address it?
Not specifically. It would be something that any of the mental health clinicians would be answering. We do typically try to answer them within a 24-hour time frame. So any clinician who saw it could have answered it.
Did you see a kite that was written by Ms. Stauch on, looks like August 20th? It's just below the note that we just addressed?
Yes.
What was that kite about?
It I don't know really how to describe what it was about. Would you mind if I read
Yeah,
it?
let's just,
Okay.
what does it say? What did she write?
It says you let them duct tape me and cover the alarm sensors because they came for me in West Palm Beach, then came back and covered alarm with socks. I saw the car on Carriage Meadows, so we both left, gun jammed, got shot. They thought I was crazy because I watched Good Girls, but he really had tattoos. You didn't help. And then she sent another kite that said being held hostage with camera, people everywhere, and no one helps. And they took my water from my dog.
And what was the response to those kites? Do you recall?
They were answered simply with the words kite received. That is what was sent back to her because there wasn't a specific request in there. And then Caitlin, who was the one who answered that kite, also noted, so this wouldn't have been sent back to her, but would have been in the note, is these kites from patient are not consistent with prior presentation or language.
And was it consistent with your prior contacts with Ms. Stauch up until this point?
That was not consistent.
And has she already returned now from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for her competency evaluation back in the jail?
Yes.
I want to now turn to August 28th. Did you attempt to see Ms. Stauch on that date?
Yes.
And were you able to see her?
She refused to be seen by me that day.
What about September 11th of 2020? Did you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Stauch then?
You said the 11th?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was who is Holly Werstein?
She was our psychiatric nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she prescribed psychotropic medication to the inmates in the jail, in addition to our psychiatrist.
Based on her note in here, did you review that note back in September 2020?
Yes.
And is that a note in reference to her mental condition as she got back from the state hospital in Pueblo?
Yes.
What was that note about and what did you do?
So when people come back from the Colorado Mental Health Institute after a competency evaluation, we do get some records, which would include different medications they might have been placed on there, as well as diagnoses that might have differed from the ones that we initially had. So when individuals come back, we're going to look at those diagnoses, typically prescribe them the medication because that medication is related to them now being alleged to have been competent, although they haven't had their court proceeding to confirm whether they're competent or not yet. And so I would have reviewed the records, as would have Holly, for the diagnosis as well as the medications. And Holly determined that the diagnosis that was given to Ms. Stauch, which was a bipolar disorder, was actually not consistent with her presentation. So specific to that, a bipolar disorder, in order to meet criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have previously had at least one depressive episode, which is a 2-week period of time where they meet criteria for a major depressive episode. So lots of depression. They might sleep too much or too little. They might eat too much or too little. Some things along those lines. And then you also have to have met criteria for a manic episode, which is typically 4 or more days where they are typically don't need sleep. They're feeling very joyous. They tend to become pretty irresponsible during that time. So maybe it's going on spending sprees or going out and partying a lot, things like that. So you have to have the 2-week depressive episode as well as a 4-day or more manic episode in order to meet that criteria, based on the time frame from March until at least July, when she went for the competency evaluation. We had not seen or observed any of those sort of episodes. So that's why Holly determined that that was not a consistent diagnosis with her presentation at that time.
And do you know whether or not anyone at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo diagnosed the defendant with bipolar disorder?
I do not know off the top of my head. Typically, we'll get a pretty basic summary. So we'll get a diagnosis. It doesn't necessarily always say who it's from, as well as medications, but we don't get the full competency evaluation, and we don't always get detailed psychiatric notes from that facility.
Up until this point, had you seen any signs or evidence that Ms. Stauch had bipolar disorder back on September 11th, 2020?
No.
What did you do as a result of that? Did anything change, I guess, is a better thing to say.
No.
Did she receive any additional medication based on that?
As I had said previously, anytime somebody comes back from the state hospital, we do continue those medications just because it's what they had wanted them on. And again, related to the legal proceedings of a competency evaluation, we do want to keep them on those medications. So she, I believe, had been prescribed mini-press, which is also called Prazosin, and that typically helps with nightmares during sleep. Hydroxyzine, it looks like it was increased. And again, that was a medication related to anxiety. And I don't see any other medications that she would have been added off the top of my head.
And do you recall meeting with Ms. Stauch on September 11th at 4:24 p.m. after you read this note from, is it Ms. Werstein? That's Werstein.
Yes.
Tell us about that meeting.
It looks like I was assessing her for weekly rounds. So again, the weekly segregation housing rounds. I noted that she had about 40% medication compliance, so was not taking her meds.
And how do you know that?
We have a electronic MAR, so the medication administration record, and so that shows what doses were offered, if they accepted or refused medication.
Please continue. What else does she have to tell you on that September 11th at 4:24 p.m.?
She said that the Mental Health Institute at Pueblo was going to prescribe her disbarred, which is also an anxiety medication. And she refused it. And she said her anxiety was getting bad and worse day by day. And then she stated that she's going to start becoming impulsive, have a different personality, and act way out of character, manic, and pull her hair out.
What was that all about? Did you ask her that question, or did she just volunteer that information?
That again was volunteered information.
And is that the first time that she's ever mentioned anything to you with regards to having a different personality?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did that trigger anything on your behalf to evaluate her for dissociative identity disorder?
No. That to me made me concerned, but it made me concerned because up until that time, for the majority of her contacts, except if it was a weekend and might have not been at the jail, I was pretty much the only one seeing her. And so my concern at that time was if this information does go to court and I'm the only person assessing her, that would be a kind of a one person's word against another. So at that time, I started trying to have some other mental health clinicians also have contact with her. So it was not just my subjective, but other people's subjective observations of her behavior at that time. And again, as I had talked about in clinical and forensic settings, somebody reporting having or someone saying, okay, I'm going to start acting out, I'm going to be impulsive and have other personalities, then my worry becomes more about, are they going to start faking mental health symptoms? Essentially if they're just going to start faking things. So at that time, my thought would have been, okay, well, now we might see an increase in behaviors that are going to be attempts to act out that aren't consistent with her prior presentations.
If someone truly suffered from dissociative identity disorder, would they make a statement like that? Hey, I'm going to start changing personalities.
No.
Even know to make a statement like that?
No, in dissociative identity disorder, there's not a control of kind of when the alter ego or altered personality state comes out. It happens, it doesn't happen specific with a traumatic event. It's just kind of an everyday occurrence where, again, there's those lapses of memory. And sometimes in situations where, so let me back up. Dissociations happen across a variety of mental health diagnoses. So you'll see dissociation in somebody with schizophrenia. You'll see dissociation in something like borderline personality disorder, where they might dissociate or kind of have an out-of-body experience. They might be viewing their life as if they were watching a movie or seeing themselves, looking down on themselves, engaging that behavior. That dissociation can happen in a variety of mental health diagnoses. Specific to, let's say, borderline personality disorder, that will be triggered by a stressor, so abuse or any perceived threat. That's kind of when that will come out. And specific to dissociative identity disorder, that there is not a control or specific instance when it comes out. It just happens. And so in that situation, when somebody's saying, I'm going to start having different personalities come out, my brain goes to, okay, they're going to start faking this and acting this out, as opposed to it being truly authentic and something that they don't have control over, which would be consistent then with a dissociative identity disorder.
And along the same lines, someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, are they going to be able to brag about being manic in the future?
No.
Would that fall under the same guidelines? That might be an indication that in the future I'm going to be faking it?
Yes.
And a week later, you met with her on September 17th at 3:41. What did you note about your contact with her then?
She reported that she sometimes feels okay and sometimes doesn't know how she's feeling. She defined the word okay as normal, functioning, and talking. She said sometimes not because I talk to stuff. She said she has a hard time with reality in the morning, but then she's okay in the afternoon. She reported having a hard time focusing, so she wasn't reading her Bible anymore. And then she began talking about seeing demons in court on September 8th, and when she was on a hike and jumped off a cliff. She also reported sedatives were being aired through the vents and was not sleeping well at night.
Did you also meet with her again at 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her thought form at that point?
She wouldn't have specifically told me anything about that, but the thought form would have been my observations.
And what were your observations? I apologize.
It's okay. I noted she was coherent, goal-directed in her comments, was easily redirectable, and appeared to be attempting to feign or fake makeup, having visual hallucinations.
And why do you say that? What was she doing?
That would have been related to the allegation that she had reported about seeing demons in court. So I know she reported that, and I noted that I did not see any of those observations.
And did you reflect back to the week prior where she said she's going to start faking these things?
Yes.
Did you see other notes within, what are these notes called within the jail system?
Progress notes.
Progress notes with regards to her acting out or acting crazy.
Yes.
I'll refer to you to October 30th, 2020 at 5:54 p.m.
Yes. So on October 30th, one of the mental health clinicians, Ed Kuvney, had written a progress note, and he had added in that the ward deputy who was observing her that day or working in the ward that day informed Ed that she stated she said she's going to act out because she wants to be listed as crazy.
Was this consistent again to what she told you back on September 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Now I want to jump forward to November 17th, 2020 at 2:18 p.m. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And did she tell you about how she felt or what mental diseases or defects that she had on that?
She reported that she's bipolar, has multiple personality disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And is this the first time she's ever come out and said, that's my diagnosis, this is my mental illness?
Yes.
And back on March 5th, 2020, with your first contact, did you say, wait a minute, I asked you that question on March 5th and you said nothing about it?
I don't believe I said that to her specifically, but that would have been a thought I would have had, that it was inconsistent with the prior contacts, and especially at the beginning of her stay with us.
And what did you note in your notes with regards to her self-diagnosis of multi-personality disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder?
I said she appeared to be at baseline psychiatrically, meaning I did not see any of that. I said there's no overt symptoms of bipolar disorder or PTSD present. And I said she has not presented with symptoms of DID or dissociative identity disorder during any contacts with this writer.
And did she tell you back on November 17th, 2020, how she came up with these mental illnesses?
She reported having her competency exam was going to be conducted on November 30th. And she indicated that she is aware and she is smart.
And were you, did you learn that she actually had a second competency evaluation as well?
Yes.
Let's jump to January 5th, 2021 now. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch on that day at 2:37 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to questions that you're asking her, did you ask her about her, what is entitled thought form in your notes?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you with regards to that? Or what did you ask her and what was her response?
I don't recall specifically what the way I had formed the question, but she had said she had been, I had noted she was coherent, but she also reported that she was triggered by another patient who continues to bother her. She said that she loses it when she's re-triggered related to anything having to do with sexual assault or harassment. It sounds like the inmates or another inmate was saying some inappropriate things, such as requesting that she show her breast in order to stop being bothered. Then she reported spending 90 days in a psychiatric hospital in Canada in 2018.
Let me stop you there on that.
Sure.
Did you do any follow-up to see if there's any records with regards to that hospitalization in 2018 that she's claiming?
I do not recall if we did. I know we had at some point we had requested records from South Carolina. To my understanding is that she had signed a release of information, but I do not believe that we got any information after the fact about this hospitalization.
Did you have any information that Ms. Stauch was ever in Canada?
I don't.
If she was in fact hospitalized at an inpatient treatment for 90 days in Canada, would there be records to support that?
Yes.
Did you make any attempts to get any records from this so-called hospitalization?
I don't believe so.
And this is almost a year, well, 10 months, 11 months after she's been placed in custody?
Yes.
Did she also talk to you about her stepfather and what her stepfather may have done to her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That her stepfather and uncle had sexually assaulted her during her childhood.
And is this the first time she brings that up?
Yes.
Did that have to do with what she's telling you about this other inmate asking to see her breast or words to that effect?
Yes. So she said she only starts hallucinating when triggered by sexual harassment or assault.
What did she tell you about her intelligence level on that same day in the note just below the one we just read?
She opined that she was brilliant.
Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I don't believe so.
What else did she tell you after she said she felt that she was brilliant?
She said that she feels that she will start going crazy because she's going stir crazy in her cell.
Did you do anything or make any diagnosis based on what she's telling you now?
The diagnosis did not change based on that.
Did you do any further evaluation based on what she told you about her stepfather and uncle sexually assault?
No.
Did you see any signs of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what she was telling you?
No.
Why is that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. She's telling you that she'd been sexually assaulted by her uncle and her stepfather.
Mhm.
And she hadn't said anything about this up until this point, January 21. Did you think that might have contributed to her having post-traumatic stress disorder?
I mean, any trauma could, any person who experiences a trauma could develop those symptoms. But again, when providing any sort of diagnosis, one of the final criteria you have to match or to make and confirm a diagnosis is a significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning, because in the jail setting, there wasn't any significant impact related to that. It's not necessary to follow through with that. Also, specific to sexual assault or significant trauma, we don't always want to start treatment related to that because we don't know when people are leaving the jail. And so sometimes opening up and having somebody relive these traumas, is the jail setting is not the most appropriate place for that, because we do want that to be a very personal driven avenue in treatment. And so typically we won't start a full therapy mode related to trauma.
Okay. Now, did you have an opinion as to whether or not her claiming that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case? In other words, when she raised competency and eventually pled not guilty by reason of insanity.
Yes. Again, looking at diagnoses, looking at not just the criteria in the DSM, and based on my history and training and conducting forensic evaluations, typically people will, when competency is raised or other things in court, or just in general, depending on how court goes, people do tend to then over-report or exaggerate or make up symptoms that are consistent with a diagnosis that might help maybe absolve them of the charges or have a different sentence or go to a different location for treatment instead of in lieu of incarceration. So what was observed was consistent with somebody who was acting out symptoms as opposed to it being a true diagnosis and symptoms.
And your role in your position at the jail was not to perform a sanity evaluation, I take it?
Correct.
Or a competency evaluation?
Correct.
In order to do that, you'd want to look at everything, I would take it?
Yes.
And when I say everything, all the police reports, everything involved in the criminal case, before you can make any judgment as to that?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Examination. Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Doctor, good afternoon. My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to be asking you, I would say a few questions, but I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. I'm going to start with some questions near the end, and then I'm going to loop back to the beginning of your testimony. You said that Ms. Stauch or Letecia, only near the end, get this date. You said she only reported being molested one time to you?
That was my recollection. I believe when she first came into the jail during the receiving screening, she had reported that to the nurse doing her receiving screening intake, but I don't recall that being
Okay,
reported
well,
to
you
me
just told
initially.
Mr. Young that it was the only time that it had been reported, the molestation
To me.
to you.
You know, I'm gonna object us to that. That's not the question was. The question was with regards to her stepfather and uncle.
Overruled.
Do you know when the other time that she reported molestation or sex assault?
Without looking at the specific date in my notes, I think she had reported that in 2019.
When did she report it at the El Paso County Jail?
I don't know the specific
Okay.
date.
So when she comes into the El Paso County Jail, is she handcuffed? When she first gets there and you first see her, is she handcuffed? Is she in a jumpsuit? What's the situation like?
She likely would have been in her cell in the medical ward. And because of her status related to the transport, there would have been two deputies probably standing outside of the door. I would have been standing likely in the doorway talking with her.
Okay, so she was a high risk inmate.
What do you mean by high risk?
You couldn't talk to her unless there were two deputies there.
Yes.
Okay, due to the allegations that she had tried to escape, the high level nature, seriousness of the charges, she was having a close eye kept on her.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any situations during this time where you were taken into a room, a discreet private room, and you and Letecia were able to sit down and talk?
No.
Okay. It was always you talking through a trap and a door. She'd be locked up.
No, typically we would, the deputies would have the door open. I did note just when we were reviewing some of my notes that there was one time there was not another deputy. So we did have to talk through the door, but typically the door would be open. I would typically try to talk softly. And so that way other people could not hear. And the deputies are typically instructed to just be there and present, but not intently listening into a conversation.
Okay, but you're talking about something that very private, somebody's mental health, somebody's past abuse. These are sensitive subjects for a person, correct?
Most people openly report them in the jail setting.
Hmm?
Most people openly report that regardless of who's around.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. These are sensitive subjects for people.
They are.
Okay. And not everybody may be comfortable with talking about them with multiple deputies there, a doctor in an open setting.
Sure.
Okay. And you just stated, in fact, you had to cancel one meeting because there was only one deputy available to talk with her, and that wasn't allowed. Is that what happened?
No, I said we had to talk through the door, so they could not open.
They
the
couldn't
door.
even open the door unless there were two deputies with her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not the ideal clinical setting to do mental health work, is it?
No.
It's a terrible setting to do the type of work that you were charged with doing, correct?
I wouldn't say it was terrible. I think people in a jail setting still need services, and
I'm not saying they don't need services. I'm saying this is not an ideal clinical setting. And in fact, it's a bad setting to do this kind of work. People are confined, it's stressful, it's loud. There's deputies. I mean, there's a lot of threats. People are on high alert. They don't act in jail like they would out in the street, do they?
that's that's kind of general because some people do and some people don't.
Okay. Some people get into jail and they absolutely collapse and their symptoms get worse, or some people don't change in jail. So it can be anything. Is
Could be.
that what you're saying? Okay. So where do you work right now? You do mental health work with sex offenders in Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Larned State Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Where in Kansas is that?
Larned, Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Okay. And you've been doing that from September 21st to now?
Yes.
Not September 21st, September 2021 until now.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So, and you're the clinical program director now.
Yes.
How many sex offenders do you supervise now?
About 250.
So that's a lot.
Yes.
Is this just a facility specifically for sex offenders?
No.
Okay. Is there a wing or a part of this facility that is dedicated to the sex offenders, though?
Yes.
Okay. Are you treating people right now, or I presumably with sex offenders, you're treating quite a few people or have a lot of treatment experience with people that suffer from pedophilia?
Yes.
Okay. And is pedophilia just a person who's sexually attracted to underage or age inappropriate people?
It's not just that. There's a pedophilic sexual interest. You could qualify it as to what you described, but a pedophilic disorder is when they then engage in those sexually abusive behaviors towards non-consenting minors.
Okay. So you have sex offenders that or pedophiles, whatever you want to have it. Generally, they prey on underage children.
Some do, and some are prey on adults as well.
But generally speaking, a pedophile preys on minors.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that minors, or one of the means of access that a pedophile or a sex offender that is preying on underage children may go through is sometimes they ply the victims, the children, with alcohol or drugs to lower the inhibitions of the children, correct? That's a common theme.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was very common, but they could. Some have, but the majority of the ones that I've worked with have not been lowering minors with alcohol or drugs.
Okay. But there's grooming behaviors that go on with the adult towards the children.
In some cases, and sometimes they commit violent acts against strangers as well.
But a child predator, based on your experience, they could use alcohol to lower the inhibitions of their victim in order to gain access to them and, assault them.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So, at the time, September 2021, that you were employed at Larned State Hospital, you were also employed in El Paso County at the jail, correct?
Yes.
How did you do both jobs?
I lowered my hours as in the clinical program director role to part-time and took on the full-time health services administrator position. So I oversaw all of the medical and mental health care at the jail for about 11 months.
And you weren't actually an employee of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. You were employed by WellPath,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
This is a private for-profit company, the largest medical services for prisons and jails in the whole world, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a for-profit company that you were working for, your company makes more money and more profit the less money that is spent on the inmates.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sure. Quick, what is the relevance?
Can we approach?
Yeah, I hear some people in now. Jennifer, I'm watching. I'm intensely watching here, and I think that I was reading some comments in the chat that it seems like they are grasping at straws. I wonder what the relevance is and whether this is going to be sustained, because at the end of the day, they are a for-profit business. Is that really relevant in this case? I don't know if it is or not. So we'll see. We'll see. But we're going to see if the judge sustains this line of questioning. I don't know if it has a purpose, but, we can't hear what the defense is saying to the judge. So we don't know what relevance, if any, this would have in defending, their clients or their client, Letecia Stauch. So, but he is allowed to cross-examine this witness, but usually it's to put holes in her story. And I don't understand, I understand her testimony is damaging. It's damaging. It sounds like before Letecia realized she needed to shut her mouth, she told her probably some things that she shouldn't have told her. And, now she's being called to testify against Letecia from the state and tell what she was told, which in certain cases under oath, especially if she's told her many times, don't tell me anything about your case. I'm not here for your case. I am just a, nurse here to talk about your health. Anything over and above that, she can testify to. If it doesn't have anything to do with her actual physical health, she would be, she can be called to testify, which she is.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you. So according to your CV from March 2022.
Sounds like that was
to
sustained.
January, or from March 2022 to January 23. So just a few months ago, you were the health services administrator for WellPath, which it had the contract to provide all the health and mental health care services for the El Paso County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Before that, December 2019 to September 2021, you were the mental health director for WellPath.
Yes.
Correct? And the health services administrator job, which I guess you ascended to, was created by WellPath due to litigation and suits against WellPath, your employer at the time, for poor care and a host and litany of different problems. This spot was created for you and you took it.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
To be honest, I do not know. That position since I was the mental health director at the jail, there was always a health services administrator position. I don't know any different. And prior to December 2019, Armor was the contract company working at the jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about when you started March of 2022. We were working for WellPath. I'm not talking about the prior contractor. You ascended to that spot because there had been a lot of litigation and suits against WellPath.
Asked and answered.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I understand. Overruled. She can answer if she knows the answer.
No, but when I was employed as the mental health director, there was a health services administrator position there.
Okay. And were you aware of all the litigation that was going on with WellPath and your employer at the jail?
No.
Okay. even though you were supervising financial oversight for all the healthcare services provided at the jail, clinical and administrative work, you had no idea.
Can you elaborate on what you mean then by litigation and with the company? I know that
Suits against WellPath and suits against the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who was running the jail.
so if there was a lawsuit, at the time I was the health services administrator, if there was a lawsuit, I would have been notified that there was one coming through. But in general, if there's lawsuits across the entire company of WellPath, I would not be privy to that information.
So you don't remember any lawsuits of your time when you were the health services director?
I believe that there were a few that had come through towards the end.
Okay. And from when Ms. Stout came in March of 2000, going forward, was there anything unusual going on at the jail? Or was it business as normal the whole time?
She came in 2020, not 2000.
I'm sorry, 2020. Thank you.
Was there anything unusual
Yeah.
at the jail?
Yeah.
COVID?
COVID. Did you say COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. And it completely changed how everything functioned at the jail, correct?
I wouldn't say completely changed. I think we had to be more mindful of health precautions and wear masks and extra cleaning, things like that. But not.
No, you wore a mask, the employees, but the inmates weren't given masks. And that's part of the reason there was a lawsuit that WellPath and the sheriff's office settled.
Again, Your Honor, objection, relevance, and foundation.
Sustained. A jury will disregard the question. You can rephrase it. But again, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Rephrase your question.
Were you taking precautions for COVID during your interviews with Ms. Stauch?
I believe that I would have probably had to have worn a mask as required by the jail.
Okay. And when did this begin, the mask wearing?
I don't know.
March 2020, was the mask mandate always already in effect March 5th when you first contacted her, or was it later in the summer? When did all this happen?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember a COVID outbreak in the jail during your tenure there?
I remember the media alleged that.
Okay, you don't remember the jail allegedly having the largest COVID outbreak in the state?
Again, I believe that's how the media phrased it.
Okay. Do you remember the population of the jail during this time being 1,700 inmates before COVID and being lowered to about 11 or 1,200 within a few months because of the COVID threat?
So with the everyday activities at the jail, I mean, I don't really pay attention to why more or less inmates would be there. We
Okay.
just take care of the people who are there.
But as the health service administrator for the jail, I mean, you would notice 500 or 600 people being taken out of circulation due to medical reasons and due to the COVID pandemic.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I see a report that you compiled that Mr. Young from the DA's office provided to us in this case. Do you know what document I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. When did you prepare this document?
So that wasn't, I wouldn't recall that a report, or I'm sorry, I would not term that a report. In preparation for my testimony today, I was taking some notes that I perceived as relevant based on my interactions with Ms. Stauch. And so those were just my personal notes in preparing to testify today.
And you provided these personal notes to the prosecution?
We had been discussing my testimony in terms of when I was going to testify and kind of the nature of that. And I had offered, not thinking that they'd be here right now.
So at the bottom of several of the pages, it says, qualify me as an expert, comma, jail, comma, what do now back in March 2020.
Mhm.
What does what do now back in March 2020 mean?
So Mr. Young had essentially just said that kind of the steps of me testifying today is that I need to be qualified as an expert initially prior to testifying, and then he would ask me questions about what I do now in my current role as a clinical program director and what my role was at the jail previously.
Okay. And what does GAD stand for?
Generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. And why was that relevant?
That was
Enough for you to put in a note at the bottom of your summary.
just that was the diagnosis that she had come in with.
Okay. It says also one of the things is theme DACs.
He's essentially said that we were just going to go through all of the notes and talk about any themes that he might see.
And their theme is that she did not suffer from any conditions or have dissociative identity disorder or bipolar or any of these other things y'all spent 4 or 5 hours talking about, correct?
Objection, Your Honors, to relevance, what our theme is.
Sustained.
Well, the theme of what the DA said was important to you enough to put down at the bottom as a footnote. I guess so you remembered this during your testimony?
I typically just write what's being said. It wasn't important or not important. It's just information shared.
Well, so if it's important, not important, you just write it. Then are some of the things you wrote at the bottom as notes, are some of them unimportant?
I mean, in the sense we just talked about that I would be testifying and that was it.
So you spent some time talking about you and Mr. Young about the day, I think it was March 20th of 2020. That was when you discussed the issue of Gannon's body being found. Is that correct? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And Mr. Young asked you, do you remember what she said? And you said, yeah, Gannon's body was found in Florida, and she said she'd never been to Florida and all this other thing. And he asked you, why was that significant?
Mm-hmm.
Why was it significant in your conversation with Letecia? Why was it significant that she said she'd never been to Florida?
Because that's where his body was found.
Why is that significant?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking in that sense, but typically somebody with dissociative identity disorder would not be able to, they would have kind of amnesia of certain events. And so it was odd to me that if she was not there, why she would spontaneously say she wasn't there.
Okay. And if she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's disappearance, how would she know he was found in Florida?
Correct.
That's the significance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that her attorneys earlier that day had been to visit her?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but if that
And
was
they had
proven-
actually told her that Gannon's body had been found?
Sustained. Jury will disregard.
So if you were to be told that her attorneys that came and talked to her that day,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. May we approach?
No, because I see where this one is going, and I think that you can ask it in a hypothetical, because what this witness is talking about She's testifying about dissociative identity disorder and whether somebody would or wouldn't have recollection of an event based on whether or not they had a particular personality that was manifesting at the time that the person was in a geographical location. So if somebody had some information from some other source, you can ask the witness whether or not this would or would not be consistent with the dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow that.
Well, I just say answer what you just said. But I'll try to put it to you as artfully as the judge did. If, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, if hypothetically Ms. Stauch had heard from her attorneys a couple hours before, said, hey, they found Gannon's body in Florida, would that change how you feel with DID in this portion of what was going on March the 20th of 2020?
No.
No? Why not?
Because with dissociative identity disorder, there's in the DSM, it talks about kind of a possession form or non-possession form, and possession form being, again, that amnesia on inability to recall those certain everyday events versus a non-possession form where, again, they could kind of be depersonalized or still consciously aware that things are going on and they're kind of watching themselves engage in behaviors that they might not, that they still know it's happening, but they might not perceive that they're the one doing it.
But I'm just talking about her parroting to you what her attorney told her an hour or 2 hours before you're talking with her.
Well, again, as I had previously suggested to her not to share, or actually, I'm sorry, it was that day. I think I told her not to share things. No, I'm sorry, it was before that. But I don't know why that would be relevant to share with me.
Because she's how often, or what was her schedule for being incarcerated as far as lockdowns? You've talked about different security levels to Mr. Young at the jail, certain freedoms you have with different levels. When you first met her, say the first week, what was her security level, or how was she being held?
She was on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch. Okay.
Cook, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
We can do it now.
I don't want to interrupt, but if you want to do it now, it's okay.
No, Your Honor, we can do it now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:40. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. Dr. Moore, if you would like to step down. You can do so.
Oh, I guess it is. I thought I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking that they were going to, he usually always asks, is there anything we need to, go over outside of the presence of the jury? And that didn't happen. So anyways, so the attorney kind of, her attorney that got up seems to me to be a little scatterbrained at first. It seemed like he picked up his momentum as he was, you know, kind of going along in his questioning. But there at the beginning, it was really rough getting started with this cross-examination of the witness. And she seemed very credible to me. She seemed like she was knowledgeable. She seemed like she paid close attention to her demeanor and what she said. And it seems to me that she notated this stuff pretty well with the behavior of Letecia Stauch, maybe better than Letecia had anticipated. And so she's referring back to a lot of the notes that she put in this file back in 2020 or 2020, I think is what she was saying, is that Letecia came in at 2020, which looks like you napping. Why are you keep teasing me, Jennifer? I'm not napping. As a matter of fact, I've been, you know, tidying up a little bit. So it's and then I was getting you know, my machines out. Like I've got some shrimp on a skewer that I'm going to be making, and I'm going to be making rice. So I got the rice maker out, and I got the panini maker out. Panini, because you know, shrimp doesn't take too long, so put it on the panini maker, right? I was gonna use the George Foreman, but I decided the panini maker was just perfect. I can angle it just right, get it all there, have the marks on the shrimp, you know. So I was just running around. I was trying to figure out what I was going to do for the menu. So I've got it finally figured out, but definitely not sleeping. Definitely not sleeping. I slept. I took the whole weekend off. I'm well rested. I mean, it gets a little exhausting. You know, we're going on 10 hours. I mean, so it does get a little exhausting, you know, every now and again. By the time we get done here, which will be in about another hour and a half, it's, you know, it's going to be a little over 11 hours. So were they done with that witness? Are we done? We're not done for the night, right? I mean, did I miss that? Because I mean, I didn't even hear him ask I think we're on our afternoon break, right? Are you doing shrimp tacos? No, I'm actually doing remember the sauce I made yesterday for the salmon? I love the sauce so much, I decided to make some shrimp skewers. And so I made the marinade again, and I got the shrimp resting in the refrigerator with the glaze over it, the honey soy glaze that we talked about. That stuff is so good. Like I could literally drink that stuff. I could make that stuff and drink it. That's how good it is. So I figured, you know, some nice shrimp skewers over some white rice, maybe some lima beans and some potato salad. I thought that would be a good dinner. What do you think? Kind of country, but, you know, good. Little cross-country seafoody. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so we are on break. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Because I was, like I said, I wasn't paying attention. Then I heard something about the please rise to allow the jury to leave the room. So I, you know, I'm just right over there. And so I walk over here, and I was expecting him to say, you know, I was still muted and video turned off back here. And then I hear him say, you know, I'm waiting for everybody to sit back down for him to ask, like he always asks, is there anything we need to, you know, discuss outside of the presence of the jury? He never said that this time. I don't know if he didn't realize he didn't say it, but he always says it. So I don't know. I have a funny feeling I have a problem sleeping tonight. I could literally drink coffee all day today. I didn't even realize it's 5:30. This is my second pot of coffee. That's probably why I'm not so yawny and tired, because I think I was only one pot yesterday. I really do. I think I was only one pot yesterday. You could thicken it with a bit of cornstarch and drizzle it over prawns. Guys, you guys are making me hungry. I'm going to eat all the food before I even start warming it up. But it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm kind of, I'm looking forward to my dinner. He was heated 3 minutes before that. Yeah, I was listening. No, I was listening to him, and he seemed pretty combative. It just didn't seem like she was budging, and he was trying to make his point. It seems like, you know, when it comes to, it looked like he was kind of told he couldn't really ask her about the financial aspect. But there at the end, he was trying to get some information in about a lawsuit about which, the judge, in fairness, overruled it and allowed her to answer. But I just still don't see how something that happened before she got to the jail is really relevant. Or she was just, I guess it's not really relevant. She was just getting to the jail. But it seems like that would be more of a countersuit type of argument. Like, you guys have treated my client poorly in jail. You failed to give her a mask during a pandemic, And it sounds like that a lawsuit must have been settled or something. I mean, I don't know. But I don't understand how that is, how that shows, discredits this lady or shows that his client is insane. Like, I don't get it. So, whatever. I hope you and your friend have a lovely dinner and time tonight. Yeah, it's just going to be some dinner. Like I said, it's going to be nothing, no major thing. I am making a childhood food for dinner. I'm craving tuna casserole. Oh my gosh, I got to go out to my car. I forgot the last time I was over at my BFF's, she gave me like a crap load of these iced teas, or not iced teas, iced coffees, and a mess of tuna fish. I think I got like 40 cans of tuna fish in the car. I'm like, what am I going to do with the tuna fish? But I got those cats that love me. I don't know why I attract cats, but it started with one cat, and it was all JLR's fault. When it was like, I don't know, a year and a half ago or whatever. Whenever we went, we were coming back from Moab, Utah. And him, Olivia, and I were in the kitchen because we were waiting to have a conversation with Jason Jensen, the private investigator that was kind of doing, helping Kylan Schulte's dad out, Sean Paul Schulte. And we were waiting to talk to Jason Jensen. And so we were all here. Well, he walks out, and this cat just happens to be out in my front yard. I've never seen the cat before, and the cat just is out there. So I had nothing but tuna fish in here. And Jonathan's like, he's a cat lover. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Jonathan is a cat lover. And so if he sees a cat, he wants to feed a cat. Well, the cat never went away, by the way. I don't own a cat. The cat lives across the street, but, and of course I feel guilty now. So now I actually have cat food in stock. So when the cats come over here complaining that they want food, I have something to give them. And so now this particular cat has now brought a friend. So every single morning, mind you, I don't have any animals. So every single morning I walk out the front door. The first thing I'm greeted with is meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Right? So now I've just come to accept the fact that I'm going to be stuck the rest of the time I live in this house. I'm going to be stuck feeding these two cats. But you know what? Like I told the one cat, you brought the friend, you've got to split the food. So it's still one can a day. I'm not budging. They're not getting 2 cans a day. That cat brought a friend. That's that cat's problem, not my problem. One can a day, both cats. And then I started seeing a third cat lurking around. And if it starts getting to 3 cats, I don't know what I'm going to do. I didn't realize how darn expensive cat food's getting. Back in my day, you could get a can of cat food for like 20 cents. Now it's like 80 something cents per can. So, yeah, gotta love it. Gotta love it. I wonder if I send JLR the bill, if he'll pay it. It's been a year and a half at 86 cents a can of cat food. Not as much as I think when Mom makes tuna casserole. I was just thinking that would have been good. That would have been a good meal too, tuna casserole. But see, I don't have any pasta. That's the reason why I couldn't make shrimp scampi. I love shrimp scampi. Oh my goodness! If I can find a way to make shrimp scampi, I still got another bag of shrimp, which I plan on making shrimp scampi. But I don't have any linguine noodles, and you got to have linguine noodles for You'll have to share your tuna. How do you make the marinade? Oh, the marinade here. I'll type it in so you guys can cut and paste it. But it's really simple. It's a lot. That's a lot. Let's do quarter. Did I get it? Hold on, let's make sure I got everything in here right. Yep. Best stuff. Oh my God. That I can drink. That is so good. So anyways, I got it marinating over, and I actually used it as a glaze last night for my salmon, and I'm using it today as my marinade for my shrimp. It's so good. I know. I was thinking about the ginger, but I didn't want a ginger sauce. So I just kept it with the honey and the. Oh, do you? You sell raw honey? I love honey. I've got mine was Golden Blossom. I think I used Golden Blossom in this. Yeah, I used Golden Blossom honey. That's what was used in my recipe. So if you do raw honey, you know that I got Golden Blossom. My best friend up at her at her shop, they actually sell the honeycomb, the actual honeycomb. And apparently I hear that is really healthy for you. I don't know. I don't eat comb, but apparently, I mean, they have it in this little plastic box with honey all over it. I think you're supposed to eat it. I don't know. I'm not into weird stuff, kind of, sort of. I've never eaten a honeycomb before, okay? Except honeycomb cereal. Everybody knows what honeycomb cereal is. I love honey. Oh, peanut butter and honey. Oh, you know what I used to do when I was younger? I used to take honey and peanut butter and I mixed it up together like in a bowl. Oh my gosh, you want to talk about arm workout? You try mixing some honey and some peanut butter together. And then you roll it up into the ball and you put it in plastic and you stick it in the freezer. Oh, you pop that in, it's like a hard candy. So good. Robin asking for a friend. When is dinner hunk arriving? Oh my gosh. Yes, and shrimp scampi. I don't even want to put that up. Let's see. Robin's asking for a friend. When does dinner hunk arriving? You guys are freaking hilarious. Sweetie pie. Yes, the honey kind of crystallizes. Well, you don't sit it around long enough to crystallize. I love me some honey. Shrimp scampi I had when we went out to eat. It was so good. We have to go back there, Betty. I know, it's good. Yes, peanut butter, honey together is so delish. Actually, that's all I do. Like even on my my waffles, that's what I use. I use Log Cabin for like my pancakes and sausage, and that's a syrup. But on my waffles, it's peanut butter and honey. On my bread, it's peanut butter and honey. It might be a Southern thing. I don't know if the other people that do peanut butter and honey are from the South or from the North, but it doesn't really matter. It's still good stuff. It's still good stuff. Laugh out loud. She starts this starts this out with laugh out loud. That's not funny. That contradicts it. How can you be laughing if it's not funny? It's just like eating wax-filled candy. I don't know. I'm not with the honeycomb. Maybe it'll be one of those things that I eventually try. I see Robin. What is it? Don't let Jennifer fool you. She wants to know when the hunk is showing up. Oh, Lord. Thank God nobody pays attention this late in the day on these lives. You guys are killing me. Actually, I haven't even checked my phone. I don't even know if I got any friggin' text messages. I do have some text messages. Oh, Sherry. I haven't heard from Sherry in forever. She's watching. Hey, Sherry. Go take a nap before dinner. You guys are killing me. Shut up. No wonder you're so sweet. It's the honey. It's the honey. But I do. You guys got to try that sauce. I'm telling you, if you have honey in your house, you have soy sauce, you have lemon juice, and you got some red pepper flakes, go make that, like literally go in there and make that sauce like right now and try it and let me know what you think. I'm dead serious. Go in there and make that sauce. It literally takes 2 seconds. If you cook a lot, you don't even have to use the measuring things. You just eyeball it, right? That's what I do. So I know what a third cup of anything looks like. I know what a quarter cup of anything looks like. Then you add the lemon juice. I mean, tablespoons are not that. I want somebody to taste it. I want somebody to say, that is really good. Because I'm thinking of it. Like I want to go in there and start eating shrimp like right now. I can't. My bed won't let me leave. That's too funny. I can't. That's what Jennifer's comment is. Oh, let's call Andrea every half an hour starting at 7. I would kill you guys. It's dinner. It's dinner, guys. It's just dinner. It's no big deal. It's just catching up with an old friend. It's just dinner. Your heads are always in the gutter. Oh, good Lord. This is getting ridiculous. We're having some problems here. I have an out of control subscriber and an out of control mod going crazy with the super chats. Hey, but it's for a good cause, right? We're going to be getting to Idaho quicker. Maybe I need to have dinner more often. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I have been. Oh, I gotta wait for that to pop up. It's gotta pop up on the TV in just a second, Robin. I haven't seen it yet. Hold on. I know it's about to be popping up here. Where is it? Am I behind on the there? Okay, there it is. That's coming. I think it's coming. Where are you? Wow, it's way behind on here. Let me see if I got it. No? Oh no. Why isn't it showing me what you put up on for super sticker yet? Did I miss it? Huh. All right. Well, let me go up here and look. Give me just a second. I got to go on the back side. I want to see what your super sticker is. A unicorn. A unicorn. Uh-oh. I paused me too much on my there we go. I accidentally paused me on my TV. I can see my big face up there. I'm watching this on a 70-inch screen TV. And the crazy thing is, I got this 70-inch screen TV so I can watch her because I got the second screen right here that hooks to the computer. And instead of me looking at the 70-inch screen TV to see a better view, I noticed that I'm still looking at the little screen down here. Like I'm just wasting like electricity with the 70-inch screen running in here. Betty likes to send me unicorns way too much in text. See, now you're tattling on me. Now you're tattling on me, okay? I'm a unicorn. I put honey on everything. I know, it's so good. Honey is delish. It really is. We should be getting close to getting back now. Like, it's 5:45. What time were we supposed to be back? I keep forgetting I'm like 20 seconds lag. So by the time I talk, then you guys hear, then you respond. So we're looking about a minute, 40 seconds by the time I start getting a response back on my question. I think if everything goes well this year, we might actually raffle off a TV for Christmas this year. A nice size TV too. Something I don't want to. It's kind of crazy because I don't want to go too big, so that if somebody that lives in a smaller place, you know, if they get it, it just swallows their whole entire place, and I don't want it too small. So we'll have to figure out what size, but I think that would be kind of cool. Unicorn Indiana. She's liking the unicorns. She's liking the unicorns. That's awesome. Oh no. What, Sean? No, I actually hate honey. Who? Kinda, I just thought you said you love honey. You put honey on everything, and then you say I actually hate honey. What do you mean? Did you make her buy dessert? No, I did not.
And it was, yeah.
Right.
You were in your Sunday best.
Somebody was in their Sunday best.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records could reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
Here is some money for a good box of wine for your date tonight. Stop it. And you got to remember, I have 2 bottles of wine already, remember, from St. Joseph's. From the fundraiser at St. Joseph's. Quit teasing me. Andrew's unicorns have laughing tears.
Better than 64 this morning.
Today's 66, so we've moved up 2 degrees. Well, drops and took her park off. Must have been.
Took her coat off.
A box of wine. Oh, you guys killed me. Andrew's actually, I changed. I'm in comfy clothes now. I'm going to be getting ready to cook and finish cleaning this house up. You need to change your shirt. Why? You don't like Bowie? It's not like a fancy dress up thing. I don't want to give him the wrong impression. I think I'm going to slum it. It's just a casual dinner amongst friends. Dressing up would imply something, I think. And I don't want to do that.
All rise for the jury, please.
I know Jennifer. You think you're funny.
Thank you. May all be seated.
I know.
So recall
you
20
are
CR
not
1358 versus the like the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took a break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Moore. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Now, doctor, I need to clarify something very quickly. I found what I was looking for. So with Mr. Young, you said that on January 5th of 2021, and if you have your notes and you need to look at those, you said it was the first time you had heard about molestation or sex abuse being perpetrated on the defendant.
You said January 5th, 2021?
Yes. I believe it's the part when she says only hallucinates when triggered by sexual harassment and assault.
Yes, I recall that.
And is that when, is that the date you testified to earlier with Mr. Young, that was the first time you'd heard about molestation?
I believe so.
Do you have your report from June the 5th of 2020? It's probably 6 or 7 months before the date we were just talking about.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like at that time she had reported the molestation at 14. So I think when we were talking about the sexual assault, that was the first time that assault was, I think that's the first time it was phrased as the sexual assault. Yes.
Molestation of a child is sex assault. Do you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that. So I
Well,
was
when
incorrect.
when would you not generally agree that molestation of a child is a sexual assault?
So molestation to me would mean more maybe fondling and touching, where a sexual assault would be more defined as some sort of penetration.
Are you aware under the Colorado statutes, there is no molestation, it's all sex assault?
I don't know that off the top of my
Okay.
head. I'd have to
Okay.
look.
All right. So you can, in your opinion, you can molest a child and alternatively, you can sexually assault a child.
Objection, your relevance.
No, overruled.
I would consider them separate.
You consider them separate. Okay. And that's why you answered the question the way you did for Mr. Young.
Yes.
Is your belief that sexually assaulting a child is different than a child being simply molested?
Yes.
So, with respect to the dissociative identity disorder, when Ms. Stout came in on March the 5th, 2020, were you doing an evaluation for dissociative identity disorder, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder? Were you looking for all these things at that time?
Yes. So as I had previously explained, I generally want to cast a wide net and see if there's anything, any sort of symptoms going on.
Okay. And were you able to rule out dissociative identity disorder fairly quickly?
At that time,
Yes.
in a sense, yes.
Okay. And that would be June the 5th, 2020?
I thought we were talking about March the 5th.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's late in the day.
It is late in the day.
March the 5th, 2020. Yes. The first day she came to
Correct.
CJC, the jail, and you saw her.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you had met with her for about 45 minutes on this March the 5th, 2020 date?
I said it probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And in that time, you were able to rule out dissociative identity disorder, more or less?
Yes.
Okay. When she was on medical watch, was that period of medical watch for her, I guess suicide watch or whatever you want to call it, the mental health ward, was that from March 2020 to May of 2020? Approximately?
No, I believe that that March, I believe, and I'm sorry off the top of my head, I'd have to refer back to my notes, but I think we had decreased her suicide watch, I think within about the first 2 weeks
To what?
to transition.
Okay.
status.
And when you're in the medical ward or the secure ward, the high risk ward, whatever Miss Stauch was when she came in, she was locked down in a cell 23 hours a day and only allowed out for 1 hour a day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding, what was the person or inmate allowed to do for that 1 hour?
They could, so she would have been, if we're talking about the time that her housing location was the medical ward, she would have then, for her hour out, been transported to Alpha 2, which was the other ward that I told you that she could have been in. And during that time, she could have talked to any family or friends on the telephone, taken a shower, could have worked out on the exercise equipment. There's usually a book cart in there, so taking out different books that she could read. Generally, maybe if other inmates were talking, associate with them, talk to the ward deputy. She would be the only person out on the ward, but people talk all the time through the cell doors to one another as well.
So she's solitary. She's wandering around for her single hour by herself out there.
I would not use the word solitary. I would use the word restrictive. Solitary is more when you have absolutely zero contact with other people, whereas restrictive housing, you still can talk to people.
Well, the contact, she has no face-to-face contact. Everybody's behind a door, a big locked jail cell door,
The ward deputies would have been there, so she would have had contact with them.
but no other inmates.
Not face to face, correct?
And then she went to A2 eventually. Does May 2020 to about March of 2021 sound about right?
I honestly don't recall if that's how it's recorded. I would agree with that, but
Well, let's just
I don't have those
assume
dates.
let's just assume she was in A2 ward. That's still a very restrictive ward. 1 hour out a day, 23 hours locked in your cell.
Yes and no.
Okay. And around this time in your summary, you said that you visited or met with Miss Stauch 34 times.
Yeah, that was across from March 5th to, I think it was January of 2021.
Okay. And were these primarily her cell door being opened and you and two deputies kind of standing at the doorway or sitting down at the doorway and you talking with her?
For the most part, if she happened to be out on the ward, I would talk to her there, but I think the majority would, how you described it would be accurate.
Okay. How long would those visits last?
They could last anywhere probably from about 5 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on what we were talking about.
Okay. And you're basing your findings and opinions and what you've told the jury based on those visits, in-person visits with Ms. Stauch, correct?
That and the collateral information that I had access to, as well as my staff's reports and deputy reports.
Okay.
Aw, thank you, Jen.
Now, other than the 1 hour, Ms. Stauch's more or less locked in a cell by herself for 23 hours, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Except for the hour out, during this time or majority of the time, Ms. Stauch is locked in a jail cell for 23 hours.
Yes.
And you weren't able to observe what she was doing for those 23 hours a day.
The deputies would observe that and write reports.
Okay. But there's not somebody watching her those 23 hours. While she's in the jail cell. I mean, she could be eating her own feces in the jail cell and nobody would know.
So 2 things with that. There's 15-minute checks, as well as the camera system in the wards. You can typically see through the windows in the cells. So in essence, there is 24-hour observation. You might not be able to see everything, but
So during your time working, speaking of these every 15-minute checks in these wards, somebody was found hanging cold from one of their cells, and the 15-minute check had been missed while you were there. Do you remember that?
Objection, your relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, so mistakes were made during this every 15-minute check for somebody to have hung themselves and been missed several checks, so much so that when they took the body down, it was cold.
It could happen, yes.
Okay. Also, there's a lot that could have been missed with what Ms. Stauch was doing the 23 hours when she was locked down in her cell, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, you were able to tell me that just within pretty much on March 5th, 2020, the first day in 30 or 40-minute meeting with her, rule out dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have a copy of the DSM-5,
Sure.
and that's more or less the Bible of psychology and psychiatry, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about possession forms of dissociative identity disorder and non-possession forms. And it says most individuals with non-possession form dissociative identity disorder do not overtly display their discontinuity of identity for long periods of time.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So those are kind of shorter periods of time where people could dissociate and I mean, sorry, it's kind of just how it's written. I think what you're getting to is, could there be times that it happened allegedly and it not be seen? Sure. However, in my initial evaluation with her, typically somebody who was having these amnesias or losses of time would report that. They would report something that they were worried about missing gaps of time, as well as forgetting things. And so there would be a general concern that I would expect somebody to report, not somebody to have an adequate orientation and deny any of that. There's also comorbid symptoms that go along with that. So people with dissociative identity disorder tend to be have a high rate, about 70% have attempted suicide or engage in frequent self-harming behaviors. So those things were not met. I also would have expected somebody to report clinically significant impairment in social and occupational functioning as a result of that. So when somebody denies those things, then I can absolutely rule it out because it's not a concern to them. So it's not impairing their functioning.
So you can rule out a disease that symptoms may not manifest themselves for long periods of time. You can rule it out in just 20, 30, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, and then if there's
Okay.
more information, I can
Now,
always
in
go back.
dissociative identity disorder,
I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer before the next question.
Sustained. You can go
and I'm
ahead
going to
finish.
ask that she be more responsive to the question and answer it and not.
I understand. It seemed to me that it was responsive to the question. You can go ahead and finish your answer.
I was just trying to say that if there were other symptoms that came up, a diagnosis is something that is working. Could it be changed if new symptoms come up? Absolutely.
And sometimes it can take years to diagnose somebody with dissociative identity disorder, correct?
I In terms of years, it can present at any time, but I wouldn't say someone would take numerous years to form that diagnosis.
It also says only a small minority of individuals with dissociative identity disorder present to clinical attention with observable alternation of identities.
It's
Hold on, let me ask the question.
okay.
Okay. That means that at any given time, a person with dissociative identity disorder is only going to present exhibiting those symptoms a small percentage of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety are some of the symptoms of dissociative identities. Dissociative identity disorder, correct?
No, they're not some of the symptoms of it, but they could be associated with that, or what we call a comorbidity. So, and a diagnosis that could occur alongside of that diagnosis.
And some people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder are actually initially diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, or bipolar, correct?
Including that, it could also be depression, personality disorders, that they could be really diagnosed with anything.
When you see diagnoses in a psychological sense, it'll say diagnosed with this and then rule out this.
Yes.
Did you do any of the rule out stuff for dissociative identity disorder, bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder?
Again, yes, I mean, it was related to, again, as I explained, casting a wide net. You see what symptoms they're reporting and what things are concerning to them, because when you're diagnosing, again, if it's not clinically or significantly impairing their day-to-day functioning, you don't qualify that as a diagnosis. That is usually, I think, in dissociative identity disorder, maybe criterion E, but it could be a different criterion letter in any of the diagnoses. It has to clinically significantly impair their functioning in order to be diagnosed.
So when you were ruling out Ms. Stauch, having bipolar disorder, which is the manic depressive stage, you said that you know, what you look for and you didn't notice was any excessive spending or partying or, showing up and with a bunch of clothes and not, or clothes or whatever purchases from a store and not realizing where you got them. How are you going to notice that or rule that out based on her partying or, excessive spending if she's locked up in a jail? That seems like that's kind of a no-go, but yet you told the jury this.
So when you asked that question, you added the dissociative and the bipolar together. So
Well, I'll just talk about the bipolar.
well, those were the examples that you gave, but specific to a bipolar disorder, somebody who might be presenting that way in the jail would likely not be sleeping consistently. They'd be very hyperactive, almost like jumping around and really fidgety all of the time. They would be talking very rapidly. They would have a flight of ideas. So going, jumping from subject to subject and just talk, you can't follow the conversation along. It's very fast and rapid. So that's how I would assess for that in a jail setting.
So again, she was locked down 23 hours a day. So a lot of that could be going on. She could be talking to God in Latin in her jail cell, and you or nobody else would even know that, would you?
So we were talking about the March 5th date, and she reported none of those symptoms. So that's how I can rule it out at that time.
Okay. And is that a common sign when somebody's asked, do you suffer from this mental illness? And if they deny it, well, that's it.
Unless there's contradictory evidence to it.
Okay. Are you aware that many people that are sick will deny being sick?
I am.
Okay. Like they don't want to take their medicines. There's nothing wrong with them. You know, I like living in my crazy wide world and there's nothing wrong with me.
Sure, but there's still observable symptoms by other people just because somebody denies it. Again, as I explained, when I'm assessing somebody, I look at all of their body features, their speech, their language, movement, and did not note any of that. So that would be consistent with not having that concern at that time.
So what they say, a patient is not determinant of whether they have the mental disorder or not.
Not exclusively.
It's part of it, and it's just a case by case basis.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking in the DSM-5 under the dissociative identity disorder section. And it says older individuals may present to treatment with what appear to be late life mood disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia, psychotic mood disorders. But actually, it turns out it's dissociative identity disorder. Does that sound correct?
That could be a possibility, yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, that means that people can later in their life, I'm obviously not children, but probably adults are talking about, they can appear with what may originally be diagnosed as obsessive compulsive disorders, paranoia, some other psychotic mood disorders, but it's actually dissociative identity disorder, correct?
It could.
Can you have dissociative identity disorder and bipolar or major depressive disorder or, general, anxiety? Can you have many diagnoses or will one subsume all the other ones?
It's very dependent on what the combination of diagnoses that you would have because a lot of symptoms could overlap in different diagnoses. So I couldn't answer that specifically.
Okay. Did you ever review any reports from her psychiatrist, psychologist that she consulted with several times in late 2019, December of 2019? So just a few months before you met with her. Did you ever review those records?
She had denied seeing anybody but her primary care provider for the information. And then the only treatment records we requested to obtain was from, I believe, South Carolina.
Okay. So if somebody did see a psychiatrist or a psychologist in December of 2019, was charged with committing a murder of a young child, as in this case, within a month or so of that, and they were diagnosed with a mental health disorder, would that have been relevant or helped you in determining what was going on with Ms. Stauch when you had her at the jail?
I believe that all information is relevant.
But she didn't. So if somebody doesn't tell you what they've seen or what they've done or what treatment they had, are you not able to get those records?
if I don't know where to request records from, I can't just throw out an
Okay.
ROI to every place. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't.
And that's fair enough. I didn't know if there was some kind of like, you know, general data bank where you could go and get all the records from a certain person or what. You still have to go around piecemeal and track them down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, Mr. Young talked about a 2018 mental health stay in a Canadian mental health hospital. Do you remember discussing that with Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no records of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't even put in for those records.
I did not.
Okay. So she could have actually done that, and there could be records of a stay in Canada in 2018, or there may not be. It could be something she made up, correct?
Absolutely.
But you don't know which is which.
I do not.
So one of the things in your report that goes along with dissociative identity disorder, or maybe it's bipolar, you correct me, please, is that there needs to have been some sort of suicide ideation or actually an attempt made. Is that correct?
So
Is that for DID or bipolar?
it could happen with either, but what I had previously said was that so in the DSM there's a kind of association. So again, there's the criteria, but then all of these other things that kind of help you make the diagnosis, confirm or refute it. And it in the DSM it says that about 70% of people who are diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder have repeated and frequent suicidal ideation and have potentially attempted suicide as well.
Okay. So the flip of that is 30% have not attempted suicide.
Yes.
Okay. But the majority of diagnosed DID people, and DID is dissociative identity disorder, the majority, 70%, have had some type of suicide attempt or ideation. So is that correct?
Repeated.
Repeated?
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, when she was brought in and for several weeks after she was at the jail, she was on suicide watch, correct?
That was my decision, not her saying that she was suicidal. I did
Okay,
that for her safety,
but she was on suicide watch.
which I put her on for her safety. Yes.
One of the things you talked to Mr. Young about is he asked you this, so, and I actually had to have a little chuckle, but he asked you about a normal person charged with first-degree murder. Is there a standard behavior pattern for a person charged with first-degree murder?
It varies. I've worked with lots of people who have been charged with that, and
I have too, and it varies, doesn't it?
it does again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's not really a normal person charged with first-degree murder behavior, is there?
It's not.
Can I get a tissue? Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So I'm not sure, this guy, he seems like he's reading this stuff as he's questioning her. It's, you'd think he would have read this and had a list of questions ready to go. And I know you can't think of everything because through natural conversation, other questions might arise.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Is everyone who commits first-degree murder placed on suicide watch when they entered the jail?
Yes.
Is that standard regardless of what your evaluation says or whether or not you see any signs of mental illness with those individuals?
Yes.
Is that what happened with Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with any potential diagnosis?
Correct.
And is your role to rule out any diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
It's mostly to assess for the current symptoms and ensure her safety and stability in the jail.
Remember when we started out, it seems like days ago, about a clinical evaluation versus a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
Are you more on the clinical side when you meet Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020 to treat her for any illnesses that she might have?
Yes.
And did you see any illnesses that needed treated on March 5th of 2020?
Just the anxiety.
And if she was diagnosed with anxiety in 2019 in the month of December, would that be consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
There was a lot of discussion about her bringing up the fact that she may have been a victim of sexual assault on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There in your notes, the first time that you make a note about it is in what time was that? Do you recall?
I think that was the June. Yeah, the June 5th.
Well, is that your notes or is that
Or-
someone else's notes?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. I think we established that it was the molestation was June she talked about, and then I don't remember the other date about the assault, whatever date that was, the sexual assault.
On June 5th, and we talked about this on direct examination as well. She mentions that one of her traumatic stresses was molestation at age 14. Initially, she told Tara Sabo. Who's Tara Sabo?
She is a nurse that worked in our intake area.
And that's TERRASABO.
Yes.
That she was sexually assaulted in 2019.
Yes.
A few months or a year before you met her on March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
And that's when that note is dated, right? March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
The first time she mentions anything about her stepfather and her uncle is in that later note towards the end of your contact with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel just asked you some questions about people may not want to be upfront with their mental illnesses. And you said that may be common, correct?
Yes.
In your setting at the jail, is it common for people to fake their mental illnesses?
Yes.
And is it common, as it mentioned in the DSM-5 about the cautionary statement, is that why you need to be careful when you're diagnosing someone in a jail setting who may have something to gain based on your diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And did that come into play during your entire contact and why you were able to say she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Well, it was compound all. You need to rephrase.
Did that have an impact on your opinion that she rendered that she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
Why?
Because the presentation that she had was in, especially in the beginning, there was no overt symptoms of anything. And then once competency was raised, there was all of these symptoms that just popped up out of nowhere seemingly. And so that was inconsistent with somebody who would have had reported these symptoms and had concerns with these symptoms ahead of time prior to competency being raised.
Counsel asked you some questions about her comfort level in talking to you because there's 2 deputies around. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Did she have any issues talking to you and telling you not only things about herself, but things about the actual crime itself?
No.
Did she, I think we talked about this on direct, but would she just blurt things out to you and nonstop talking kind of thing?
Yes.
Did you have to ask a lot of questions or did you just sit and listen?
A lot of it was listening.
The conversation you had with her on March 20th of 2020 about Gannon's body being found. Do you remember counsel asking you questions about that?
Yes.
He asked you a hypothetical about if the attorneys came in and told her about it, then she would have known about it before you talked to her. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the jail keep track when attorneys visit the jail?
Yes.
And do you have a log of every time the attorneys make a professional visit?
The jail would, I do not.
Have you seen those logs before?
I don't think so.
May I approach her?
You're the witness.
The witness.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to see what he's.
Oh, yep, that's true.
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Recognize that document?
Yes, it's the visitation log report.
And is it the visitation log reports for Ms. Stauch
Yes.
at the El Paso County Jail?
Is hearsay. Can't testify to what that is. If they want to get somebody that can lay a proper foundation for this document, that's fine. This is not the person to do that.
Well, she may be, she may not be. I don't know that. You need to ask her whether or not it's a business record and whether she can lay the foundation for a business record.
You recognize this document as a business record?
Yes.
Surprise question, right? Is this something that's routinely kept at the jail and is actually an open record for the public?
Yes.
And is this a business record with regards to professional visits of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And would this reflect any professional visits by her attorneys in the time frame we're talking about, March 20th?
Your Honor, I'm objecting
Yes.
under Crawford. This is hearsay. I can't cross-examine this document or the person.
Your Honor, he brought this up.
Stop, both of you. Okay. I have an objection. If I want a response, I'll ask for one. The objection's overruled. Right now, we're working on laying a business record exception to the hearsay rule. So let's deal with that first. It hasn't been asked to be offered to be admitted yet, but I understand what we're dealing with. It's been identified for the record. Go ahead and move it.
And Your Honor, you advise Mr. Young to not taunt me in open court. He's actually the person who brought this up originally, so yelling across the courtroom, I don't appreciate, and I don't think it's professional.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page. I make the rulings. Everybody directs their comments to me. If there's an objection, I'll ask for a grounds. I'll rule on the objection. We'll move on. So everybody, both sides, direct your comments to me. And we'll leave it at that.
Ooh, the attorney's getting a little hot under the collar.
Establishing a foundation for a business record. Go ahead.
So this is what you purported it to be, the jail logs for professional visits at that time frame when Ms. Stauch told you that Gannon was found in Florida. You remember that?
Yes.
And would this indicate to you whether or not her attorneys had access to her prior to Gannon's body being found and prior to you talking to her about Gannon's body being found?
They did not.
Does it tell you when the last professional visit was prior to that contact?
March 13th of 2020.
And when was the next visit after your conversation with her on March 2020?
April 9th, 2020.
In addition to what we just talked about, what was her demeanor like when she was telling you that Gannon's body was found in Florida?
She was a bit tearful, but again, also kind of asking about or focusing on other.
Overruled, it was covered in cross-examination as proper redirect.
Please continue. What was her demeanor like as she's telling you these things?
She was a bit tearful, but also asking about other things and not totally focused on just the loss of a child at that time, or confirmation of that, I should say.
Did you have any indication that perhaps she had heard this already from anyone?
No.
With regards to your March 5th, 2020 first conversation with her, counsel asked you questions about ruling out DID or dissociative identity disorder. At that time, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Were you there to make a diagnosis? Were you ruling anything out, or were you basing your opinion on what you learned from her on that day?
Kind of a little bit of both, but a lot of an initial mental health assessment, especially in a jail setting, would be to take what the person says and go with that. And then again, if there's additional information that comes up to confirm or refute something later, then we can do that.
Did you have any notes or any indication that Ms. Stauch was eating her own feces in the jail cell?
No.
Would you have known that if that was going to happen, if that happened?
Yes.
Counsel asked you questions about sometimes that it takes years to make a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do people who actually suffer from this disorder, do they know they have that disorder prior to getting treatment?
Most often not. They could, but it's pretty rare. And again, that they would be reporting other symptoms, other things that they were concerned of, such as gaps of time missing and unexplained things showing up and forgetting how to work or forgetting how to drive. So they would be reporting, they might not say, hey, I have another personality, but they would be reporting all of these other concerns that would then support a diagnosis.
Would oftentimes family members
Yes.
report that diagnosis? For instance, a spouse. My husband didn't know who I was yesterday. It was weird. We need help.
Yes.
Is that common? Is that how people discover this disorder?
Typically, there would be other observations, other people reporting if that person had no recollection of that, or weren't reporting it themselves. They would, a lot of collateral contacts, a lot of observations would be seen by a spouse, family members, deputies, other mental health staff, things like that.
And when you're in your vast experience of, I'm assuming you've had a lot of contact with people who have serious mental illness.
Yes.
Is it something that's very obvious to you when you see it or when you're talking to someone? For instance, we talked about the psychosis issues. I mean, do you know it when you see it?
Oh my
Yes,
goodness,
I've worked
Robin.
in this field for over 10 years, and most of my contacts have been with very severe and persistently mentally ill people. And so I am very familiar, very comfortable with spotting things very quickly.
And would family members also know that if they had a loved one that they've been around their whole lives, would they note if someone had a serious mental illness?
No, she's been qualified as an expert. I think she can give her opinion based on her expertise. It goes to weight, not admissibility.
Would they note if their family member had a serious mental illness and report it and say something's wrong here?
Absolutely. We've had calls at the jail from family members reporting their loved ones' concerns.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Moore? Looks like we have one.
Your Honor, very quickly, I'd like to, based on a new document that was introduced, correct?
Council approach.
So defense counsel getting a little hot under the collar, I would say. I would definitely say hot under the collar is a perfect description of defense counsel. I have to say that I'm not really impressed with his, lawyering. They let a lot of stuff pass. They don't really address a lot of stuff. And then when they don't have a witness, obviously this is a tough witness because she was in the jail when Letecia first got there. So she knows what Letecia said, how her behavior was. Because if you recall, Letecia put in a not guilty plea when she first got in because, quite frankly, Gannon was not found. She thought Gannon would never be found. So she wasn't trying to play insane. It sounds like it wasn't until they started discussing this potential of changing it to not guilty by reason of insanity. She might have threw some things in, not knowing which way she was going to go. Because we got to remember, Letecia is manipulative. And in order for you to be manipulative to the degree that Letecia is, in my opinion, is thinking of things 1,000 different ways from Sunday and coming up with those excuses. You guys are killing me with the doo-doo comments, okay? She's an S talker and an S eater. Does it really surprise you guys? I believe she would do that to try to pass off as crazy. That woman is so manipulative and psycho. I believe she would do something like that to make people think she was crazy. But I still don't think she rises to the definition because they're going to have a hard burden to prove because all of her actions since Gannon disappeared were that of a person, hindsight's 20/20, even if they didn't know it at the time, looking back on it, all those actions she was doing was to hide this matter from the public and from her husband. I really think that she thought that in her twisted world that this was going to make her and Al grow closer together. If she just got the problem out of the way, her and Albert could live, in their bliss, and she could be made to be the hero by, constantly looking for Gannon. And she just had this all planned out in her brain, but her brain, just ain't normal. It just isn't. So that was problem number one. But just because her brain ain't normal doesn't mean she's psycho, she's psycho, but doesn't mean she's insane. Hey, May, nice to see you, honey. And not only that, but she's not even really trying to act like a psycho at the table. Like, if she was really insane, she would be acting out at the table, not giving a crap what the judge says. So, she's going to have to try to prove that she was insane at the time of the attack, because it's going to be hard for her to say that she was insane when she made it to the jail. It's going to be hard for her to say she was insane. And before the attack, think about it. She was with her daughter, and Harley has already testified that her mom was not exhibiting these weird, wild behaviors that she's now stating that she's exhibited. So they've got a lot of meat on the bone when it comes to proving that she's not insane to the degree law requires in Colorado.
Okay.
So March the 20th of 2020, everything in the city and the country and the state went into lockdown because of COVID. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it was that exact date, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that a lockdown went into effect in the jail and there were no personal visits for a period of time because of the COVID pandemic at the jail?
I don't recall any specific thing about that. Could that have happened? Yes, but I don't know exactly what dates that would have been.
And do you know that jail log does not reflect WebEx or video visits between attorneys and clients? Were you aware of that?
It just says visitation log,
Okay.
so.
If I told you that was for in-person visits only, would that change your answer?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
That's the date.
Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that there were WebEx visits or video visits going on between attorneys and defendants incarcerated at the jail during this pandemic period?
If you're asking if that occurs, I believe it would.
Okay. And were you aware that the document you're looking at only shows in-person visits where somebody comes physically down to the jail and does a visit at the jail and does not reflect any WebEx or video visits?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other whether there was a video visit done on March the 20th between Ms. Stauch and her attorneys.
That's an answer, John.
Sustained.
Just
Right. Dr. Moore, if the defendant's claims were true, that she was sexually, physically, and emotionally abused on an ongoing basis from a young age, is it your professional opinion that such a person can still grow up to be sane, even if untreated?
Yes.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
I don't have
Defense?
anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. You can step down. Watch your step as you step down, please.
Yeah, may I retrieve the document from Dr. Moore?
Oh, yes, right.
Thanks.
So due to the time, I have a funny feeling we're probably going to be ending at the end of this witness. Cock up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our evening break. Again, I have a message that we are anticipating a weather event. And in Colorado, that could mean that we might have a wet street tomorrow. It could also mean that we have 3 feet of snow somewhere in between. Don't know. Here's what I can tell you is that the county, there's usually a meeting at 9 o'clock at night, the day before, and then at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I can assure you that I do not intend to call any of you at 5 o'clock in the morning. So you don't have to worry about that part. The best, advisement is, or the best place to get advice about what has happened or the status about what has happened is 719-520-SNOW. That will tell you about the El Paso County Combined Courts. That's what we are. And oftentimes, actually all the time, these decisions are really not made based on what's going on in the courthouse. It's based on what's going on everywhere else. Because oftentimes the courthouse takes up a lot of resources from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes because of adverse weather events, those resources are needed elsewhere in the county. And because of that, the courthouse just can't function. And so what happens is they either close the courthouse or they will have a delayed start. If we have a delayed start, meet Mr. Combs where you would normally meet Mr. Combs at 10 o'clock. And then we will start here at 10:30. So you'll meet him, bring you over the way that he has every morning before, and then we'll be in place to start at 10:30. The good news is that even with a delayed start and things like that, I think we are ahead of where the attorneys thought we would be at this point in the process. So things are going, whether it seems like it or not, things are going faster than what we had anticipated when we started this. So we're still in pretty good shape in that regard. The most important thing is to be safe. When you're going home tonight, when you're coming in tomorrow, just be safe. Make sure that you have my card so that if you need to call us, you can do that so that we're not worried about you, where you might be or something like that. Please just let us know if there's a delay. There are, can I get a show of hands of people who are Palmer Divide region, Black Forest region, Teller County? Okay, I think probably you are the ones that it's going to most impact. That's what I understand. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully we've had such warm weather recently that while we get snow on the ground, it may not be in the road and everything will be okay. but that's the plan. You can always call us in the morning and find out, or call us and check and see if there's any update or anything like that if you want to do that. If you call 520 SNOW and there's no message on there, anticipate being here at the time that you normally would be here. So the only reason why you would be late is if you get the message from 520 SNOW or something like that. Okay. So again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning. All rise.
All right, we're going to stick here because they may be asking, there might be some conversations that we all want to hear.
Thank you. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. I guess we'll just have to play it by ear and see what's going on. I assume that Dr. Grimmett must be staying somewhere close.
Yeah, she's staying somewhere close in town. There is a phone call tomorrow morning at 4:30. I'm on it. The sheriff's on it. Chief Judge Bain is on it. Emergency management folks. So there is a plan as far as to discuss any road conditions, and we'll know that tomorrow morning.
So we'll just, I'm going to plan on same time, same station, unless we hear something different. And stay in touch with, you must have contact information for Dr. Grimmett, right?
We do.
Okay. So stay in touch with her and just let her know what the flex is in the event that it becomes that way. We'll start at 9 o'clock if everything's okay. If not, she needs to be here at 10:30 and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, what we've tentatively told her is to be here at 8:45 unless she hears from us. We also gave her the snow line and asked her to be here at 10 if there is a delay.
Okay. And the only other issue that I see is, are you calling either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray tomorrow?
We were tentatively scheduling Dr. Torres to be at 9, but obviously that's being pushed back now anyway because Dr. Grimmett still needs to testify, but she is on the schedule for.
She from Pueblo?
She lives here in the Springs.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if she had to drive up, it may be an issue, but okay. All right. Okay. Then we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Just one thing while we're all here,
Mr. Cook.
Based on some of the testimony today, we can follow up with a written supplemental endorsement that would be for rebuttal. We'd like to introduce or endorse Katie Strobel or Kim Chalmers as possible defense witnesses. Attorneys of Miss Stauch.
And the purpose?
The purpose is they would have done the visits through WebEx on the day in question.
And there's so they're going to testify about a conversation they had with Ms. Stauch and what it was that they told her.
Your Honor, I don't know. I'm just putting it's a possibility.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is because what I'm going to get is whether or not there's a waiver of attorney-client privilege.
We haven't made a decision. I just want
Okay. So obviously, and you don't get to make that decision. Ms. Stauch does. And that's a conversation that I would have to have with her because it's not, if this were just an issue of Ms. Strobel or Ms. Chalmers were going to testify that they made a phone call, that's one thing. But here the issue is what was the information that was relayed in that phone call? And that clearly implicates the attorney-client privilege and can only be waived by Ms. Stauch.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, and right now, as I see it, there is really no evidence of any conversation, which is why the DA is, I don't see this as an attorney-client waiver yet because there's been no evidence that's been introduced about that. There's been all kinds of innuendo, but as I told the jury, nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. So I can tell you that before they would testify, I would have to have a long conversation with Ms. Stauch. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
Judge is on it. Judge is on it. He's wanting to make sure her rights are not screwed up or screwed with at all. He wants to make sure if she's waiving her rights, it's her rights she's willing to waive. They're throwing some attorneys on the. I don't get the line of questioning. I'm assuming it goes to their defense, but I just don't get the whole line of questioning with the COVID and all that other stuff in here. But guys, we've been going for 11 and a half hours today, 11 and a half hours. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you to my lovely friends that like to poke fun at me. I appreciate it. You guys suck, but you guys rock, and I feel the love. And I've got the house I've got to finish. I got to put all this equipment back in the office and start getting ready for some company to come over. So I will see you guys in a little while. Oh, not a little while. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Again, we're going to be starting late. We just heard the judge. It sounds like there's going to be some, adverse weather in their area. They're going to be pushing the trial back to 10:30 tomorrow morning. So we're not going to be going live until probably about 8:30 or 9:30. Or excuse me, actually, it'll be probably closer to 9:30 to 10:30 for tomorrow's coffee club. And the reason why I have to push it back is because, as you guys can imagine, me being here, sitting here for 12 hours, I know you guys are all doing it too, but it's hard on me. It's really, really hard on me. So I love doing the trials, but that means after the trial's over, I'm hanging up. So you guys have a great evening, and we'll see you in the morning. Mid-morning, don't forget, we're going to be starting late tomorrow, but can't wait. We'll have good conversation first thing in the morning, and then we'll dovetail over into the trial like we've been doing for the last few mornings. All right, guys, God bless. Have a great night, and can't wait to see you guys tomorrow.